Alright, gamers, this is Max Mode. This is the first LAN of 2025. We're in doubles top 8. We got Sandstorm on the screen. And he's playing what? He's playing Teska. Teamed up with Sandstorm is Mounir, a European player. And then on the other side of the bracket, we got Monihalla and Bunny. These are two of the newer pros, and they just knocked out the classic players. Although, I guess Mounir is also a newer player. It's just Sandstorm that's the old head here. And pretty strong start right out the gate. Once again, this is the first real LAN of the year. Unless I'm mistaken there. Someone in chat might correct me. But a very interesting team here. Mounir and Sandstorm, I don't think they've ever played before, ever. And Bunny and Monihalla are, like I said, newer players. Greatsword just got nerfed, but Monihalla was known as, I feel like pretty confidently the best Greatsword in NA. Sandstorm, of course, very historied. I was trying to look at some tournament data on Bunny before the set started. It was hard to navigate the StartGG website. Turns out they're migrating websites now, so I don't know what's going on. Game 1, a little bit of a barn burner. We're only a minute in, and what is it, 5 stocks gone? So that's pretty crazy. Mounir on the Taros. I have a feeling it's not the only Taros we're gonna be seeing today, but who knows? Who knows? Things in this stream have been odd. BRAWLHALLA has had, I believe, internet issues. This is really the beginning of the stream, and honestly, with how this match started, you would have thought that Sandstorm and Mounir stood no chance, but now it's pretty much fully even. That is the power of these pros. They can do something crazy. Things change on a dime. Look at the teamwork coming out from Sandstorm and Mounir. It's unconventional teamwork. It doesn't seem like they were really in any kind of formation, any kind of plan strategy, but they're both good enough individually where they're able to capitalize. Now, I'm really interested in this Greatsword. It's not something you see in 2v2 at all. I don't know if there's any game sound. If there is, it's really quiet. This is one of the issues they were having on the stream, so hopefully that changes as things go throughout. Look at that Imugi down sig hitting both of them! Yeah, this is quite a good move. I'm very curious. It's a very unconventional 2v2 weapon, something that did get nerfed. Of course, we're going to be seeing a lot of recoveries, a lot of Sares when they're in kill percent, and I'm also wondering, oh no! What was that? It was a 3v1 this whole time. Not my goat. No, not my goat. Okay, maybe it's a maybe it's a 2v2, but one player is on the other player's team for both. What was that ending? Hello? Bunny jumped off the map. Mounir killed Sandstorm. It was a 3v1 twice. Yeah, that was actually a free-for-all game. And that's sort of what I'm talking about. Is Greatsword gonna turn this into a free-for-all? Very rarely do you see Greatsword in 2s. Happy birthday to Texas T in chat. Everyone wish Texas T a happy birthday. I think it's not Boston T. I don't know where Max Mode is taking place. I believe it's in Atlanta, Georgia, which is close to the BRAWLHALLA headquarters. This, of course, if you're not aware, is going to lead into a Royale Championship on Sunday. Right now, it is Friday, the first day of the tournament. Team combos going on, but Teska sends the opposite direction. Still cleaning up the KOs, and Sandstorm is the most healthy on the map. These stocks are getting eviscerated. Crazy. So much going on that is hard to keep track of in 2v2. My nose is getting a little bit snotty, but Mounir is he is letting these signatures fly. And I guess Bunny is as well, landing the Rayman Ensig. Not something you see a lot. A little bit of a team combo there. It didn't even look like it hit. I don't know how Imugi connected there, but that's just Imugi. And all evened up pretty much. I think, yeah, it seems like these boots are a little bit of a wild card. Not many people play boots. Sandstorm is probably the best boots player in the game right now. And in 2v2, ooh, nearly out of jumps. Bunny in a dangerous spot, but yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Sandstorm and Mounir are only teaming with each other for this tournament. Interrupting each other like that, that is kind of a hallmark sign. Excuse me, I'm tripping over my words a little bit here at the start of the stream, of a team that is not the most practiced. And I'm not too familiar with this team of Bunny and Money. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if this is just an Easter team. I don't know if one of them left a little bit of money under the pillow for the Tooth Fairy. This is what ended up happening. But there are 2 players on the screen right now, despite, if you look at the bottom right, the cameras are so dark you can't see anything. Mounir landed that Ensig on someone that's not Sandstorm, getting a nice lead here, and again, it's still pretty even. Still pretty even. Monihalla really has to hold on here. This is really, really important. Ideally, you want to be in the center stage, hovering around, still putting on pressure, but not getting hit. And getting a KO when you're last stock, you're the most damaged like that, that's huge. That's really big impact on the team. Bunny has to make some plays so that Money can have a little bit of pressure taken off. But I don't know if Mounir and Sandstorm are going to allow that. Yeah, they're sort of teaming up, but they're hitting each other. Mounir now in the deep red. Money on the corner of the screen. Bunny was doing a good job there, just putting on pressure, but maybe a little bit of flubs there as well. Now, keep in mind, these 2 teams are in top 8. They're in top 8 of the elimination bracket, the losers bracket, meaning they have been beaten 1 time before, and if they lose this match, they're out of the tournament. Down to a 1v1 again, and it's the red team that clutches. 2-0, but each of these games have been last stock red. Just that, it was a practice tournament for this one right here. That Sig KO was crazy. How did that hit? I don't know. I mean, I can't even say anything because we have Taros on the screen. So it's like, what? Well, what am I bringing up? Like, what's the point of it? Back-to-back games on Fortress of Lions here. A quick start from the red team, getting some early damage and weapons, which is the most ideal you could really ask for. Ooh, team combo opportunity. Sandstorm fell out. Mounir getting some early damage. Now, Gauntlets and Hammer, this is just a classic team comp. And we can see that a lot of their automatic muscle memory habits, like the Axe player does Sidelight Nair, the Gauntlet player instantly recoveries. That's going to help if you're a team that is more unconventional. If your teammates haven't been together for a while. Lots of control on this greatsword. Now, Imugi really this set has not felt like... It was a great KO, by the way, on the right side of the screen. Hasn't felt like a high defense legend, and we'll see if that changes. That's something that, as the set goes on, can really start to I don't know, mount on additional pressure. Right there, for example, that would have been a KO on pretty much everybody except for a high defense legend. Now, all of this additional time that they have together. Yeah, I was gonna say, Imugi gets knocked off the screen, takes a while to recover. That gives an opportunity to get a 2v1 combo, and the red team ends up getting both knockouts from it. So if you watched Brawlhalla tournaments in the past, old tournaments, 2018, 2019, in the heyday of Boomy and Sandstorm, you'd notice that sometimes if one of them gets knocked off stage, they'll just keep going. They will knock themselves out, and the reason is to avoid something just like that, where one player is recovering and the other gets comboed, and then you're in a worse position as a team because of it. This has been a pretty barn burner, fast-paced set so far, very different from some of the sets we've seen at BCX 2024, and this makes me excited for this year of Brawlhalla Esports. First set of the day being such a fast-paced, action-fueled, lots going on with greatsword and teams, and yet a few things remain consistent. We got gauntlets and we got axe and 2v2. Like, no matter what, it seems like that's gonna be the meta. As much as they nerf them, as much as they change them, as much as they rework blasters, this is still the primary weapons. Bunny with a high-risk play off stage. Oh, this could be big. No, they dropped the combo. They didn't really know the exact route to go for, which is, you know what? If this was winners finals, if this was grand finals, that would be a huge deal, because that could be, if you're a practice team, the set right there. That could be the championship. You get that KO, the other player is just spawning in. It's like the perfect time to land a team combo. The other person is falling to their death. But it's not the reality we live in. And ooh, Tezca! Do you see when he lands the side sig, he spins around and the other person gets hit? That is a unique function of his side sig. That is, it was coded specifically to be like that. That is the stock. That is the set. 3 clutch games for Sandstorm and Mounir, taking it over Money and Bunny. Money and Bunny knocked out at 9th. No. Excuse me. At 7th, which is a fantastic placement. They started. Okay. Nobody told me. We were too busy doing games. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Use and Acno versus Hexo and Guichabou. Guichabou known for Lin Fei locking in the Queen Nai. Hexo known for Scythe. We got Use, potentially the greatest of all time. I was saying before this set started that Use, if Use wins this mid-season championships, we'll certainly take it. And then Acno, one of the most acclaimed 2v2 players of all time, but it doesn't matter, it appears, when you got a team like this. Queen Nai, very underrated, I would say, in 2v2, especially because of just her strength, her power. The Scythe, interesting, very interesting. And we got Blasters, the newly buffed Blasters. Use, not on Jaehyun, but on Roland, also newly buffed. It does not appear to be working so far. Interesting team. Very interesting team using Acno. I'm looking out for this. Acno on the Nash as well. A character that, actually the video I'm publishing tomorrow is about. And it's basically evened up. Use is damaged though. Use is highly damaged. Now Sword and Greatsword uses 2 main weapons, got heavily nerfed. Sword actually more so than Greatsword, I would say. And a lot of people were thinking maybe he swaps entirely, but it looks like he's still holding on to something. Now, for those of you that don't know, oh my god, Acno, if Acno lives here, he's actually the GOAT. No, but it looks like Hexo, oh, he got a wall to, oh my god, this side recovery drop, that is so sad. I forgot what I was saying. Use won his first LAN on Lance, on Vector, so Lance is not a weapon that's any stranger to him, but it looks like Guichabou and Hexo are off to a commanding start. This is the 4th match in a row on Small Fortress of Lions. Can we like talk about, can we get some map bans? Guichabou letting more N6 rip here than even in your gold placement games. So something is going on. This is quite the set already. High action, high octane. We got some, I would say, teams that perhaps don't look the most polished, but in a way that makes it pretty fun. Yeah, I'm surprised Use is not on the Vector, because I think Bo, especially this patch, is in a great spot because of all the nerfs to the other weapons. But maybe Sword and 2s is just too consistent. Maybe that's the thing. Oh my god, and another one! Do you see how early that's killing? This is why it's hard to balance a game like Brawlhalla that has 1v1 and 2v2 as like equal game modes, because you have a move like that in once and it's really bad. Well, maybe not really bad, but it's definitely high risk, which is not great at top level. But then in 2v2, you throw it out, you toss it out, and it kills Sir Roland. So, oh my god, they're just letting things rip. I think Red Team got cocky. I think they got that early KO and they got cocky. Acno has the most clutch 2v1 play of all time under his belt. And I'm not saying that Red Team isn't going to lock in here, that Guichabou isn't going to lock in, but you give Acno an inch, and he takes a kilometer. So, oh, that sidelight was the stock. Yeah, Acno, again, one of the most acclaimed 2v2 players of all time. There's an argument for like top 2 probably. I think Boomy is, with all of his world championships, just takes it pretty unanimously. Great read there. Oh, clutch. All right, I was giving a lot of praise to Acno there. It shows with the 639. I can't even speak. Again? You're kidding me. This is the 5th game in a row on Fortress of Lions. Can we get some variety? I want to see something other than red. Alright, Acno and Guichabou. The way that I code my videos, like when I'm editing them, is I color code it based on the map background, and I try to make sure that it's always a different map every time. But if I'm like watching this back, it's just gonna be red after red after red after red. I guess they like, oh, great dare. Oh, Acno lives though. You know what? They tried to get the double edge guard and paid for it. Acno so clutch there. In a way, saving Use as well. Use saved Acno, Acno saved Use. That was great. That was really, really good. Yeah, so far, it's looking like he is the player to watch, and Use kind of has to be there to support. And Red Team has to be the ones to show their worth, because they are the underdogs here. But yeah, a fantastic game 1 and game 2 so far. I'm looking forward to the rest of this tournament. Wow, every player I think is showing up big time for this first LAN of the year. Use known primarily for 1v1s, although has great 2v2 results under his belt. I'm making a Use documentary right now. It's a big secret. Don't tell anybody. And looking through the results is kind of crazy. He's just so goated. It's crazy. Crazy. I don't know how many times I can say that word and it's still true, but for him, it's one of the few. Acno killing Use there. Getting rid of a teammate. What is this, 2023? Use cleaning up with that lance there. And Hexo down. Last stock. Alright, it seems like blue team is not letting themselves get as surprised, as shocked by these unconventional 2s characters like they were in game 1, especially against those Nai Katars. I think Guichabou is a player that really takes advantage of, like, when you're not familiar with their playstyle, it's like, oh my god, you're just getting your stocks destroyed, eaten up. Very powerful aggression coming out of his Katars. And we can see it right now. If you take a look, once he gets a hit, he tries to take it as far as possible. But last stock, or excuse me, not last stock, in the red, maybe a little bit different here. Yu's falling to his last stock, however. There's another N-Sig, but it did cost the stock. Great 1-2 follow-up, and Hexo has to stay alive here. You see how hungry blue team is. And because he was like, oh, I gotta get to the corner, they were able to get a lot of damage on this Queen Nai, who does not take a lot of damage per hit, comparatively. So this is huge. It's looking like blue team is in full control right now, and they need something big to change it. That Qatar string could have been it into a potential team combo right there. Another potential team combo. Acno hoping to get this. Hexo with a crazy side sig. If that hits, you know what? Respect. Respect. Unfortunately, it did not go his way that time, and it looks like Acno and Yuz are going to take this comfortably game 2. Ooh, it was back and forth, but it did seem like blue was in control for most of the game. Red has to find their footing. Damn, these sets are good. You know what? It's the same map every time, but at least the games are going by fast. So we don't have to look at it for as long. Just give me something new. Just give me, that's all I want. I don't care what it is. Just give me something new, please. What am I talking about? I feel like am I a moron? Obviously, we're going back to Small Fortress Alliance. If I was a betting man, I would have bet this 10 out of 10 times. What am I talking about? Use on the sword. Definitely low in the damage department. But it doesn't, you don't need damage to be a good teammate, and I feel like this is a trap that people fall into. You know what? It's actually similar to Marvel Rivals. You know when people are like, only 12,000 healing on support, only 9,000 damage on DPS. Well, okay, 9,000. Okay, 9,000 might be a bit low. Only 13,000 damage. Like, I feel like it's more about the big plays, right? When you use your ult, what is your positioning? What do you enable your team to do? What are your knockouts, right? And in Brawlhalla, it's much the same thing. Do you enable your teammate to go crazy and deal a ton of damage, get a ton of knockouts from your positioning, from your support? Like, that is something that is unquantifiable in the stat screen at the end of the game, but matters so much. If you ever play 2v2 and you don't know why things are not working when they usually do, that could be a sign of why. That could very, very well be a sign of why. Because it's not just a game of ones. It's not just you alone out there. You know, you got a lot of things to contend with, and it looks like Acno and Yuz are the faster ones to adapt in this set so far. I want to see a game 5. Let's go, red team. Oh, it is looking unlikely though. A trade of stocks potentially if Acno can get this one. No, so that was very worth it, or at least it was for a little while there. Okay, this is a bit of a barn burner. Yeah, I guess. Anytime I bring up anything, it just changes very fast. This game, though, perhaps the change that I was talking about that Red Team needed to make, they have not in time. This, by the way, is the same as the last set. Loser gets 7th, winner moves on 7th. Nothing to be ashamed of for that. Top 8 placement in the year 2025. Very fantastic. Hexo getting the setups and getting so close to some really clutch plays with these big GCs. Not quite getting it, but getting that ground pound is big. Now Hexo has to stay alive here. Acno's gonna be hunting. Yeah, look at those side sigs. Look at that positioning. Yuz as well just knows now's the time to capitalize on Queen Nai. And if there is a position to get Hexo, gonna take it. Look at how Acno doesn't fall for these scythe strings that could turn this set around. Oh, that is so clutch positioning from Yuz. He's in between the 2 red team players, and he picks the one that's close to death. Oh, that's so good. That's just the set. Wow, blue looking fantastic here. A 3-0, and I would say this 3-0 was much more commanding than the last one, even though they still went down to last stock every time. That was a great set. It did look like Acno was the primary playmaker and Yuz was the support, but in this last game things kind of changed around there, and Yuz showed his clutch. That was great. I don't know if Yuz and Acno have practiced together either. It's very similar to Sandstorm and Mounir, which is pretty cool. Am I stupid? Oh my god, they won game 1. I'm a professional. I totally forgot. In my head, it was like, oh yeah, they threw, and then Acno clutched at the end of game 1. I thought that was a 3-0. I'm a moron. Alright, well. I got what I asked for. It's a new map. Okay, we'll see if that changes the set. My bad. Oh, I am sorry to mess up so blatantly, but you know what? I keep you on your toes. What else could you ask for? I have never used the animated backgrounds in BRAWLHALLA, by the way. When those spaceships are going off the top of this screen, you could think it's a player or a signature. That is very distracting. Early stock here. Oh my god, the downs, and it's just a trap. Did you see Acno and Yuz's trap there? That was not a practice team combo, it didn't look like. It was just seeing the moment and taking advantage of it. Hexo clutch on the left side of the screen if you didn't see right there. Yuz probably alive. Nope, Acno not able to get there in time. Usually those situations your teammate can save, but red team capitalized there. Yeah, there's so much going on. It's hard to even pause for a moment and digest. But basically, they improvised and they took advantage and they capitalized. And Guichabou going for a huge play. If Yuz kept pushing, that would have been the stock. But Yuz not known to be a player that pushes every single time. Much more methodical. Ooh, Hexo, big play off stage. These cameras are blocking the bottom left of the screen. We couldn't exactly see what happened off stage there, but Acno got gimped. Acno went down, and this seems like it happens at every BRAWLHALLA LAN. They have these massive cameras on day 1, and then day 2, people are like, oh, we couldn't see them, and then they change them. And then, but that cycle has to happen every time. I don't know what's going on there. Yuz going down, and despite all of these clutch plays from red team, it's their lead is so trepidatious. It's a very, very tight lead here. They can take out Guichabou. Yuz going for downlight the GC downsig. Honestly, it's Queen Nai. I understand. I understand you want to make the play as well. Sidelight Sair. That's not real, but I don't know if Guichabou had a dodge, so taken out there. Ooh, Acno, big moment here. Huge. I saw the code. I saw the matrix. I saw the moment that combo started, it was gonna be a lot. I just knew. I knew the dodge was being sniffed. This is Acno using his primordial Nash senses. That was crazy. That literally just turned around the whole game. Instantly. Oh! Uses movement, barely avoiding that sig. Hexo has been so good this game. We'll see in the final stretch if he can keep clutching it out. But no, this blue team is so good. Oh my god, that's there. Very, very close. Also, by the way, Hammer getting buffed on 4 of its attacks. Noticeable, for sure, in the damage output. Okay, that's rolling dead down to another 1v1 that Guichabou wins! Alright, that's 2 on Acno now. Down to game 5. Wow, I was saying it's a 3-0. That was a big clutch. That was a really important clutch. Yeah, that was so good. This is what I'm talking about. Just the locking of options by doing the downsig, and then Yuz can just clean it up. That was so good. Hexo, so clutch this match. This double nsig, that won them the game, for sure. Now, here's something to consider. It was last hit red after getting a gimp at, like, 0. So if you're red team, you hope you can get that again, or you hope you can, like, tighten up the mistakes or anything. But really clutch recoveries there. That was great. The Deeb in chat is asking if I'm going to play pro again. That's what I talked about earlier. I was going to team with Sandstorm at this event, but we wanted to be nice to everyone. We have to make the stream exciting. If it's always the same team winning without taking any damage every game, it's not very interesting. It's not very fun for the competitors either. So I decided to sit this one out. I let him play. Maybe next time. We'll see. Game 5. Off of 2 big clutches from red team and 2 commanding games from blue team. The blasters, we haven't seen a lot of, I think, blasters, big blasters explosions. We saw the clutch play, of course, with the NSIGs, but haven't seen a lot of the zoning. People are saying so humble and thanks for taking one for the team. Well, I don't like to think of myself as humble. I don't think heroes would call themselves heroes, but of course, if everyone else says it, then I have no choice but to comply. And red team, building on the momentum, they're actually doing amazing this game. And I wish I could see the bottom right of the screen and what just happened, but alas, it is what it is. There's that NSIG KOing so early. This is looking like game 1 all over again. And remember, whoever loses this is eliminated. I was commentating as if this was just blue team destroying its red team in the driver's seat right now, and all props go to them. Huge clutch play from Yuz there. That's a big down sig. It got the KO for both of them. Of course, it took Acno cleaning it up, but Yuz created the position there. Great teamwork from both players there, executing their own individual game plan. Hexo and Guichabou, see if they can get their positions. Gui needs a weapon. Guitars have been doing so much this game. Queen's Nine Guitars, or this set I should say. Queen Nine's Guitars are really interesting. They're high strength. She's not what you would consider a traditional guitar character because she's slow. But in 2v2, oh, another Ensig on Acno. He makes it back this time. He makes it back this time. Yuz ended up taking a lot of damage. See if he can survive this lance. You got to be careful with your teammate not to eat too much. You don't want them to fall into your nairs. Same goes for Spear Nair though. Hex, can he find a weapon? He gets the Scythe. This Scythe has not found the knockouts, but it has found a good amount of damage. And positioning. Another Ensig KOing an orange. That's crazy. That's just crazy. That's not an easy sig to hit. Keep in mind, these are pro players. Their movement, their decision making is literally the best that it can be. So that just means Guichabou's reads and timing is crazy. This is, yeah, full momentum in red team's court right now. God, big string on Yuz. Look at this, finally getting the oh my god! That could have been big if Guichabou picked that up, but Acno clutched up. Acno is playing like a man on a mission right now. That was almost a knockout on Hexo. They're just getting the gimps off the top. Like I was saying, they needed early KOs, they needed the gimps, but you know what? If Guichabou can land these Ensigs at clutch moments, that dodge read was so close. That's got to be worth, right? No, it's not. It wasn't. Acno kind of got Yuz killed there. The damage, the calculation to both red team players was probably worth it in his head, but the positioning didn't work out. That's a huge side sig that had to knock out, though. It's so important to knock out. What the hell? Just a dash jump Saren. They're both dead, and the player cam in the bottom left spoiled it by like 0.5 seconds. Oh my god, Acno probably the best 2v1 player to ever do it. If you've ever seen the clutch clip, then you know what I'm talking about on the Kaya at BCX. What a great set. Acno proven his plays as this top 2v2 player of all time, top 2. Up there with Boomy, like I was saying earlier. Oh my god, what a set. Okay, we're done with this. We're done with this. Stream is back. We got Marckiemoo and Futurebubble against Mounir and Sandstorm. We saw Mounir and Sandstorm earlier. Marckiemoo and Futurebubble are a third place BCX team. They got third place at Worlds. Crazy. And Mounir and Sandstorm, of course, a very strong team as we saw. Marckiemoo has been labeled by many as the new Sandstorm. I used that in a thumbnail once. And Sandstorm is the washed Sandstorm. So who knows? Based on that save, it's not looking amazing, but once again I have to inform you that he is taking it easy. Okay, he's going easy on everyone this tournament. This is what people don't understand, is he doesn't, how do I say this, lose ever. And that's just something you have to learn as a Brawlhalla player, as a Brawlhalla fan. It just seems like he's not really trying. So, I hope you can control Shift T to get back to my old website. Unfortunately, I'm in incognito because I can't have people know when I'm watching Sandstorm lose. But either way, Marckiemoo and Futurebubble off to a great start. I think what made this team really impressive was a very clear definition of roles, and I'm really excited to see. Oh, it's literally as I'm saying it, if their teamwork has improved and gotten even better. Because at BCX, they were kind of a new team that seemed, I don't think they're new as in they're playing with each other new, but it was the first time they're on the big stage. Also a great team combo there from the blue team to stay in it. But the first time at LAN on a big stage. Now they've gotten their feet wet. They've been there before. Let's see if they can really handle the pressure better. Marckiemoo would go crazy. Futurebubble would be more of a support player in a clearly defined role. That's actually huge if they can KO Futurebubble here. And from the start of this game, it seems like Futurebubble has improved dramatically. Marckiemoo was going crazy still. Mounir and Sandstorm have to fight back here. Mounir really has to stay alive. Futurebubble getting some clutch hits there. Perhaps falling soon. No, not quite. Kaya defense really putting in the numbers here. Sandstorm just getting the knockout there. Futurebubble has to stay alive. Actually, I didn't realize that was Marckiemoo's last stock. Blue team is so in it. Okay, Marckiemoo had to live there to make this. They went from in the lead dramatically to a very precarious 2v1 position against the most acclaimed 1v1 player of all time, and then one of the best up-and-coming pros that really showed up in the most recent big tournaments. So, ooh, a down sig there is not what you love to see. Even if it hit, it takes so long that the players of this caliber surely... What caliber? What caliber? Okay, obviously we can admit Sandstorm had that game and Mounir was just paid because Sandstorm doesn't lose. Because Sandstorm doesn't lose. So whoever PayPal'd Mounir is getting their money's worth. I feel like you should probably pay a little bit more for what you just did to my goat. That was the win. This what right here was the win. You just have to imagine that it's like nobody plays Battle Boots. Mounir didn't know where that sideline was going to end up and thought it was going to be higher and got nervous. Definitely antsy. Definitely antsy. Just wanting to end it as soon as possible. Like I said in the last set, this team that they played, this team has not practiced together a lot, and it shows. That was tragic, to say the very least. We'll see if they can come back, or if Red Team is really going to take advantage. Now, I have to imagine that Marckiemoo and Futurebubble are part of the reason why we've seen now 2 new maps. And for no other reason than that, I hope they win the entire tournament. Because why did I watch 5 games in a row of Fortress of Lions? We'll see. Was it 6? It might have even been 6. Either way, it's actually quite even now. Red team gets the first knockout, almost the first 2, but Cannon downlight is notoriously inconsistent. Bubble cleans it up. Bubble is the most healthy right now. Marckiemoo, if you're Marckiemoo, you just hope that you stay alive longer. You have to up your efficiency here. Now, the last team that knocked these 2 out at LAN, like knocked out, I believe was also a Teros, if I'm not mistaken. No, it was probably the second place team. But Kaina, I remember, and Lorez were kind of mopping him up for a while. So adjusting to a Teros of this proficiency in 2v2 is definitely something that a team like them has to do in this new patch in particular, as Teros is dominating right now. Talking about dominating though, this is Bubble's game. Bubble is not getting hit nearly to the degree that you would hope if you're a Sandstorm fan, which of course nobody is. You're not a fan, right? A fan is something that you decide to be. You are a supporter. That is something you are born as. You love him. It's innate inside of you. Either way, what I'm seeing from Red Team right now is incredible. They are schmoovin'. Can I say it? They are schmoovin'. Mounir and Sandstorm have to find their footing. Their teamwork in particular. You can't let the game 1 affect you. But remember that the reason why they were in that position to win game 1 was not because they were winning game 1. It's because they clutched up at the very end. Because it was Red Team, in fact, that was winning the entire time. And the same is true for this game number 2. Let's see Marckiemoo's Cannon and Gauntlets. This Onyx was incredibly impressive in that previous BCX tournament that I keep mentioning. Of course, it's the only other time that I've seen this team play. Down to a 1v1. A great combo from Bubble there. Huge damage lead. Mounir, of course, can steal that away very quickly on the Teros, not getting the sidelight hit that he wanted. That dare was so close. Bubble, we've seen very, very antsy with these signatures, but it paid off 2 in a row. Mounir was expecting way more careful play. You could see there's no universe he thought Bubble was going to do a sig into a sig. And that's what can happen sometimes. These pros, they're so proficient. They know that sigs are risky. They know certain things are very risky, so they're not expecting it. And Bubble, no fear. Zero fear whatsoever, and it gets the back-to-back clutch. That's huge. That's really huge.
Just like that, this is not how I would have. I just thought this cleaner. You know?
I'm very, very excited. This, again, the loser of this is out. They're out of the tournament. Both of these teams have already lost once. Out at 5th is nothing to be ashamed of. Mounir swapping to the Olgrim. Now this is a 2v2 legend if I've ever seen it before. Sandstorm hoping to find a little more footing. The one to really get a lot of early damage taken on him throughout these games. Much more efficient, I would say. They've slowed down the pace a little bit. And of course, Fortress of Lions has returned. My nemesis, Futurebubble, this set. Oh my god, he has been on fire. This signature placement has been immaculate in the movement and everything. Now this is a team that, from what I've heard, this is what Faison told me last time, is very storied in their personal connection. I believe Futurebubble is the one who helped Marckiemoo get a PC. And since getting a PC, Marckiemoo has become the best player in NA and up there for best in the world. And it's a team built on trust, on loyalty, and seeing them do so well is always a great story. Bubble is not known to be a very highly placing 1v1 player, but you can see incredible player competing at the very, very tippity top here alongside his bud. Mounir down to 1 stock in the yellow, almost in the orange. This is looking like a runaway set after that game 1. Yeah, Kaya as well in this meta. People are saying in chat, concrete Quaggo. Kaya has always been incredible, but with everything else getting nerfed and Spear and Bow getting untouched, definitely in a good spot. But yeah, it just seems like red team is playing extremely comfortable and blue team doesn't know what to do. Sandstorm down. Mounir down. It's cooked. It's cooked. Whoever paid Mounir to hit that Sayer, I don't even know. You know, I have to tell you that Sandstorm hasn't actually touched the game at all. He hasn't played since 2014. He's been playing multiverses this whole time, so that's not even his fault. What a set. Amazing team combo to end it too. Yeah, that was phenomenal. Sandstorm, Mounir out at 5th. It seemed like after game 1, it was just over. Marckiemoo and Bubble, Futurebubble, they just took all the momentum. They went crazy. Their movement was crazy. What a good set. Ron John Surf Shop. You gotta stop wearing that, Marckiemoo. They gotta start paying you. What was this? They're so shocked. They're so shocked. Oh no! You hate to see it. You hate to see it. Yeah, it's just nice of Sandstorm to give everyone else a chance. I think that's really what it comes down to. You know, you gotta give the new generation something to hold on to so that they keep playing the game. I don't have any molt though, so this is not gonna do anything. It's a Spider Jam. Oh, they're playing! Nobody told me! Okay, sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to BRAWLHALLA. 3-2-1 Brawl. Everyone was 3-2-1 Brawl. Acno and Use up against Raydish and BalloonBoy. Raydish, a 1v1 champ in the past in North America. BalloonBoy, one of the best up-and-coming players. Phenomenal BCX performance. Actually, Raydish did quite well as well. Use, the best 1v1 player in the game at the moment, and Acno, maybe the best 2v2 at the moment, but Raydish and BalloonBoy off to the stronger start. I have to swap from Balatro Mine into BRAWLHALLA Mine. I'm looking at red team and blue team like it's chips and molt. But yeah, it does seem like long term going red is better. With the molt, they can molt each other. Raydish and BalloonBoy is a new team. Acno and Use is a new team. What is going on with this tournament? Either way, regardless, it is creating some barn burner sets, which I am very, very happy to see. What I'm not happy to see, I mean that's always great. That's always great. We saw Acno pop off in the last set, clutched up big time with a double KO Hammer Sayer in a 2v1. And a huge team combo there. I'm not excited to see Fortress of Lions again. Can we move on? Is it every set? It's contractually obligated to play this map?
Yes, absolutely.
I guess so. I guess so. Acno and Use. I'm actually. I'll look after this. I wonder who knocked them out because they've been doing amazing so far. But maybe it's someone of the caliber of BalloonBoy and Raydish so far, as they are in fact in the lead despite Acno's clutch play to take out both of their first stocks. It's only the first stocks that was taken, or that were taken, I should say. Raydish and BalloonBoy. An interesting team because I think of BalloonBoy as someone very explosive, and I think of Raydish as someone very methodical. So it's a very yin and yang type of team. How did that roll inside sig hit? Can someone explain? Oh, what the hell? Yep. But yeah, I was gonna say using Acno is actually a similar kind of thing there. What a clutch play! Yeah, this is a great team. They're off to such a good start so far here. We got North America against EU and South America, and I'm getting news that they lost to Double Priya earlier in bracket because of the ground touch mechanic abuse. If you don't know, you jump 3 times. Dare resets your ground touch. How did people not know about this? Can I say I saw the vision? Can I say I saw the vision? Day 1 of its release in the video I made, it's like I talk about it, I showed off. So I feel like this is just not, this is like, I feel like I'm Nostradamus and I saw the future. And nobody said anything. And now it's dominating tournaments. So this is not my fault. This is not my fault. This is not my fault. Game 2. Red team clutching up. Actually, I don't even think I can say that. They just dominated. They didn't have to clutch up. They were playing their game. Yeah, there was a balance patch. I'm just saying it's not my fault. Why are you saying it was? Why are you saying it was? Yeah. You can play the whole match in the air. This is I'm telling you, I thought it was going to change. I talked about it many times. I thought it was going to change. But alas. But we're not looking at Double Priya right now. That's for later in the bracket. We're looking at some Nash and Roland, 2 of the oldest characters, against Red Raptor and Zariel, 2 of the newer ones. Although Zariel at this point has been in for a while. Regardless, blue team is fighting back. The old heads are fighting back. And this is what you want to see. You want to see a clutch game 5, just like Acno and Use won last time. BalloonBoy and Raydish seem like they're doing a great job at just controlling space. Oh my god. You see what I'm saying? And talking about playing in the air, I'm looking a lot at Raydish and how he's moving. Because again, he is a more methodical player. Uses primarily light attacks. You'll rarely ever see a signature out of him. But in 2v2, you can't really do that. So it is interesting to see players like that in this different game mode and see how they adapt. Now, Raydish, I believe, was teammates with someone else for a very long time, and I just can't remember who it was off the top of my head. So a swap is definitely a big deal, and I think even more of a big deal when you've been playing with one person for a while. Ooh, big KO there. Yeah, Use didn't have time. This actually could be Use's stock if he doesn't play it well. Yeah, okay, dodging into the stage there is a risky play. It's pretty obvious you could get hit for it, but it's better to get hit once than it is to get your whole stock eliminated. Acno already nearing orange on his last stock. A much slower game in game number 2, which is definitely what I expected when I saw this lineup of players. But game 1 proved me wrong, which does sometimes happen, especially when teams have never played against each other before, and in a team like this, I mean, cross region and then a new NA duo, like that's, you know what I'm saying? Like that's not happened before. So usually people don't know what to expect. They're not entirely sure how to play against the team, and things can just slip away. It is more slow this time around, but even so, red team is the one in the driver's seat. Acno has to stay alive. Use has to make some space for him, and they're doing it. They're doing it pretty well. This is what I was saying. Raydish was floating in the air, wasn't able to instantly interrupt that little team combo, and this positioning is adding up. BalloonBoy actually getting the KO on the stage with Zariel down sig. Acno had to have been so damaged for that. On Small Fortress of Lions, not a short ceiling. Can Use clutch it out? It's looking rough. And that sidelight stare is gonna do it. Game 3. Acno swapping to Priya. Okay, well, you know what? All of the Chakram talk earlier is coming into play. If you don't know, people have been talking a lot about Chakram. They've been saying Chakram's really, really good. We're gonna see if that. What is the diabolical clash? But then somehow Acno's the one that died. Okay. Well, I didn't even get to talk about Chakram. There was a clash that sent Raydish down. BalloonBoy's ground pound had the second hitbox. I don't even know. I don't even know. So, here we go. Acno on his second stock. Yu's having to hold on. Red team also having to hold on. We're going to see this is the biggest change we've seen thus far. We haven't, I believe, encountered a legend swap in the 2v2 tournament, the 2v2 bracket that has been streamed. Now, of course, there is the infamous double Priya team that's awaiting winners finals at the moment, but we're down in the depths in losers, and Acno has taken a ton of damage, but has also dealt a lot on the second stock. Getting gimped right away is not what you want when you're down 0-2, but they've played solid enough where now they're in the lead, and you gotta wonder, what is going through Yu's mind right now? You're with a teammate that this is your first tournament, your first big tournament, and they just swapped when you're down 0-2. Have you practiced this? I don't know. Yu's just holding left, it looked like, right there, so that's not stalling time. I could have been mistaken and actually KO'd, but Raydish getting big early damage there. Big unarmed play potentially. Yu's taken out Acno by accident. This is what I'm saying. It's a team that is not that practiced together. Raydish getting a side sig there. That dodge out from Yu's perhaps. You might think some unfamiliarity against Battle Boots. Bottom left side of the screen, I can't even see anything. Acno getting gimped again, potentially. No, big save from Yu's. These cameras gotta be shrunk. I wanted to see what was happening. Oh man. Oh man, this is a crazy game 3. It feels like Acno hasn't even gotten to play. They've just capitalized perfectly. This red team. I was gonna say you might think you might not have practice against Battle Boots because he's from a different region from what we normally see in NA and EU, but that's actually not the case. There are some great Battle Boots players in South America, so man, it's really down to the wire here. Acno has to stay alive. Yu's has to make some magic happen. BalloonBoy and Raydish are looking so solid. Raydish aggressing with the less HP. BalloonBoy a couple hits away from kill percent. Clocking into the red with just one more engagement. It looks like Acno is staying on this left corner. BalloonBoy with a big neutral light opening. Tried to interrupt, ended up eating up damage for it. The blue team did, that is. Oh my god, BalloonBoy was so close to getting that recovery. It didn't matter. That should not quite roll in defense. I'm getting ahead of myself, but Yu's, can he make it back? The best 1v1 player in the world. Is it enough? No, it's not. North America's new top team. So solid. And then when how am I didn't take damage. That's not my fault. Wait, they're playing the set. Okay. Why is this happening twice in a row? Why is this happening twice in a row? Okay, Wess and Vem. No, yeah, sorry, Wess and Vem. One of the best teams in South America. One of the best teams in the world. Up against Lores and Zen, 2 world champions that just teamed for this event. So Zen won worlds with Godly, and Lores won worlds with Kaina, and now they're playing together for the first time. So we'll see if they can handle the double Priya, the double Chakram. They have yet to drop a game this entire tournament. This is now winners finals. This is the first set of this entire. Oh my god! Okay, Lores is like the best stock tank in the world, and he just. Okay, well now you're starting to see. I think when Priya released, a lot of people were in my comments saying I think a Chakram is like really bad. It's like the worst of the new weapons. It's clunky. It doesn't work really well. I think the pro players have a little bit of a disagreement here. Okay, I didn't even get to finish my preamble before this game started slipping. Now, something to know, I don't think Zen and Lores are out of this game yet. You can actually even see they're fighting back very well. Lores just won Worlds, Zen won last year. Zen's out. Zen's those last. But you know what? It's actually so much closer than you would think. It's like I'm saying. Wess is down, Vem's about to fall. Here is the thing. Here's the thing. Priya is new, Chakram is insanely good, but she's a newer character. You don't have the depth of experience that Lores on Kaya does, that Zen on Rayman does. And that might come into play as the tournament goes on, as people start to adapt and get better and better. Wess almost down. This game one is a heater already. We saw a Gimp at 0. Vem clutch side 6. Zen has to clean it up. Zen has to clean this one up. Oh, this is where it's cooked. This is where you don't know what to do because you've never played a 2v1 against 2 chakrams before, like ever. Oh, he's gone. He expected them to go further down below, which is why he didn't go right to the wall. You would think like, oh, if you're look at how low the damage numbers were for that whole game. That just means they were getting KOs so early. It's so much to commentate here, but basically, he was anticipating them to go lower so he could get a chase dodge because pro players are so good that if you just recover to the wall, you're probably going to be dead. So he went for the level 2 read, didn't get it. It is what it is. Crazy game one. Yeah, this is some crazy stuff. The first LAN of 2025 and the first weapon of 2025, the first weapon in 2 years actually, is going crazy. Wess and Vem, they did very well at BCX, did not take the crown. And there's 2 players here that have. Is the clutch, the top player difference, gonna come into play? Is the new players, or the new character, I can't even say it, the new character gonna make a difference? Are they like a new team now that they're on this duo? Vem is a Rayman player for a very long time, so he's very familiar with what Zen's gonna want to do. But right now, red team is actually the ones in command. Well, I say that and then they're gone. Lores' spear off stage is going to be very interesting to watch because it's you don't think typically of spear as a weapon that's really aggressive off stage, but then Lores' edge guards are just so pinpoint accurate that it's really great against a new weapon. We'll see. We'll see if it's the same. Oh my lord. This is craziness. Like, the movement that we're seeing from these chakrams, half of this game is in the air. and the fact that they can hover so much. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. But I'm glad that everything that I said about this weapon has been recorded and it's just being proven true. And I feel like I'm being really humble every time I bring this up and I'm not making it about me. But here's the thing, people are like, I'm glad you didn't enter this tournament on your Gruagok because who knows what would have happened. Let me tell you, it would have been crazier than what you're seeing right now, so we just have to be thankful. We have many things to be thankful about, and an ode to Gruagok that gets 6-stocked is one of them. So, Wess and Vem taking back control over the game. The first stock looked like red team found their momentum, but quickly has slipped away. Sword has gotten nerfed quite a bit, but we're not seeing very much sword, so it's okay. Zen and Lores having to adapt on the fly. I'm sure they did not have the caliber of practice against this team that Wess and Vem are executing right now. I'm a big Wess and Vem fan. In fact, I'm a big South America fan in general, based on how much I've been talking about Lores. So let me give Zen some props here for holding down the fort and being in control of his own game plan, especially on a slower weapon like Axe, while all of this is going on. That is not easy by any means. Huge momentum shift potential right there. They were both in the air, both a little bit out of position to get a full team combo, but even so, all that damage on Priya is important. Priya is not a high defense legend, so getting that is big. Zen looking for a side sig to maybe take the stock on Wess early. Also, when you're playing against a team like this, it's hard to know who's who. Like, you don't know who's the more damaged one. You don't really want to look at the top right where it's more guaranteed. And you can look at their head icons, but it's a little hard to tell. Zen and Lores finding the KOs on the one that's more damaged, which is important. That probably wouldn't have KO'd. Zen just didn't know. He just didn't know where it was gonna end up. It's a new sig. It's a new sig. He didn't know. He didn't want to punish. He might be dead. Oh my god. That got nerfed if I'm not mistaken. That move. That's game 2. Last stock red for both of them. 708 damage. Holy. I talked about how damage isn't everything, but sometimes damage can tell you a lot. You know what though? Everyone had the chance to play double chakram, and they're the only ones doing it. So, honestly, I don't think it's on them. You know what I mean? I wouldn't say it's Mickey. Zen, you know what is, Mickey? Zen accidentally hitting the emote in the middle of in the middle of winners finals. Oh my god. What is happening this set? This is the most scattered my commentary has been all day too. Can you even call it commentary? Oh my lord. Wars and Zen finding their footing for sure. That's the first game, by the way, that Wess and Vem have lost all tournament. Here's something interesting about the psychology of when you're competing. If you've been dominating all day, like for example getting all the way— oh my god, Vem, what a dodge! Oh, that was genius. Wess was not in position to save, but really great there. Yeah, I lost my train of thought. If you've been winning all day and then suddenly you lose, it can be a blow. It can definitely be a blow. And being able to bounce back from that and think, okay, now we really need to lock in. Maybe we've been coasting, maybe we've had some clutch plays, but it always works out. That thought starts to slip away in your mind a little bit. So you have to really get your composure back, is what I would say. Zen and Lores, talking about composure, they've been doing incredible. Zen's still alive off that recovery, but yeah, the second dare into recovery is going to take it. If you don't have a dodge against Chakram, it is— oh my god! Even if you have a dodge! Did you see how Vem just tracked his movement there, perfectly positioned to combo off? Wess not even dead there? Oh my god. Red team was in control of this game. They still are. They still are. But it could slip at any moment. It could slip at any moment. This has happened twice now. Twice on Miami Dome, if I'm not mistaken, too. Oh my god. I mean, that was just beautiful positioning, too, from Vem. But like I said, the red team's in control of this game. The two players that are dedicated the most to their legends end up on top here, which is pretty sweet to see. Now, I would love to see a game 5 and the adaptation come out from these Chakrams, because they haven't lost a game all day, which means they haven't been forced to adapt to a loss all day. I would love to see a set where they lose twice, and Vem is trying to make it happen, but Zen on the other side of the screen is making magic happen. So Lores, you just gotta live here. Don't fall for any crazy Chakram shenanigans. Vem is going for it all. Oh my god, he's just blocking off all the routes. Lores has not touched the proper stage and gotten into the center in so long. Oh my god, and he tries to interrupt it. They just don't know what to do. This is just unfamiliarity. Look at them. Look at them flail around. It's almost like in this 1v2, it's more uncontained, because Vem is getting away with so much. And Lores and Zen are uncharacteristically, I would say, missing some of their movement where they can be in position to punish, because they don't know where to stand. Nobody does. This is the first time this weapon has been in a tournament of this scale before. I mean, this is crazy. This is craziness. Vem, this should be it. Yeah. Lost the Chakram. Zen and Lores capitalized on the unarmed player. 290 damage on Wess. Damn. Alright. Back to Miami Dome. I'm just glad I'm not seeing Fortress of Lions. I don't even know what to say. Zen and Wess off to such a good start though. Oh my god. Taking advantage of this I don't even know. Like unset position. I don't know what you would call that from the blue team, but it feels like Chakram can get their position in places where other weapons can't, and this is what teams are struggling to adapt to. They are really comfortable above you, which is typically not what you want to be. Like if you think about how many weapons, blasters, sword, greatsword, spear, axe are so good at juggling, they build up so much damage when you're forced to fall onto them. Chakram, that's where they love to be. That's where they prefer to be. So, very interesting. Oh, there is that split side air KO, and we can see how little of the fused version is being played here. It's very fascinating. It's almost all split. You think of this one as the one that doesn't KO, but it's just so fast. It's able to get all these strings, and at this level, that's what matters more. Alright, Zen getting the KO on Lores there, but it's so worth because Wess down to his last stock, and kind of what I was saying at the start of this set, where it's the players where they have so much faith in their own characters, they're not swapping. They're not swapping to Priya. It's not like Acno at the end of that set. They went down and it looked bad. They looked like they didn't understand what was happening, and they stuck to it. They're like, we lost because we got gimped. But if we play well, we play our neutral, we're better. And that is kind of what you have to believe. If things are going crazy, if it is Mickey, you can't think that way. As a competitor, you can't think that way, because that's the moment you lose. And Zen and Lorez are locked in. They're like, the problem was us. It's not the game. You can think that after. But in the moment, they're like, the problem's us. And they've adapted so well. West down to red on his last stock of winner's bracket. There's that. Talk about Mickey again. Chakram down there sending up. not the split one, by the way. The fuse one on the way up of the path. I think it's a nice mechanic. It is so funny when it hits, though. They gotta survive. Vem, who went insane, has kind of been neutered this game. And Wes, who is normally an incredible stock tank, is struggling to find his footing. All players down to 1 stock, but blue team, kill percent. Anything kills. Any sig kills. A down air from the bow. A recovery from the axe. A side air from the axe. Oh my god. These 2 recoveries are like the 2 moves that wouldn't. Right as I say it, there's the down sig. And this is looking like curtains. 1 more good connection on that bow is gonna do it. Oh, Laura's going for something there. Not knowing the proper movement of the Priya signature, but it's the 2 BCX champions that do what nobody else could, getting infinitely more wins than anybody else against this team in the entire tournament. Okay. Sorry. I had a crazy build, though. I mean, that's just a crazy build. Marckiemoo and Futurebubble up against Raydish and BalloonBoy, 2 North American teams. Someone's already dead. I mean, okay, honestly, let's be real. Let's be real. Switching in the middle of a stock is basically what the BRAWLHALLA stream does half the time anyway. So I'm fine. We saw both of these teams kind of dominate in their sets. So seeing the winner of these is gonna be nice. These are North America's last purely North American hope teams. But Zen is, of course, an NA pro sitting in grand finals now. This is for 4th place in the tournament. Marckiemoo, Futurebubble. We saw Kaya in the last set. A very different Kaya. Futurebubble has been a really, really great stock tank and just controlling space. You can see, last one to die there. While Marckiemoo has been going more aggressive, higher risk, but higher reward. And it is kind of a classic 2v2 team comp, where one person is holding down the fort, which allows the other person to go crazy and make those higher risk plays that put you in position to win. But right now, they're just locking Marckiemoo out and dealing all this damage on Futurebubble on the left side of the screen. That was fantastic play from the red team. Doing it like pros do, and they basically fought their way back to make this game even. It was looking bad at the start, but now it's even again. And again, this is what I've been saying this whole time. Pros, they're so good they can make an unwinnable situation look guaranteed. Raydish, we'll see if he lands. Now, these 4 players have played against each other before. Now, not necessarily in these team combinations, but Marky and BalloonBoy were the finals of the most recent big tournament, if I'm not mistaken. And Raydish is right up there with them. Futurebubble, I mentioned in the last set that Bubble played, is not known for 1v1. But nonetheless, clutched out 2 1v1 moments. It might have even been 2v1 moments. So, that was, that's pretty crazy. Everyone say goodbye to Goku in chat, saying he must retrieve his son. Hopefully the sun is on, I don't even know, on some King Kai planet. I was trying to think of what it was called, I realized it doesn't have a name. Blue team hoping to fight their way back here. And it's actually looking like they're in the lead. I looked away for a second at chat, and the game is slipping away from me. I lose focus, and it's all gone. Marckiemoo, dead, gone. That weapon toss actually interrupted Futurebubble's ability to save, and I think it was a weapon toss to like hope to stay alive. It's just panicking, but that was actually a mistake, a rare mistake, I would say, offstage from Marckiemoo, leaving Futurebubble in another one of these 1v2s, I think in a very different situation than the last ones, to be fair. Having to get a lot more individual hits. Oh my god, battle boots in these 2v1s. Did you see? Raydish with the chase dodge forward, sending in the opposite direction to get a team combo. and just cleaning it up. Oh my god, Raydish there. At the end of that game, Raydish turned up. All right. For some reason, I guess it's North America. The common denominator here is North America just being in love with Small Fortress Alliance. I don't know. I don't know what's up. What's up with us? Is it broken brain? Is it all the cheeseburgers frying our neurons? You know what it is? Maybe the mountain looks like someone eating a cheeseburger. Oh god. If I see this map one more time, I'm gonna crash out. I think I'm already crashing out a little bit. Raydish. Oh my god, the Raydish has been making plays the past like 4 minutes of gameplay. Which typically is 2 stocks for him, so makes sense. Yeah, okay, so Marckiemoo swapping over to the Mordex is a big deal because we saw him get 3rd place at BCX with Onyx. That means, like, okay, something was off that last game, and we saw it in the damage numbers. He was actually the lowest when typically he's the highest. Futurebubble out-damaging Marckiemoo, which is not what you want to see in the way that they're playing usually. You want Futurebubble to hold down the fort, like I was saying. Oh, great combo there. All the active frames on Raydish's N-Sig. That's just, the timing there was great. Yeah, Marckiemoo having to find his footing. Uncharacteristically uncomfortable from the looks of it. Red team is shutting him down, and maybe they're the best team positioned to shut him down. These North American players will be the most familiar with his high-octane style. Now his Mordex is quite the threat. It's actually on the Fenrir skin too, which, I mean, that's just +2 to intimidation, but losing his stock early! Great snipe from BalloonBoy. Futurebubble picking it up though, that is such a critical KO. Oh, words cannot overstate it. That was so big. That, I mean, that could just turn around the set right there. If they end up winning the set, it started there. Because Kaya does not KO early, it was from a disadvantageous position. Yeah, that was huge. Marckiemoo down to the orange on his last stock. Even with that play, it might not be enough. They gotta target BalloonBoy, and they gotta keep Marckiemoo alive, but it's not happening. Oh my god, this scene that I am witnessing, it's straight out of a movie. This is a team that has been formed through abandonment, perhaps some rage. Beautiful combo. The way they evaded each other, they kept the hitboxes outside of each other's range. I mean, that's got to be practice. That's got to be a practice combo right there. It's not the easiest to hit when you have hitboxes that move you around, or you have attacks that move around your hitbox too. I mean, that was great. That was great. You got me tripping over my words, which, to be fair, does not take a lot, but that was beautiful. That was great. Demon Island. Okay, thank God. Thank God. They were gonna put me on Demon Time. Marckiemoo is now on Ulgrim. 3 character swaps, or 3 characters, I should say, in a set is usually not a good sign, and I would say it's cooked for anyone except for him. He has proven his ability. Pre-patch that kills. Pre-patch that kills. Ulgrim received some pretty hardy nerfs in the most recent patch for reasons just like that. They said, we gotta nerf him in 2v2. He's too strong in 2v2. So they tuned down the force of his SIGs, and that's exactly why, because if that KO'd, that would have been straight robbery. But you know what? It's proven. It's proven to be good. Oh my god, did you see that? BalloonBoy capitalizing on a misplaced spear dare perfectly. Alright, Marckiemoo's lance. This is something that I have not witnessed. I suppose I haven't his axe either, but honestly, if you're Bubble, you gotta be locked in, because it's not easy to play with a teammate who then swaps. If it's something that you've played together a lot, maybe in rank together, then it's one thing, but in tournament, you know, if you haven't experienced it before, it can be rough. Like, getting hit by a side sig right there. Probably did not expect that on Onyx, you know what I'm saying? But so far, it's going pretty well. And Bubble is holding on to this stock like the tank he is. And Marckiemoo is allowed to run around and go crazy. And you know what? Part of the reason why I think that that Marckiemoo swapping is more fine for him than other players is that his playstyle is so explosive.
got the double. Go ahead and got the double.
So I didn't see it all because the graphic on the screen was covering it, but did he just jump off stage and die? Anyway, exactly like I'm saying, he has a very explosive playstyle, and he knows what he's gonna do. More than you know what he's gonna do. I mean, he may be a field-based player, but even so, you know, you're the one that has to react to it. So when he's on something different, you have to adapt really quickly. And I think that's a lot different than someone who's more slow and methodical switching characters, but too little too late. Too little too late, perhaps. That is definitely worth it. Even though it got the KO, it's definitely worth it if they can clean up Marckiemoo soon. Now, if they can't, that's real bad. Raydish is on his last stock. We'll see if that ends up being a mistake. Marckiemoo potentially on his final stock of the tournament. Futurebubble goes down. BalloonBoy trying to find this nair. Marckiemoo knows it. Raydish finds it with the movement. Oh my god. This was blue team's game to lose, and it looks like they might lose it. We saw the potential of the team combos. One hit, it could be a touch of death. Futurebubble has to be so careful. Look at how Raydish is just playing behind BalloonBoy. BalloonBoy's engagements are so good. This is just, yeah. I mean, Futurebubble is playing really well, but the red team is being so careful. Suddenly, though, the engagements that were looking so pristine from BalloonBoy, perhaps feeling a little bit of the pressure. Oh, that could be it. That's all they need. They need one hit, and oh my god, this. Wait, that's Kaya living. It's the stock, though. It's the stock, though. Yeah. Players of this caliber do not drop that. That Ensig into Ensig, is that what it is so good with these legends. That's like a perfect duo. I was talking all about these engagements. They could find their place on the proposal. Marky kind of tossed that game away, but to be fair, he's also the one that enabled them to be in that position in the first place. That was something happened. Something happened, and I don't know what it was. Marky was off his game that whole set. That's what it felt like. Out at fourth, nothing to be ashamed of. BalloonBoy and Raydish doing phenomenal. A 3-0. It didn't really feel like a 3-0, but it was. I'm trying to stream more. I get really anxious about it though. BRAWLHALLA is live once again, which I was prepared for this time. I just wanted to give you guys a chance because, you know, sometimes the BRAWLHALLA stream is behind and they don't have graphics yet. I felt bad for them, so I was late on purpose. We got the double Chakram team up against BalloonBoy and Raydish. Now let's just double check here to make sure. What happened to my screen? This is losers finals. This is for third place. So we're in top 3 right away. Now, this team of Wess and V3M has been making waves on the chitter-chatter of social media and the Twitch chat about how this team is broken and Double Priya is crazy, but we saw Lorez and Zen able to contain them. So, maybe they're not the only ones. It's not looking like it so far though in game 1, but game 1 is always early. We've seen a lot of reversals within game 1. V3M almost getting a gimp off the top there. That could have been, that could have been crazy. This is what I was saying if you weren't here earlier. Chakram loves being above you, which is unlike every other weapon in the game, where they don't want to be juggled. But Chakram can benefit big time from it. Yeah, actually got jump scared by that. Looking like Repo out here. Oh, and V3M is looking like a Reaper, taking out that stock. His name is Grim. That doesn't make sense. I was playing Hades. I was thinking about Charon. That's why that came into my head. But it's actually an even game now. Because right after I said that, he got killed. I shouldn't say anything. I shouldn't speak. BalloonBoy and Raydish coming off hot. They got momentum from the previous set. Now, if they end up taking this one, that would be such a crazy storyline. Because they would have to win not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 sets back to back to take the tournament. Of course, they get like a, 5-minute break in between, but that's not a lot. Wess and V3M, they just lost. So it's quite the opposite scenario. In fact, they just lost their first game of the tournament, and it turned out to be the first set of the tournament. Oh my god, yeah, I was about to say, don't go up there. Don't go up there, Raydish. We've seen V3M gimp so many people off the top. I mean, it's just expected at this point. You just see them, you just see them fighting at the top. You're like, someone's gonna come out. They're playing DBZ. One of them's the main character, and it's the one with Chakram. It looked like Red Team had a pretty good grasp on what to do, but maybe it was just that they had momentum and they were finding some hits, because as the game goes on further and further, they're getting hit by random wild hit after random wild hit. Not that the blue team is only throwing those out, but I think they're not having to... Oh my god, what a save! What a save from them! That's actually unbelievable. That is unbelievable. That is such a hard sig to save for. That's the game. They can't lose the game after that. Yep, that's it. Oh my god. That might be the best play I've seen in the entire tournament. See, here's the thing. People are saying that they're getting carried by Chakram. I think they're getting boosted up by Chakram. But I don't think we can take away any of their laurels because, of course, not only can every other team lock it in, but they're the best players playing it right now. And we just saw that from them. We know they're world-class players already, of course, from their many international performances, but that small moment feels like such a microcosm of this team. They're just so solid at what you need to be good at 2v2. And apparently another one of those things is just playing Small Fortress of Lions. Kill me. In real life. In a game. In a video game.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Game number 2. Raydish and BalloonBoy have to find their footing. Maybe the answer is the boots. Maybe it's new weapon against newer weapon. BalloonBoy doesn't have either of those. Perhaps it's the spacing on the bow. Perhaps a weapon that is traditionally very good in the air like bow. That's what you need against the Chakram. We'll see what it is. It is remarkable how often we see double Chakram on the screen. If you've ever played 2v2 and you're not getting the weapon you want, you know it's hell to try and get it back. But Wess and Vem seem to just find their footing every single time. It's just a testament to their movement. Double KO there. Wess finding the early one on Raydish. He's the last one alive, which is typically how it goes with this team. I need some water. Because I don't know what I'm looking at. I'm speaking words coming out of my mouth faster than they've ever before. Them getting socks faster than ever before. That was nair, and it killed. I mean, how does that happen? How does that happen so many times? That's not easy to do. Oh my god, and the pickup. Oh, what is happening? We're actually playing Dragon Ball. Oh my god. Playing Dragon Ball Sparking 2v2. What is happening? If you are the red team, you cannot let it get to you. You have to stay contained. You have to stay composed. I mean, basically the commentary that I was given in the last set with Lores and Zen is the mentality you have to have. In the moment, you can't think, that was dumb, that was stupid, I can't believe I got gimped, oh my god, this is so crazy, they're able to do anything they want. You have to be in it. Oh my god, BalloonBoy going for the cheese in the corner, and it got cheesed back! Holy...
388 damage.
That's what is happening in my game? I'm surprised that other teams haven't gone double Chakram, yeah. But it means like they're not practiced in it. They're not confident in it. Oh, please give me Mos Eisley. If someone leaves Fortress Lions open right now, ban Fortress Lions. Ban Fortress Lions. BalloonBoy, ban Fortress Lions.
Just trying to think.
And they backed out. Oh, it was the first ban. Give me Mos Eisley. It's gonna be Miami Dome. Yeah, obviously. This platform map has been so good for the Chakram. You can see they just hover on it. They can reset their jumps on it. They can get higher on it, which means the vertical KOs happen even earlier. Yeah. Is it so wrong just to want Mos Eisley? You know what? It's actually very smart to leave that open because it has such a high ceiling that the Chakram are going to KO way later. But of course, I don't think blue team's ever going to pick it for that exact reason. Look at Wess and Vem just preparing for the Sky Games right as the match starts. 2-0 in favor of the Priya team. Oh man. You gotta get your composure back. Look at how they're playing. Their formations are different than any other team you've seen before. Raydish trying to get a counter gimp off the top. BalloonBoy as well. But didn't commit to it. Why? Because they got gimped earlier. It's the fear. It's the fear in the hearts. And look at how they're covering the dodges. Now this is something that happens a lot in even just standard normal platinum gold Brawlhalla play where you dodge and then you instantly try to attack again because you're flustered. And this is what these Chakram players are punishing so well. Oh my god, the combo into the down stick. They're just playing friendly twos. They're just mashing and they're able to get away with it. Why?
They are melting Raydish this game.
Because they're positioning as a team. What just happened? Did they just give up?
Six stock
What?
to finish off the
What happened to BalloonBoy?
No, there's no way. No, surely.
Oh my god, I'm just confused. I'm just confused. I was saying the way that they are positioning is unlike anything you've seen in a team before. Oh my god, the double hit there. BalloonBoy down to his last stock, just going for a gimp, going for everything and anything that he possibly can. Did you see that GC side? Like, they're just trolling. This is losers finals top 3. They're just trolling. They're actually just trolling. Oh my god. Wes, I think, is trying to go for the drop. If you don't know, sometimes when you recovery on the Chakram, the fuse version, it drops and spikes down below. I think that's what he was going for the whole time, because what else was he doing? I mean, I guess he could send up to Ven to combo, but just goofy DI. I can't even finish my statement. The way they were positioning was 1 below and 1 on top, which you can do on Miami Dome. I think this was a mistake to leave this map open. And you've never seen that before. I mean, did you see how they were just shaking their head? They were like, I'm not playing BRAWLHALLA right now.
We still have ones.
But look, Lores and Zen did it. The question is, can they do it again? That's what we're all waiting to see. That was so goofy. Oh my god. Literally, one was on top and one was below, and they were hitting both players every time they attacked. It was like perfect. It was like perfect. My voice is almost gone. I'm gonna get some water. I'll be quick. I'll be quick. I'm filling my water. I'm filling my water. Wait, I'm filling my water. Don't start the game yet. Don't wait for me. Wait for me.
3, 2, 1, brawling. Remix, let us know. We're gonna drop it.
Okay, I got my water. If I see Fortress of the Lions, I'm quitting. Okay. Well, never mind then. Why even bother? If every game's the same. Every game's the same. It's the same thing.
What's it gonna be?
Oh my god. Alright. We got a rematch here of winners finals. I like how they stopped calling things losers finals. Like, look at Wes and Vem's name on this. Okay, you can look at their name on the screen because their characters aren't there. It says E next to their name instead of L. Like, I feel like that makes it more confusing. It's supposed to say L to indicate they're in losers bracket, because if you're unfamiliar with how tournaments work, you have 2 chances. Everyone has to lose twice. Zen and Lores have yet to lose, which means they have an additional life. Wes and Vem have to win 2 sets, whereas Zen and Lores have to win 1. And the reason being, Lores and Zen already beat Wes and Vem earlier in the set, or earlier in the tournament, I should say. They were the only ones to stop the brutal double chakram that we saw earlier. Just now, actually. Because I definitely didn't do anything in between. I definitely did not play Hades. I definitely didn't get distracted. I definitely didn't drink water. Zen. Oh my god, I was about to say Zen has been playing phenomenal. Yeah, they changed it to E for elimination, but I feel like that's more confusing. To see like an E next to someone's name. I feel like L is pretty clear what that means. Like loser. E is a little funny. E. You know what I'm saying? Wait, can I pull this one out? E. Okay, it didn't even work. I got this thing from the dollar store. Why would I think it was gonna work? Anyway, I was saying they were the only team that was able to shut down this double chakram. But game 1 looking a little shaky. It was looking really good when Zen was cooking, but now it's a little bit shaky. Red team this time is the chakram team. If I'm not mistaken, they were blue last time. And kind of blending into the map, just like Lores and Zen were earlier. Everyone's got an advantage when you play Small Fortress Alliance at some point. I feel like they should enable yellow team for this one, but alas. Vem fighting back. 2v1 here. 2 stocks left. I just heard someone scream and it freaked me out outside of my door. I'm gonna quiet down. I'm gonna quiet down. I hope that didn't transmit through the mic. Someone just screamed. It sounded like they were dying. Okay. So Lores and Zen are actually doing pretty good, and Zen was going crazy with his movement, his ability to stay composed, I would say. And that composure is also what enabled him to win a world championship. It is what enabled Lores to win as well. Yes, we got 2 separate world champions on one team. That shouldn't be fair, but people are saying double chakram isn't fair either, so, you know, pick your poison here. We may have witnessed a murder. I might be called into questioning. Look, I was here the whole time. I was here the whole time. You guys heard the scream? Okay. I'm scared. Alright, game 1 going in the favor of our world champions. You know, this is supposed to be the most hype set, but I'm the most scared. I need to breathe. My chest is heavy right now. I'm being like honest with you. I'm peeling back the curtain. My chest feels heavy. I have anxiety. Oh my god, it's a new map. It's a new map. New map, new me. Here we go. Finally, I don't even know what it's called. Small Terminus. It's got the trash can on it. I just think of it as the trash map. Not because of its 3D corners that are awkward and weird and drop things a lot, but because it's got visual aspects that I knew it. I saw that 10 seconds before it happened. The moment Loris was getting hit up by Vem, the stock was over. I feel like Loris has been on the receiving end of that more than anyone else. That was that was insane. Oh my god, the sun just went down. It got blocked by a cloud. My room just went dark. What is happening? I'm scared. I'm scared. Why? Can I just watch Brawlhalla, please? Why does real life have to come into this? Alright, Vem with an explosive start. Zen is still holding on to his first stock, as is Vem. Vem has been, I think, probably the best Chakram player we've seen. Wess is up there, but Vem has been the most explosive one for sure, getting these down airs where it matters most. Laura is down potentially to his last stock if he can't find his footing, which he can't. How are you supposed to find footing in the air against an aerial specialized weapon? Zen with some clean platform movement to stall out the respawn on Lores, but maybe respawning is not what you want. Finally, getting that neutral air. That is something that you love to see. The reversal, that is huge. Big damage on West. Okay, this could be a big turnaround. The blue team, they may have found their moment. The moment of magic. Lores has to live. He has to tank. He's good at it. One of the best in the world at it, in fact. He has to show it now. He has to show it now. That reversal nair. Bow is a great weapon to do it. Oh, an early jump from Lores, and Vem is ready. Vem in game 2. Oh my god. Vem in game 2. Game 2 Vem looking like game 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Sandstorm. If I can be unbiased for a second. Holy. That double dare was, I mean, it looks basic, but the read on the timing there from Lores was great, because Lores is not the type of player to panic off stage at all. Zen looking for something. Does not have the ability with Bow to reverse from in place, which is... Oh my god, almost getting the DI read too. That was crazy. Zen DIing down there and actually almost got sent into the third Chakram Ensig because of it. That's the stock. I mean, I've been talking about Priya for a while, and I feel like I haven't been talking about her enough. Still, somehow. That was crazy. Vem's spamming there and it looks amazing. Yeah, I mean, Vem's timing has been phenomenal. Because, look, these players are so good. They lost to Lores and Zen earlier. I keep instinctually trying to say Lores and Lores and Zen earlier. And yet, when they're on fire, it looks like they're able to get away with everything. So, I think it's a combination of weapons being crazy and players being out of this world. What we're witnessing right now. Game 2, I mean, this is exactly what you want to see, a back and forth seesaw set in grand finals. Now, this is a very different map. A completely flapped... Oh, Zen's out of jumps! Well, how did he get saved there? How did he get saved there? Someone replay that one back. Someone replay that. That was insane. Zen was dead. Or, like, close to it. And I don't know what happened there. But somehow he found his way back. There's no platforms here. No way to reset your jumps by just daring on a platform, which is part of how Wess and Vem have been so hard to catch. Of course, they still can reset all their jumps by daring on the ground, but that's a little bit more predictable than it is the mix-up of Chakram. Do you go through the platform down onto the ground? Oh yeah, I can lower this a little bit. Sorry, it's higher than it normally was before. You can go through the platform, you can land on the platform, you can do all sorts of things. So, this is definitely going to be a shakeup in game number 3 here, which is exactly what the blue team wants, because that game 2 was just destruction. And by the end, Wess and Vem were just having fun. You don't want your opponent to be just having fun in these big tournaments. What a dodge from Lores. That was so good, but Vem still finding it. Lores adjusting his seat, getting into the gamer stance. He's gunching forward ever so slightly, an angle change of 2.2 degrees. Sometimes that 2.2% difference is all you need, though. Especially at this top level. It's a game of minutia, really. Lores, oh my god, I was mentioning it earlier, these spear dares off stage, and I was saying, he's so precise, but against a new weapon, is he going to be able to do it? And exactly what I mentioned. It was just ever so slightly off. Delay on the recovery, didn't get the early stock, And now blue has, their lead isn't as big as it could have been. But nonetheless, a lead is a lead, and Zen, I haven't even mentioned his name once this entire game, has been holding on, getting some really key damage, while Lores has been cooking on his side of the map. We'll see. Wes is on the sword now. Lost his dodge. Big damage. Losing your dodge there? Real dangerous. He's down to his last stock. This is Vem holding on this time. Which actually, I would say throughout this entire tournament has been the case, which is rare for this team. Lores, amazing awareness, jumping twice quickly to escape that recovery. Zen going huge, and this was such a great stock from the blue team. Even if they get knocked out here, it does not matter. Nearly to the degree that it would in a more high-tense, high-pressure scenario. The fact that neither of them lost their stocks until the 2v1 is a testament to their movement. Their ability to just game! Okay, Laura's maybe taking a book from Mounir's book. Taking a book from Mounir's book? I don't know, a page. Book is page in Portuguese. That was crazy. That was crazy. If you're wondering how to play against double Chakram, I mean, study this set. Lores and Zen making them look like they don't know how to play the weapon. Wes and Vem. The upside of a new weapon is nobody knows how to play against it, and it's probably a little bit broken. The downside is that you might not be a master when things get tough. Lores and Zen trying to show the mastery is lacking. Okay, a small map this time. Game number 4. Potentially the tournament point. Lores and Zen take this. They are the first LAN champions of 2025. BCX champ 2023, BCX champ 2024. Can they do it? Or will Wes and Vem with the brand new weapons claim their biggest title of their career? Max Mode 2025. We'll see. We'll see. This map is going to be interesting. Chakram are going to KO off the top way earlier, but perhaps they're going to be less comfortable given that they have much less actual stage to work with. Maybe a team like Lores and Zen, who have played these weapons for years, have reached the pinnacle, will be more comfortable on a smaller map. It appears, though, that red team is the one that feels better. Perhaps the chaos of their moves are more effective. Instant back-to-back trade from both players here. Vem is less damage of the two between Lores and him, but one moment could change that. Resetting his jumps right there, Vem is able to still go sky high immediately after. That down air on the Chakram is proving to be so effective. Down air recovery, really the moves of the tournament. But maybe Zen's down air. Maybe Zen's side air. Maybe Zen's side light. Oh my god, like look at him just chase. It's no fear. Holy. Within moments, this team of champs, this unconventional team, never played together before. On this type of stage, they are running away with it. Look at Vem. Look at his HP bar. He just spawned in. Looking like the... I don't even know. It's looking brutal. It is looking brutal. They gotta find this KO sometime soon. If Lores had the room to fast fall there, he could have gotten the reversal right there. It would have been the KO. Zen finally dodging out of that string. They're trying to get the recoveries off the top, but they're eating damage during it. Both players on the blue team are in the red. Vem has to hold on to this second stock to mount additional pressure, but Lores doesn't want to let him. Zen doesn't want to let him. Wes, again, one stock red while all the other players are on their second stock. This is so unusual. But it's the new legend. It's gotta be. It's gotta be. Now they could turn this around if they find their knockouts right here and now. No, Vem is the one to go down. Wes in the orange. Oh, both players going deep, but a weapon toss off the screen. I didn't see it. I didn't see it because the camera. But it's Lores died. He went for the weapon toss. He went for the downer. Lores was dead. Vem is changing Lores' color like the Wizard of Oz. They went into Technicolor. Oh my God, Vem can do it. He can definitely do it. We've seen early KOs before. The Chakram recovery dropped. The Chakram recovery dropped. It's like the first time I've seen it in such a critical moment. Oh my God, that's brutal. Lores is just waiting for him to land. He knows he has to eventually. Interrupting there. Oh, double weapon toss. That's almost it. No dodge. No dodge here. Lores does it. Lores and Zen. Oh my God. What a final game. That was insane. That was so good. The two champs, South America, North America, coming together to become the best in the world. My prediction, I think Vem is a dark horse to take the whole thing. I really want to see Marckiemoo. Very excited. I am in general a very big South American fan, so I kind of want South America to take it. Here we go. Let's go full screen here. This is Max Mode 2025, the first LAN of the year. We're in the singles portion now. This is Finals Sunday. This first match is Lores against BalloonBoy. The graphic is going to pop up on screen. There it is. And if you don't know, if you look at the bottom of your screen, it says round robin. And that's because the way this works is there are 8 finalists that have qualified from one means or another. Either they were in the very, very top of their region during the online championship, or 2 players qualified from this actual in-person LAN event. Those 2 players were Sandstorm and Vem, but neither of those 2 are on the screen right now. We got BalloonBoy and Lores, Vivi and Dusk. 2 characters actually in my most recent video that I talked about. We're gonna see more of them. Well, here it is. 2 of the best players in the entire world playing Vivi, playing Dusk. If you haven't seen these players before, I'll give you a little bit of a preamble. Lores, one of the most accomplished 2v2 and 1v1 players in Brazil. Although if you've only ever watched North American tournaments, you probably know him best from 2v2, particularly that Kaya. His spear, insane. BCX champion, just won doubles in this very tournament. And BalloonBoy is one of the best players in North America. We can see PR number 3, 3rd place, 3rd power ranked, known first for Blasters. Then Blasters were not in the best state and swapped over to the Zariel and did very well on the Zariel too. Now that Blasters, if you're not aware, are in a very, very good place. Sidelight Sayer being a true combo now changes the entire weapon. BalloonBoy back on the Blasters. Vivi, very underrated character. Dusk, very underrated character. Excited to see how this how this pans out over the span of this set. So with all that out of the way, let's actually get into commentating this match. It is dead even. BalloonBoy just eking out with that sidelight this air. This is what I'm talking about. That thing is crazy. That was a KO combo. Lores spear, something that I think really makes it special is the offensive offstage play. You don't really think about spear as an aggressive edge guarding tool. Lores will change your mind on that. Last stock, fully even here. High octane play. We see a lot of dash movement, a lot of really aggressive trying to get into each other's space. BalloonBoy with some early damage here. This is a huge lead. Sidelight Sayer will put Lores into the red. There it is, exactly as I call it, and that's game 1. All right, game number 2. BalloonBoy watched my video pulling out the Vivi. Yeah, I'm sure actually that's exactly what happened for every player here. So yeah, it's just sort of when you have this much power over the scene, you can decide and dictate things however you want. BalloonBoy, sorry as I'm tripping up over my words a little bit, I was gonna say, have not seen much of these battle boots out of BalloonBoy. So I'm excited. We've already seen like 8 down sigs, and down sig, we're probably gonna see more. We're probably going to see more. That move is a little bit redonkulous. Lores' spear, really, really accurate in the moves he's using, but seeming like he's a little bit off right now. Now, for those of you that are just tuning in, this stream is starting a little bit late into the actual Brawlhalla broadcast. The reason for that is just I didn't want to stream every single one of these round robin matches. How many matches are in an 8-player round robin? What is that, 8 factorial? No, I don't think so. It's a lot less than that. Either way, some crazy things have been happening. Sandstorm is like 0-3 after 2 last hit game 5s, which is really tragic. Lores getting that spear side sig, the exact move I also talked about in that video. I feel good. You know what? I'm just justified. I'm actually just justified here. BalloonBoy getting, what was that, an unarmed end sig? I didn't even see. I looked over at chat. This is the worst commentary of all time. But some of the best gameplay in Brawlhalla history, if not the best. 2025 has been pretty crazy. The year last year ended off with BCX 2024 easily the highest level we've seen, and it seems like players have been keeping up the practice. Sidelight Sair. How many Sidelight Sairs in a set can we see? That is tragic. That is tragic. I'm getting news from Yes No Yes 34 in chat that Sandstorm is 0-4. I feel like that's just fake. That's actually just not true. The problem with Sandstorm, oh, there's another down sig, is that like he's the only player that doesn't cheat. So what are you gonna do about it? Talking about the battle boots, that's just a clean string right there. BalloonBoy evening it up after a tragic SD. A GC Ensig actually would have saved him, but I think he probably miscounted his jumps. Just look at the pressure of these blasters sidelights. Laura is having to space well outside, hopping over, trying to get that diagonal angle. We're going to see a lot of Laura's in the sky, I imagine, this set. Especially, you can see it right there against the blasters. You don't want to be anywhere in that range where they can just dash and sidelight you. So Laura's being very smart. So many nairs, so many dares. And the reason for that is that's how you can safely engage against these blasters from BalloonBoy. He is playing incredible with this spacing right now, but BalloonBoy has such a lead that it doesn't matter. Loris went low, anticipating BalloonBoy to go down an edge guard. BalloonBoy was very smart to just be patient there, and Loris's read did not pan out. Game number 2, going for BalloonBoy. Alright, as we load into game 3 here, I'm going to bring up something that Intensu72 mentioned in chat. This, we're not seeing it right now, is the Tournament of Chakram. The last chance qualifier was Sandstorm against Vem in the grand finals. Vem ended up taking it over Sandstorm, but both still qualified. And, yeah, they were both playing Priya. We can cut to the chase. They were both playing Priya. They were using a lot of the Chakram down air, a lot of the Chakram recovery, and they're not the only ones. Acno has also been playing Priya today. Everyone's been talking about Chakram. It's inevitable. We're going to see more of it. Vem, who is my secret pick to potentially take this entire tournament, has been mopping people up. But talking about mopping up, BalloonBoy with the early downlight into recovery. Actually, I don't even know if it's early. It's just Vivi has a lot of strength. So, oh, beautiful conversion from Lores. See that downlight reverse into the spear downlight? That's actually not easy to hit because of how spear downlight moves you. It's easy to miss that one ever so slightly. Lores, BalloonBoy, there's that downlight into side sig. It's a true combo, but sometimes with frame 1, excuse me, dodge movement, you can get out of it. BalloonBoy still getting the hit there. Vivi, crazy character. And she's even better now because of the blasters changes. Look at BalloonBoy's movement, just locking down these areas. Now, I was giving Laura so much props for how downlight recover. That's it. I mean, that's just low. That's just mid defense Dusk as well. Maybe even low defense. I didn't take a look at the stances. Strength stance on Dusk right now. BalloonBoy with a huge lead, and this is something that can kind of escape you if you're just watching these games. The health of Lores very quickly evaporating, and BalloonBoy's aggression is really something to behold right now. That's a kill. That's Dusk cheese. Yeah, so with slanted walls, Dusk Ensig can grab someone trying to recover and actually spike them down below. That was beautiful. This Nimue crossover. Still Dusk. Still gonna be the same moves. BalloonBoy, can he mount on even more of this lead? We can just see how much space he's commanding with these sidelights. Look at how much mileage he gets out of it. That whole conversion was because he got the extra Sair. Lores was knocked further off stage. Still had positioning. This is what I'm talking about. The blasters change, it's not just you get one more hit. You get positioning, you get to knock your opponent far away, and where are blasters the best? Well, when your opponent is knocked far away. So, oh, that's it. That's it. BalloonBoy clean 3-0 over one of the best players on the planet. That is Blaster's mastery. We saw way less Vivi downsigs after game 1. It seemed like Lores' movement was good enough to evade. And that's a great way to start off this 1v1 bracket. Alright, well after that last set, this one is, we're joining in the middle of this one. We got Use against Mounir. Use is the best 1v1 player on the planet. And his character got nerfed really badly. Like, really badly. Jae-Yun got hit with more nerfs than I've seen in most characters in Brawlhalla history. Both Greatsword and Sword got hit with very hard nerfs. So he is now on Fate, which is very interesting. Orb makes sense. Orb and Sword can be quite similar, but the Scythe is something curious. I've really not seen much of Use's Scythe in the past. He's known for Lance, Oh, just perfectly picking up that sidelight into Ensig. So again, this is the middle of the set. This is 2-1 in favor of Use. We're watching on the side stream now. A lot going on. Mounir picking up that GC sidelight into recovery. Very nice. Mounir has like a billion characters. Sorry. Sorry. Thank you, Captain Sparrow, for the tier 1 sub. Jesus Christ, my ears. Mounir has a billion characters in his tool belt, and this Ryu, this Petra here, I guess is not a surprise. Petra is very, very good, and right now this is looking like a very back and forth even game. These are two characters that deal a bunch of damage and don't have a lot of defense to their name, so I'm expecting some early KOs. Here's the thing though, based on how these players play, I'm anticipating a longer set than is currently happening. Use is a patient god. He's the type of player where he's the last type of player. Here's how I'll phrase it. He's the last type of player that you'd want to have a comeback against, because he is just so clean. He makes so few mistakes that your opportunities are going to be so few and far between. Cleanliness, you know, he's just so clean. Mounir I am less familiar with. I think the entire scene is less familiar with, but the fact that he's PR number 2 in Europe should speak for itself. So this is interesting. Use on an off character. He's not necessarily on an off day. If we look at this round robin so far, he's 2-2, but that's not the Use that we've come to know. The 7-0 in the Spring Royale in 2023. I mean, that's Use's breakout tournament on Vector. The fact that both of his weapons were nerfed, not very, oh my god, I can't speak, not very long before this tournament, it didn't give him the most amount of time to adapt, you could say, but even so, the fact that he's here, the fact that he is still won 2 sets against the best of the best in the world, even on an off character, is very fascinating. I'm really excited to see the rest of Use, and it's looking like he's gonna take this set. Like I said already, up 2-1. We're only watching this game 4 here. Unless Mounir can make a big comeback on this Ryu, he definitely can do it. He's in a position. Like I said, Use is not the player you want to have to make a comeback against. That sideline to Ensig, just barely not enough. Oh, Mounir tossing away his weapon, getting some unarmed hits, dashing around. That's a big, big momentum shifter. He can find his footing. You searching for that sidelight, searching for that side air. You know it. There's that sidelight. There's the recovery. Mounir a little bit antsy, hoping to punish. Uses movement just so clean. Ole. All right, Marckiemoo against Mounir. Marckiemoo, if you're unfamiliar, is, I don't know, I would say the hypest player in North America right now. Mounir locking in the Taros. You can see Marckiemoo is already in the orange. He's in the red. What is happening? Not my goat. He's dead. Okay, well, that's a good start. That's a very good start for Mounir. Marckiemoo on the on the Mordex, on the Fenrir, and known for a very hyper aggressive play. And based on that first stock, Mounir is as well. Oh, Marckiemoo making it back barely there, lapped in damage. Holy, what a fast-paced, high-octane game so far. Now, Marckiemoo has had, I would say, the hardest tournament so far. His record is looking pretty good. I believe he's 3-1. But the sets were 3-2 against Lorez, who we just saw, 3-2 against BalloonBoy, who we just saw, 3-2 beating out Sandstorm in a very nail-biter set, and then losing 2-3 barely to them. So only game 5s coming out from Marckiemoo. This is a critical set for this round robin, and this aggression so far is very nice to see. It's been about a minute and 20 seconds, and things are already off to a potential last stock. Nearing kill percent scenario here. Marckiemoo having to find his footing a little bit more in the second half of this game. Mounir with some crazy damage output in that angle. Holy. Alright, game 1. Okay, game 2, and something else I'm very happy about that we're seeing today that we didn't see in the 2v2 day is some map variety. Oh my god. There was a point where I think there were 6 Fortress of Lions in a row. Talking about 6 things in a row though. Mounir looking for 6 nairs in a row. Marckiemoo finding one of his own, and we can just see the individual damage hits of Taros just racking it up. Teros got buffed big time this patch. Talking about also the videos I've made where I'm talking about the meta, I mean, it's just coming true. This is looking like a new Brawlhalla, and somehow we're still seeing Mordex and Teros. So someone explain that one to me. Marckiemoo, yep, gonna get that GC sidelight, knocking in the combo off of it, looking for a dodge read. Great patience there, recognizing Mounir was not gonna dodge, just barely off of the spot dodge timing. Mounir, step in down sig. Name a more classic Teros maneuver than that one. Much more even in this game number 2 here. Oh, that would have been beautiful. Marckiemoo looked like he panicked a little bit on that dodge, got a little lucky. Mounir! What the hell? What the hell? No, this is not going to game 5. Based on how this is going, this is not going to game 5. Oh my god. Marckiemoo somehow making it exciting even when he gets KO'd. Nah, all credit going to Mounir. Holy. Ron John Surf Shop looking for a new sponsor. They gotta start sponsoring Mounir. I don't know if they do across the pond, but they gotta start sponsoring the Netherlands. Oh my god. Mounir on the terror. Shades of kinda, can I say, while Marckiemoo summons shades of Sandstorm. Something crazy is going on here. Marckiemoo looking to even it up, find his footing. That Sair was genius. A recovery wouldn't have KO'd. Land into an edgeguard scenario. Didn't get the most mileage out of it, but you can see the recovery wouldn't have KO'd. Gets the second one there. Now, he's still in it, despite what happened in that second stock. The double down air from Mounir, falling down below, reading Marckiemoo wasn't going to jump. I mean, that was just so good. Sair. I thought that was it. I could have sworn that was it. Hammer getting buffed this patch in terms of damage is something that nobody could have predicted. Marckiemoo, though, predicted that dodge into the wall and gets the stock from it. No, he does not. A rare miss. A rare mistake. Mounir with the solid fortitude. A 3-0 against Marckiemoo will be, I think, the biggest win of Mounir's career, probably. On LAN? That's crazy. This is the player that won the previous Royale 3rd place at BCX. Are you kidding me? What is Mounir doing to this guy? Yeah, that was close. Marckiemoo with the going for the hard read. And you know, if he lands it, we're all sitting here going, he's a genius. Doesn't land it, we go, what is he doing? That's just I don't know, that's just Brawlhalla for you. Okay, Marckiemoo swapping up, going Mirage, saying the Scythe is it, the Gauntlets were not it. And I'm actually a big fan of this pick. Mirage, I think, is looking very good this patch. Spear did not get touched, Scythe did not get touched, whereas a lot of things got nerfed, and Marckiemoo seeming like he's a lot more confident keeping Mounir on the side of the stage. The caliber of play that Mounir is throwing out right now is exhibiting is top class, and it means that you really have to adapt on the fly. Talking about adapting on the fly, Marckiemoo knowing Mounir is going to hit him aggressively, go for an additional hit there. GC side sig wake up, that's a Mirage classic. Not in that position though. And oh my god, just look at his zoning. This spear has already done more than the gauntlets. What is happening? Look at this. Look at this. Just switch up and play immediately. The adaptation on the fly. This is what you like to see from top players. And look at that. Look at that read. Mounir not going for the obvious down air. Instead, waiting out just a half second, going for the jump side air. Jump side air cost him the set against Marckiemoo when he accidentally KO'd Sandstorm, and Futurebubble clutched out the 2v1 in game 1 there. For those of you that watch 2v2, you know what I'm talking about. Jump side air here. Getting the stock. Marckiemoo with a full stock lead. Mounir hoping to eradicate that in just a few hits like he did not so long ago. That cider into neutralite, not a true combo, but the read was there, the positioning was there. Marckiemoo's movement on this spear is looking so good, and this is part of why Mirage is so fantastic. Do you see how damaged Mounir already is? Mirage on the high strength, both of these weapons. Oh, that is just perfect heal percent. I mean, that probably couldn't have killed a hit earlier. What a game 3 turnaround. Marckiemoo looked out. Oh my god, is it going to be another game 5? Don't tell me it's another game 5. Holy. How many games can you play in a day? Game number 4 here. Marckiemoo firing back against Mounir. Mounir looking to continue the momentum, that he had earlier in this set. This is so fast paced. This is such a barn burner. Double downlight read right there off of the dodge. Marckiemoo's spear has seemingly found the answer. Mounir is struggling to find these individual hits, but of course, individual hits on Taros is all that it takes. One good read, and this whole match could turn around. Marckiemoo looking for the fall down read, the fast fall or something. Now just searching for these down sigs, a little bit desperate, maybe? And maybe he knows something we don't. Definitely does if he's sitting on this stage and we're sitting at home. But Mounir, that's what I'm talking about. That's all it takes. Big momentum dash jump stairs. Oh, I'm freaking out over here. My wrists are shaking. I'm not even playing. When you're playing at this pace, how can you even adapt? It just goes by so fast. But again, that's why these players are here. Marckiemoo looking for the knockout. If he found one of those down sigs earlier, he'd been in a much different position, but knows Mounir is going to play aggressive. Spear recovery, so much priority, so much range, so much reach. Downlight Sair, finding an additional hit. This is the thing with these players. Every time they get one hit, they're usually finding a couple more. This is part of why it's going by so fast. This is what I'm saying. He gets the neutral, he gets the weapon toss into the setup. Mounir, potentially with even more damage out there from one mistake off of Marckiemoo. This is just phenomenal hammer play out from Mounir, hoping to catch the movement. Marckiemoo just holding to the right a little bit too far for Mounir. That spot dodge, so dangerous. Knowing Mounir is just going to mash attack to try to get a counter hit. Marckiemoo gets a full combo there where he really shouldn't. That whole stop was off two back-to-back reads on Mounir not dodging and going for a wake-up attack. You might think that was dumb of him, but then again, that's why he's up 2-1 right now. Marckiemoo's lead is very, very precocious. Can he find his early hits? That neutralite was so risky. Just, ooh, a fraction of a percent different in terms of positioning, and Mounir gets a stare, but no, he gets the early damage. Mounir in the orange mask. Thank you for the tier 1 2 months. My ears are hurting. Marckiemoo's stock is going to be hurting if he lets himself get hit by those falling nairs one more time. It might be Mounir who gets knocked out first, though. If Marckiemoo can find his way, great dodge out from Mounir, and the read on the down in. Game 5, Marckiemoo has yet to play a set that's not Game 5. He was down 2-0. Now he's got the momentum, although this one was much closer. It seems like it's up to Mounir to find an answer to this spear. That was really what was destroying him. A few critical reads. Now, sometimes when you watch BRAWLHALLA, it looks like it's a game of neutral. Almost entirely neutral, especially with players like Use, right? Use is so patient. He's so good at finding those hits. This feels like it's a game of punish. All aggression and the reads post-hit. Mounir swapping up to the Thor, hoping maybe the orb is going to make a difference. Maybe slow things down a little bit against this I don't even know, steamboat. Steamroller. Steamboats are probably a little slow. Steamroller, that is Marckiemoo. But oh, what a downlight. That was so well positioned. Doesn't get the stock from it. Is unarmed. First hit of the game for Mounir, but he's finding some good ones. Gets disarmed. That's really, really bad. Marckiemoo probably looking for some nairs, looking for some sidelights, some down sigs. Anything to lead into the down sig, really. Mounir finally finding this hammer. Gets back on stage. They're dashing back and forth. Mounir is finding some momentum, finding his sea legs against this steamboat. And if Marckiemoo got that stock any earlier, I think the set was over. Mounir's composure here in this first stock has been great. He knows he's one hit away. Marckiemoo going for it all with that ground pound, going for a read. Mounir got a little bit antsy, but can you blame him? That side sig lands, it gets the KO, it turns around the whole momentum of the set. But Marckiemoo so far, 2 games in a row. First stock of the game. Oh my god, he's just reading his movement in. It's beautiful. I feel like he picked up a weapon and it disappeared. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on there. The Undertaker. Oh, he's eating some damage. Marckiemoo unarmed, unafraid. Oh, that sidelight too. It's so risky. Everything he's doing just seems so risky, but it's because he has a read or he feels it out, like that instant downlight double recovery. Mounir down airing, hoping to get back. Oh, Marckiemoo. If you looked at the start of this set, you could have turned off Twitch and say it's over. Mounir 3-0. Wrap it up. What is going on now? The North American GOAT. He's been called the new Sandstorm. He's been called the new Sandstorm from me. But let me tell you, he's writing his own name in the history books. Marckiemoo is going to be one of the best players, I think, in Brawlhalla history if he keeps up this momentum. He's already won a Royale. He's already done something that only a few players in the entire game have done. Now, granted, Royales are a new format, but even so, it's the hardest one yet. 8 of the best players in the entire world. Back to back to back to back to back rounds. Into a top 4 bracket, and Marckiemoo back to back to back to back hits. He's making my voice crack. I just don't even understand. I just don't even understand. Okay, so he swapped to Mirage, and it's like another player picked up the sticks, and the whole crowd is shocked. His friends are shocked. They're like, "What did you just do to this man?" Oh my god. That was such a good set. I was gonna take a break, but then I saw who was playing in this next set. Let me tell you, it's Sandstorm. I'm glad they're not showing the player cams because his aura will probably crash the stream. Sandstorm, if you believe people that are trying to spread propaganda, some may say that yes, he is already out of this bracket. Because he is 1 in 5 right now. But can you really count 1 in 5 if 5 of those matches he should have won and he actually did win? It's just we're in the wrong universe. That SIG is broken and needs to be nerfed as well. I feel like Laura has probably installed an auto key selector. And the mouse is on screen. It's not my mouse. We can see I can make our mouses kiss. So it's not my fault. Everything that could be going wrong is going wrong, and it's not Sandstorm's fault, and I feel like we should just admit that Priya's not good enough. And I feel like she should be buffed. Because I don't think I should be watching the Twitch stream where Sandstorm goes down in his first stock. In fact, I don't think we should be watching a stream where he loses a single stock. But even though we're in the bad timeline, the alternate reality, I guess I can commentate this match. So far, Loras' spear has been pinpoint accurate. We've seen very, very little from his orb. Sandstorm's chakrams. I've heard the tales of chakram. I think chakram is the plural of chakram. It's like fish and fish. But then there's fishes too. I don't even, is that different species of fish? Sandstorm representing the brand of Luminosity Gaming, something that I will only mention for him, his sponsor, because he's the only one that deserves anything in this entire world. Down a stock against Lores. Can Lores' neutral beat out this neutral breaking weapon that is Chakram? If you're unfamiliar with how Chakram plays at top level, let me tell you. We saw a little bit of it in 2v2. We're going to see more of it today in 1v1s. My voice is already going a little bit. Very vertical in a way that other weapons aren't. The juggles, of course, with neutral air, with recovery, this is something you've come to learn, come to know, come to expect. But what you don't know, really, is what it's like to be on the receiving end of someone of this caliber that can turn your juggle into their combo. And the stream is crashing. Okay, well, if he lost this game 1, it better crash. Because basically, Chakram is the only weapon in Brawlhalla that can turn your vertical combo into their vertical combo. And so it changes how you have to play against it completely. Now, these things that Sandstorm is hitting right now, those were not true combos. Lores finding the side sig there, just raw in neutral. He's in winner's bracket. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, you're right. Glaze might be crazy. No, it's not Glaze if it's truth. I can't believe they let Lores bring his own Sandstorm to play in his place. Okay, you beat me. You win. Game number 2 here. Oh, stream's lagging a little bit. I promise it's not my internet. It's the hotel Wi-Fi they're using. Oh no! Oh, I have to tell you guys something so tragic. As much as I want to keep watching this, we actually have the set of the tournament going on the main stream. I am so sorry. Sandstorm is already out of this bracket. I have to watch something more consequential. Use versus Marckiemoo is up next on the main stream. They're just getting started right now. So we'll commentate this game until that one starts up. I'm very sorry to all the Sandstorm fans in chat, which is everyone in chat. But But yeah, we have to watch that one because that is the set potentially of the tournament. Game number 1, Use versus Marckiemoo. We just saw Marckiemoo. They barely gave him a break. They gave my goat no break. This is incredibly exciting. The reason why this is incredibly exciting is because Use is the best player in the world. He won BCX. He is also a patient player. He'll hit you once and be happy with it. He makes no mistakes. Marckiemoo, as we just saw, he is high octane, he is aggressive, he is explosive. It is literally the two opposites up against each other. Which one will prevail? Will Marckiemoo be too overwhelming for Use to handle? Will he break through? Or will Use's pristine movement, his perfect positioning, be too much for Marckiemoo to handle? That is the question. This is truly the match of the Titans. I think this is gonna be good. The last time they played in this Royale format, it was Marckiemoo who barely came out on top. But the last big tournament, of course, was Worlds, with Use winning it all. Now something here is different than before, and it is Use's character selection. I mentioned this in the last Use set, but Use on Fate, this is something that we are very unfamiliar with, and especially Use playing Marckiemoo on his own weapon. I mean, so far, it's looking like Use is on top. What is going on with Marckiemoo at the start of sets right now? If I'm gonna burp and he's gonna win. Okay, well, Marckiemoo winning this set. We already know this one, so we can just watch Sandstorm again, please. Marckiemoo, you can tell the just difference in pace immediately. By this point in game 1 of the last set, it was pretty much over. Now, Use is still on his first stock. Marckiemoo is barely holding on to his second. A lot of orb coming out in this tournament, of course. Barely any sword. It's only Priya. And I say barely any because you're not playing Priya for sword. Sword Ensig, maybe, but that one got nerfed big time, so that's another story for another day. Marckiemoo hoping to find some hits. He really just can't break through Use's neutral right now. And that's something that we saw in the last set. It was his punish game that won him that one. More than anything else, at least from what it looks like. And the stream is crashing. The hotel internet is dying. Sandstorm is just being nice to everyone else, and he's saying, look, I'll crash the internet so that you guys don't have to watch, the people at home don't have to watch me destroy everyone. I'll just play badly on stream. Sorry, I'll just play badly on stream, and then off stream. I mean, we know what happens. So I think everyone is probably playing a little bit off right now, just knowing that Sandstorm is in the background lurking. Now, Fate is a character that Sandstorm actually played to win BCX, and I think that's probably why Use is picking him, because he knows. This is the worst day of my life. Okay, crazy gimp actually from Marckiemoo there. Oh, wait. Hold on.
We're still clinging on to the hope. Can Mark?
I like how every time I play this stream it says we're still clinging on to hope. Yeah, I am too. Oh, what happened? Game 1's over. What? What help? Just teleported. Okay, Marckiemoo won game 2. It looked like the end of that game was fine. I have the YouTube stream pulled up as a backup as well. Let's get into this. Game number 3. Use versus Marckiemoo. Marckiemoo won it. It looked like a little bit commandingly, and the spear was doing big things. And I think this is where things will get really interesting, is when Use is on orb and Marckiemoo is on the spear, because I think Use's orb will slow down a lot. It'll try to find these hits the moment that Marckiemoo tries to engage, and Marckiemoo's spear can outrange it. He just has to have the right read. So this is, I think, going to be a very back and forth matchup throughout the remainder of this set, if we get to see any of it. And yeah, it's proving true. Neither of them are swapping. Okay, well, why did I speak? Why did I open my mouth? Now, I think this spear, this scythe into orb is going to go more in the favor of Marckiemoo, who can find these weird angles. But, I mean, it didn't work on the Mordex. It appeared to work in game number 2. Use, yeah, really choosing to stick with this orb, even though this is the more damaged one. He gets hit with a one big hit and it's gone, but one big hit seems like it's all he needs to get some damage. Marckiemoo on they're actually both on lower defense legends. Marckiemoo on the base stance, Use on defense, locking in 5 defense. Fate not enough to survive. Marckiemoo having to make a comeback here. Can he do it in one big movement? One big play like he did against Mounir? Or is it going to be careful, methodical? Is he going to have to adapt to use his style and outgame use at his own pace? I don't know. I breathed in there. I got nervous. I got nervous. It got me frozen in time for a second there. Used with the neutral air into side air. Took one extra hit there to get it, but no dodge coming out from Marckiemoo, and that's the stock. I don't even know if he had a dodge. Use a little bit precarious here. A couple hits, he's in kill percent for a signature. But like I said, Use is the worst player to be in this position against. Stock deficit against a player of this caliber. Look at him floating perfectly above that recovery. Marckiemoo finding a hit on the missed read, finding even more. Use one more hit and he's knocked out. A down sig is probably what Marckiemoo is looking for, but Use is just so good in the air that maybe he doesn't go for it. Yeah, he goes for the aerial options instead. That sider felt a little bit desperate. Marckiemoo taken out here. Yeah, holding on to his options as long as possible, but Use up 2-1. Use is the worst player. Clip that. I'll have you know, I'm gonna be called the biggest Use glazer of all time. I'm making a whole documentary on like his tournament run a couple of years ago. Like, I don't have any defense. I don't have any defense. Yeah, that side sig almost worked. It was the hold on that recovery that cost him the stock, but what are you gonna do? I mean, he didn't want to get hit by the weapon toss. All right, game 4. Game 3 was clean. Didn't have any interruptions on the stream. Okay. It's like every time I speak, something happens. We just cut ahead like 10 seconds. All right, Use finding some early hits. Look at this. He's just shutting him down. It's funny because I would think that Orb is a perfect weapon for Use to lock in, but perhaps Jaehyun was just too good. And he didn't want to swap to anything else. And now's the time. Look at him just flowing around. Marckiemoo can't find his hits. I was so dead wrong, thinking that this Scythe would be the answer to use his Orb. It looks like nothing is that downer. That's not an easy thing to do. You got to do it right when you land on the corner. Send it over the corner. You bounce a little bit with your hand. You can tell you get it when your character has the animation of the ground bounce, but you're not actually doing the Orb on the ground. Fantastic edge guard there. It just lets you extend ever so slightly further, and that ever so slight distance was all he needed. Double downlight here. Use used his jump to try and get out of the combo. He ended up with fewer options, but Marckiemoo tossed away the spear. Oh my god, Use's Orb is so clean. You just saw that first stock. That was magic, the way he was reading Marckiemoo's movement. I don't know how you can look at that gameplay and say that he's boring. It's crazy. Oh, Use just does feel like magic sometimes when he plays. Marckiemoo looking for anything, any kind of opening. Use perfectly jumps out of the spear downlight's range. Marckiemoo not getting the recovery off the downlight where he wanted to. It's because he GC'd off the map. The positioning was just ever so slightly off, and if he got that, this would be a very different game, but he doesn't. He might actually fall first. No. Oh, did you see how he just barely delayed his jump there? He stalled his movement in the air to get that ground pound to bait Use into attacking. That was great. Marckiemoo needs to find something. He's playing so risky with these aggressive options, but you know what? That's how he plays. That's just him. That's just what he does. Now, actually, I might have been mistaken in the last Marckiemoo set when I said that Sarah into Endlight wasn't true. It might be on Mirage. It might actually be true on Mirage. I'm not 100% on that. Oh my god, look at this. Look at this recovery scenario. He tosses that weapon up to protect himself, and Marckiemoo is still in it. Oh, jumping over that side air. It's almost even. It's actually almost even. Oh, this could be the stock. No, Marckiemoo dash jumps, does a little bit of a dash, snap, land, breakdance out of nowhere. Plays that edge guard safe. Plays that edge guard safe. You can tell he's feeling the pressure a little bit. Marckiemoo again has only played game 5s. He's used to the pressure today, but Use also used to the pressure in the biggest moments. Now this is an interesting thing with these players in this round robin format. Maybe it's inevitable to think that each individual set matters a little bit less than when it's double elimination. Maybe you're in loser's bracket every set and you're out. Sometimes you think, oh, I might have another chance even if I'm out, and you're unable to lock into that true killer mode. But if there's any two players that I have full faith in can do it, it's these two. Look at how they've been dancing around each other in the red. They've been alive for so long. Oh my god, Marckiemoo trying to evade offstage. Yu's really not known for his offstage play, whereas Marckiemoo is right at home there. And that might be a difference maker if Marckiemoo's able to take this game. Yu's not finding the edge guard in critical scenarios, and Marckiemoo, after Yu's perfect first stock, I mean near flawless in terms of execution, Marckiemoo's in the lead. Look at that confidence just to stay in that corner, knowing Yuz is looking for the knockout, and just hold your position. Marckiemoo, if he can find anything here, it's huge. But even if he doesn't, oh, read the dodge in off the dodge, or off the weapon toss. Excuse me, Marckiemoo. Every hit feels like it matters so much when these two play. Look at the clock ticking down. 4 minutes. And this game is over no matter what happens, but I just have a feeling it's gonna be sooner than that if they start to explode like Yuz appears to be doing. He's not finding any huge string, but what he is doing is reading Marckiemoo's movement, trying to go in every single time with perfect timing. Marckiemoo has to switch it up ever so slightly to find an edge. Great read on the jump, landed, fake that he was going for a grounded attack. Yuz, probably without even realizing, jump to try and escape it, and Marckiemoo read it. Sidelight here, gets the double down. Is he gonna go to triple? No, he's not going for triple. I thought he was gonna do it. I really thought, but you know what? Game 4 against the best player in the world. Do you take the risk? Maybe you don't. Going for another down sig, that would have taken it, but he is looking unhealthy. Goes back to the wall, tossed his weapon. Use, yeah, holding on to this orb, trying to disarm him. Marckiemoo going, he's unafraid. He's going for that end light, so risky. He's just going for unarmed. He doesn't care. This scythe hasn't done much for him this set. Toss it away. Get some positioning with your weapon. I mean, the scythe just robbed him of this game. Oh, ain't no way. Ain't no way if he loses the set off of that. Oh, use his edge guards. That's what I'm saying. It's not where he's at home. Marckiemoo going for unarmed. He thinks it's safer. It's safer than going for the spear. Safer than going for the scythe. Falling there in despair. Use clutches it out. Marckiemoo. The triple downlight. Maybe the risky play would have been worth it. Use didn't have a dodge. The recovery probably would have KO'd. The question is, can you land the ledge cancel? Ugh. In the heat of the moment. Can you land the recovery in the heat of the moment? He went for the safer play, didn't quite get the recovery, and you know what? It's the defense stance that helped Yuz live in the very last moments. Let's take a look at this replay. I really want to see if they play that double downlight. Yeah, I don't know if the triple would have hit either. It did look a little far. Maybe Yuz could have jumped out of it. Oh man, that recovery. Yeah, you know what, Marckiemoo, I've seen plays before where he can combo off of that, maybe gets a Sair, a GC sidelight or something, but that was a hell of a set. That was so good. He really did not want to commit with big attacks on the spear or the scythe, but maybe that would have helped. Yeah, Yuz's movement at the end there was beautiful, knowing he's just going for downlights, going for recoveries. What a set! Stream is back. Here we go. Commentary audio is probably at a good volume, I imagine. Vem against BalloonBoy. The quality of my voice has already dropped from the beginning of this broadcast to right now. BalloonBoy previously on the Vivi, now locked in the Diana. This is the character that he is originally known for. And Vem on the Chakram. Vem has played more sets than anybody at this tournament. He won the last chance qualifier to even make it through into this bracket right now, this round robin bracket, and he got to the grand finals, I believe, of 2v2 as well. So he's been playing more sets than anyone. BalloonBoy saying, this is your last one. Chakram, it's not gonna beat me. Vem has been tearing things up, taking people off the top of the map, and BalloonBoy locking in the Diana, maybe thinking, you know what, if I'm gonna be hit up, then let me get a bow nair out here. I said that with some space in between. Lower the casters. Thank you. And yeah, maybe I can get a little bit of a reversal here. I've been very interested in seeing just how much mileage Blasters players get out of Sidelight into Sair and how much more don't tell me the stream's gonna crash. I'm gonna kill myself in a game. Help! Okay. Okay. Jesus Christ. How many sets is it gonna be? Please. They gotta start buying their own Wi-Fi. Oh my god. Alright, them getting the first stock. I'm losing my mind. I'm actually losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. I don't even want to start looking at the game until I know that it's not gonna lag. I've been scarred by Use and they're using Starlink. Dude, my friend works at Starlink. He's like a well, no, never mind. He works at SpaceX. It's the same thing. 2 stocks apiece here. It looks like the set is no longer lagging, and I can comfortably look at my screen. Them taking people off the top. I'm expecting at least one this set, where it's just stock robbery. But who knows? Maybe BalloonBoy has been watching, has been practicing, has been keeping a stern and keen eye out to make sure that doesn't happen. I don't know how you escape it. Them has been reading dodges. If you dodge out, he'll track your movement. If you dodge in, he'll track your movement. If you dodge down, you dodge into the recovery. And it just skipped ahead again. I don't like what's happening. It's not lagging, but I'm a bit behind. I gotta press pause and play here. Alright, they're 1 stock each. Okay. This game 1 has been very strange, to say the very least. I don't think I've seen much of it, but that's alright. Hopefully we'll see more as the set goes on. Chakram is a lot more fast-paced in 2v2 than it so far has been in 1v1. It's not a high damaging weapon in each of the individual hits, but it is a robbery weapon where you get robbed off the top, you get robbed off the bottom with the fuse down air. BalloonBoy trying to just wall it out right now horizontally. If Chakram are very, very strong vertically, it makes sense to try and do that with a horizontal weapon. Them going for the robbery. You can see it right there. But I think, no, that's not it yet. BalloonBoy needs one more big hit. Looking for probably falling siders or sidelights or something. Going for the GC downlight, a little bit of a risky play, but you know what? I've seen that from BalloonBoy a lot, and it works out a lot. There's that side air. One more will probably do it. Vem is going to want to get rid of this sword in favor of Chakram, unless nothing's going to spawn. Sword's still solid to find these knockouts, although the downlight is much riskier. That is tragic. Oh, that is tragic. That was the game right there. It doesn't matter. Vem finds the dare into recovery. BalloonBoy a little bit frustrated. Feeling like that game was his. And maybe he tossed it away a wee bit. Now, if we saw more of the game, then perhaps I'd have a better sense of what exactly happened. But that was not a bad game 1. Game 2, same map. Yeah, this is actually really nice that there is map variety. Small Fortress of Lions, if I saw that one more time, I don't think I'd be around right now. Vem getting some aerial hits. That's what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. Once he finds them, he's definitely the best Chakram in the world right now. That I don't think is a question based on the performance we've been seeing today. So we're seeing the best of the best. This is, keep in mind, this is post-nerf state. So Chakram did get nerfed. All of these string hits that he's connecting used to be true combos, and now they're escapable and it's still this effective. Oh, I'm getting news that Vem actually lost to Acno in the Priya Ditto earlier, so it's up in the air, I suppose, more than I had thought before. Look at this. Oh my god, look at this extension. He gets the dodge read there. It might even beat the stock. BalloonBoy getting a couple of these down airs. Is it gonna lead to anything big though? No, Vem just gets control back. This flying recovery is one of the best moves in the entire game. Oh, that down air too, just leading to more hits. Now, normally you'd be thinking a down air that saves your opponent by hitting them back up to you is not good off stage, but of course, if you can string it into a different offstage hit, and we see Vem immediately, the moment he has any space, splits that Chakram into 2, but BalloonBoy finally finds that sidelight into recovery. Pre-patch that probably is not going to hit. I imagine there's time for Vem to jump out, but maybe there was time there too. I don't know. We haven't seen use on Chakram. It's true. It's true. I don't know if Chakram is a used weapon, but I don't know if anything is a used weapon. He makes everything work. So, that's not me gloating. That's the wrong word. That's not me glazing. It's just we have already decided that uses just Sandstorm on an ult, and of course Sandstorm is good on everything. You could even say the best on everything. You would even say the best on everything. And it appears that Vem is just hoping to have a fraction of Sandstorm's talent right now. Going for the weapon toss into recovery off the top. BalloonBoy's recovery doesn't KO though. That is unfortunate. That is definitely unfortunate. I'm anticipating an instant legend swap the moment this game is over. I don't think the bow has netted much for BalloonBoy thus far, unless he can find some momentum. If the game ends in the next like 20 seconds though, I think he's swapping. He seems a little hopeless. Vem! Launching off stage. Okay, did you see that end-sig on Priya? Yeah, when you do it against the wall, it changes the angle, and it went straight up. Alright, what's the legend gonna be? If it's Diana, I'm gonna be shocked. Yeah, here it is, the Zariel. We saw Vivi earlier in the day, but I think this is the first of the Zariel. He's saying the blasters were not it. Going over to the gauntlets instead, and as well as these very, very good Zariel signatures. If someone is just hopping around in the air, that gauntlet sensei can be a shock, but if anything's a shock, it's gonna be Vem just nair recovering you into the skybox. That's a shock to your system every time it happens. It seems like people like don't even know, and then suddenly they're in the orange, and suddenly they're like dead. But I guess you're being hit so many times. How do you even process what's happening? You're trying to dodge down into the ground, and then he's ready with a down air, catching your movement there. BalloonBoy trying to recover low. Vem not getting the down light, doesn't even need it, in fact. And how many sword hits have we seen in this set so far? We saw a downlight drop into side air, and that almost lost in game 1. Keeping in mind too, game 1 was down to last hit. And now it just looks like it's just curtains. Oh my god, like look at it. He actually doesn't even need a gimp off the top. I was saying at the start of the set he's probably going to get one, and it's going to be robbery. But he actually doesn't even need to if he's just getting all this damage. BalloonBoy is not playing Brawlhalla right now. He is not locked in, I don't think. Because how can you be? How can you be with what Vem is doing right now? It seems like he's really struggling to find his footing. He's shaking his head. He's just hoping that these hits land. This is just Vem's world. This is just Vem's world, which again is just Sandstorm's world. And I'm anticipating a recovery. There it is. BalloonBoy, deep breath. Soul searching. Looking for some answers. But Vem, I think this is gonna be a clean 2 stock, if not a 3 stock, based on how this has been going so far. BalloonBoy just going for it all, going for any kind of hit he can. A down air, not gonna do it. Vem just going crazy, trying to stall to get back to the wall. He went for it all. He went for the clip. He went for the clip. He just knew. He just knew. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what happens. I'm winning this game. That's what he's thinking. Yep, immediately splitting the chakram the moment BalloonBoy's away from him. Honestly, the moment he picked up the weapon. BalloonBoy finally finding some hits. Vem might be regretting that decision a little bit. But once he gets him in these positions with these nairs, with these recoveries, it seems like he's comfortable once again. Queuing up another chakram. We can see, if you're wondering how is he getting chakram every single time, it's because he has those moments. There's the big side sig though. You know what? BalloonBoy's still in it. My prediction, immediately wrong. It's like all my predictions though. That's how it always goes. BalloonBoy's gauntlets. This is the one thing we really have not seen much of today. Is that going to be a difference maker? Vem does not need much to take this game. BalloonBoy might have awakened a little bit too late. Doesn't make grammatical sense, but you know what? Chakram doesn't make a lot of sense anyway, so totally fine. Down air into side air. That's probably it. Cleans up with the weapon toss. 3-0. Vem. Tranquilo. Sandstorm dumped me? No. No, never. Sandstorm would never dump somebody, okay? It was just they would have the privilege of being able to be around him for a certain period of time, and that period of time is now over. There's a difference. It was a blessed time, okay, for them. They'll probably remember it for the rest of their life as the peak. Some people peak in high school. Some people get to meet Sandstorm. It's a very, very different experience, you know what I'm saying? Okay, there's been a big break in between, but we have finally ended the round robin section of the tournament and entered into the redemption bracket. So the way that this works is the best of the losers are now entering into one final bracket to determine if they can move on into the top 4. So first up we got Mounir and Acno. The winner of this plays BalloonBoy, and the winner of that plays Use just to have a chance to get into top 4. So this is an absolutely brutal gauntlet of matches after a brutal gauntlet of matches that they have already played. Acno has shown up with these chakrams. We saw them earlier, these chakram, I believe. I don't know what the plural is actually still. Mounir, though, with the hammer, I think has earned himself many fans based on how he was playing in games 1 and 2 against Marckiemoo. But of course, game 1 and 2 are not enough. You need to win 3, 4, or 5 to take the set, and he didn't there, which is why he's ended up in this final redemption bracket, taking the first stock against Acno. Now, Acno actually beat Vem in the Chakram Ditto. So perhaps my claim that Vem was the best Chakram in the planet, on the planet, is not actually the case. I believe Acno's other weapon, Sword, is probably going to be way more solid than... Oh my god, that recovery just dropped. It did like 0 damage. It's probably way more solid than Vem's, given that Vem is known as a Rayman player and Acno is known as like an everything player who has won tournaments on Sword in the past. But we've seen it before. These Chakram are the weapon of choice for sure. And this matchup, Hammer into Chakram, is really diametrically opposed, where Chakram are going for the individual small hits. Hammer and Axe, Taros especially with these signatures, going for the big ones. Apologies for the burp. The last time I burped, I said if I burp, Marckiemoo wins, and then I think he lost. So we'll see how it goes. Acno already very different stylistically from Vem. Vem was, oh my god, Mounir just no fear. No fear. Acno, it seems, is way more about the individual hits. I haven't seen a big explosion, but knowing how Acno plays, if you saw the 2v2 bracket on Sunday, or sorry, a couple days ago, today is Sunday, on Friday that is, we saw him just explode with Nash out of nowhere and get like 7 hits in a row. So I'm looking forward to that. Last stock scenario, this is PR4 against PR2 in Europe. A European team kill. Only one can move on to fight the North American, and then only one can move on from there to fight the Brazilian. Acno, right as I was saying it, getting a few hits, but Mounir reversing the situation. That was a clutch Sair from Acno. He doesn't get that. Mounir cleans it up. Oh yeah, finding these hits. Mounir is just trying to land. He can't find his footing. Escaping with that end sig. Mounir looking for center stage. An Axe perhaps. No, a Hammer is queued up next. Is it too little too late? Acno getting a true combo there. Into the downlight to send him far away. Switches back to the split chakram. Yeah, looking for these down air into recovery, confirms. Mounir knowing this is an interesting little situation here, because Mounir's hammer actually does have the range to beat out this chakram down air. Okay, last hit, last stock scenario. I'm starting to stutter. It's freaking me out. Mounir, what a down sig. Literally nothing else would have worked there. That was so clean. That was a crazy last hit. Oh, that recovery into end light too was so beautiful. I should have talked about that. I kept stumbling over my words. Yeah, look at that. Oh my god, literally the most perfect down sig. Game 2 here, triplat stage. I feel like this is probably very good for the Chakram. They can reset their jumps by daring on the platform. They can continue going higher and higher and higher. However, if they don't get those recoveries starting from a platform, it's going to take a while longer for them to knock out. So both players have a little bit of something going for them here. It just depends on their positioning. I'm really interested to see the vertical play coming out of Mounir here. How is he going to contest? You can already see a lot of the Axe's game plan is to try and stuff your opponent by going for these jump down airs, but it might not work if Acno is going to fly above him. Now the other thing is the Axe Nair is so huge that he can punish. Oh, just going for that wide read. Acno makes it back on stage. And great downline to ground pound there. Going for it all. Mounir's aggressive play is something I've loved to see today. Alright, a little bit of a lead here. How much bigger can he make it? That is the question, especially if you're a Mounir fan. Acno is going to look to just stuff this out right away. Chakram don't deal the most amount of individual damage, so a situation like this, where you're well behind your opponent in terms of damage, It's not good. It's not good. You really want to get those early stocks, and getting that down sig is huge. Acno's patience, you saw he just patrolled that same area. Knew Mounir was going to jump in inside air, and that player read was enough to get the stock, potentially even get the lead. Mounir picks up a hammer. He may be looking for some early hits, but Axe is queued up next. My mind was just, I was just not ready. I wasn't queued up with what they were swapping over to. Getting launched to the right, to the left, all sorts of directions, but below is where it seems like he's actually been pretty effective with these Axe nairs. Yeah, every time Acno is trying to space out these down airs, Mounir is ready for it, which is something that it seems like is happening more and more as the tournament goes on, this adaptation, being ready for the Chakram. This is the first big tournament where they're legal, so you really have to adapt on the fly, and the question is, who's gonna adapt faster? Is it Acno to Mounir's aggressive movement with this hammer? Or is it Mounir to this new weapon? It looks like Acno's the one to bite first. Mounir getting that side sig. His timing on these, his decision making is really, really something to behold. Teros's sigs are not fast. You have to pull the trigger immediately if you want to punish with them like that, and Mounir proven twice in a set where it matters most. He's getting it. There's that high ceiling I was talking about. If you're on a platform, it'll KO early. Acno going for a combo off the ground. Shades of the Russian Mafia. Oh my god, Mounir's movement in the corner there. Fantastic. This damage is building up. Dude, that's why you split them. That's why you split the Chakram. That drop is tragic. Oh my god, that is tragic. He gets the stock anyway. Imagine that happens in like game 5 though. Oh my, this is why the players split them up. Mounir getting that side air. He just needs one more big hit. It's gonna take the stock. Cues up the hammer. Yep, going for the down air on the corner. Everyone knew it was coming. Acno especially. He gets a critical hit, but not that much damage on this Teros. Acno knows. He needs to get him out of position. Oh yeah, he's going for it all. You could just tell. Makes it back on stage with that nair. Mounir looking for a side air, looking for a ground pound, something to start this up. There's the side air. Is he going to go for it one more time? Maybe a neutralite on the ground? No, he doesn't want to play that ground game. He knows Acno can just pull him in. Acno's playing real patient on the side of the screen here. You can see he does not care about stage control. All he wants is to just get these hits to stay in this match. Mounir is unwilling to play unarmed, it seems. I say, right as he does that, my mistake. No, sorry, my mistake. Acno. Every one of these hits is just making Mounir feel the pressure even more and more. The moment he can't close out this game, the moment he thinks, maybe, I'm losing it, is the moment he loses. But that is not going to happen today. Mounir up 2-0. Alright, game number 3. I think I'm just ever so slightly behind on the broadcast here. There we go, 3, 2, 1, Brawl. Another triplat. I think this is the first time I've seen this map today. I actually really struggle to see characters that are moving around. Hopefully these two pro players don't have the same issue. It doesn't seem like they do. Mounir with some jump and movement to get that side air, making Hammer look like it's the fastest weapon in the game. But Acno actually has the fastest weapon in the game. Oh, that Chakram dare dropping is actually really unfortunate. Could have gotten a lot of damage out of it, but instead, it's a back and forth hitting game. Acno getting the first stock. Finally, with an early KO off the top. It's what he's been looking for all set. We'll see if he can keep that momentum up. Mounir has been doing a very good job of snuffing it out. A rare Endlight actually coming out from Mounir's Axe. We have not seen much of that, where you really see it from almost any Axe player out there. And it gave him the position to land the sider that he's been looking for. Maybe not obviously, but very clearly as his primary KO option. And he ends up getting it from that advantageous position. Mounir looking to land. Yep, just goes on the platform there. Stream lagged ever so slightly, but it's okay. No gameplay was happening in that moment. Acno looking for his engagements. Yeah, we can really see the difference in his play from Vem. It is night and day the way they engage with their opponents. Acno way more willing to go for these grounded sidelights, pull his opponent in, whereas Vem initiated almost everything from the air. Mounir going for a risky Ensig, but positioned well enough to not pay for it and gets a huge opening. Oh, Acno saw blood. He knew that Mounir was out of options. Went for it all off stage. Reda jump, didn't get it. Mounir gets his positioning back and is up. Acno the legendary European pro, down to his potentially last stock of the tournament. Can he make some magic happen just like he did at the end of the last game? Sword might not be the answer. I don't think it's what he wants. He might be stalling. Yeah, he's stalling ever so slightly just to get it, just to get that weapon spawn, but nothing's spawning for him. He has to engage with the sword. He has to find a knockout here. He knows he can't go for any risky downlights, and the moment the weapon spawned, it's out. It's out. Chakrum's the weapon of choice. Mounir finds his hammer. Acno perhaps getting desperate. If you're Mounir here, you need like 2 more hits to really secure this as best as possible for yourself, but Acno is not letting it happen. Gets the dodge read. Acno, last stock, weapon soul. Split Chakram is the weapon of choice. Tries to get more out of the nair, but doesn't. Only like 6 damage on that move. Mounir. Is it gonna get to him though? Out in the corner, Mounir just holds his ground. Acno reads a jump, as Mounir has been very happy to float in the air. That's how Acno's gotten his engagements. Mounir has to change something up. Acno is reading his movement. But is this lead that Mounir got earlier in the stock, is that going to be the difference maker? Mounir has not gotten a good hit in like 30 seconds. But we know the power of Taros. We know it doesn't take much. Oh, that could be the start. That could be the start. Mounir looking for a big hit. There it is, finding the stomp. The way he moved around that platform so precisely to still get a downlight out. Oh, that downlight Sair would have been it. Acno sending him away. Sending him away with that true combo. Mounir landing the Sair. Landing the nair, excuse me. Downlight Sair. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. All it takes is a couple hits. Acno was landing blow after blow after blow. But it was Mounir. Just solid enough to hold on. What a great set. That was so good. No, looks like it's Vivi. All right, BalloonBoy against Mounir. Mounir just 3-0ing. Acno, which means there's only 1 Chakram left in the tournament, as Vem, the last chance qualifier, and BalloonBoy downlight side sig. There it is. Mounir actually dodged out of it, still got hit. And this is a lot of what I was talking about Vivi earlier in this bracket, earlier in my videos, is really coming true here. BalloonBoy's spacing has been amazing. You think you finally get through his wall, and then he gets you up close with these perfectly timed downlights, and that's exactly what's happening right now. Going for the longest sig in the game. Mounir's surprised. BalloonBoy's laughing. Yeah, that sig is deceptive. It's especially deceptive on Vivi, on Mega Man, because you have no idea where the hitbox is. But yeah, no, that sig, it's pretty bad. Like, especially at top play, that sig is not good. But because people don't use it often, nobody knows where it hits. And it has an additional connection point on that last little explosion. And it seems like Mounir, it's gotten to him a little bit. The cleanliness in his movement and his decision making that we saw, that second stock was just feed. Like it was, he got hit by that sig, and then everything has, yeah, that down sig too. Like, this is not the Mounir that we saw against Acno. He said go next. And he has to lock in here. Now, Mounir seems like the type of player where if he lands a kill right now, he'll lock in for the rest of the match. If he doesn't, then it has to start in game 2. And BalloonBoy is not the type of player to really want to give it to him. There's that down sig. But I will say, more than someone like Use, and definitely more than someone like Acno, the chance will appear, because I think BalloonBoy will be aggressive and take a risk, whereas players like that in that last stock scenario, knowing their opponent is down there, probably less likely to. Even with that, I mean exactly what I said. Mounir is starting to come alive here. This deficit is pretty bad, and BalloonBoy was looking very solid on the blasters. Now it's his job to stay composed, not let this slip away, which he kind of is doing. And I feel like I'm like psychic in a way. I feel like I called it. Now this is still BalloonBoy's game to lose. This, by all intents and purposes, could have been a 3-stock based on how they were playing. Now it's down to last stock against Taros, but that Taros is so damaged that I think this is going... No, it's not going to do it. Small Fortress of the Lions, what a crazy platform. A down sig is coming very soon if that recovery does not KO, but it does. Game 1 going in favor of BalloonBoy, who actually beat Mounir 3-1 earlier today in this exact Legend matchup. So we'll see if Mounir switches anything up. Game 2, and he will make a swap. The Taros was not doing it, switches over to the Gauntlets. Maybe the Gauntlets matchup into the Boots is something he's more comfortable with. Maybe the Gauntlets into the Blasters, but the Boots seems like it. Oh no! He touched. He's okay. BalloonBoy went for the downlight, hoping to interrupt perhaps the movement, but Mounir got a little bit too high, too fast, and this makes sense. I think this Gauntlets pick is probably a good choice, especially because they can get in close against these Blasters. There's the Sidelight Sair that's been getting so much mileage. Corner hit there. Yeah, just gonna retreat on that edge guard. Maybe a little bit antsy on the downlight, just hoping it would hit. BalloonBoy with this spacing, walling Mounir out that dare into Sair. Side sig not getting punished, so that's Vivi privilege. Oh my god, BalloonBoy going for some craziness right now. I think a down sig might have even connected there. If Mounir kept holding in. This is actually a really close first stock scenario. Look at how far that Nair is sending BalloonBoy. Going for Sair, probably. There it is, that fadeaway Sair, and Mounir just hoping for any kind of entry into these Blasters, this wall of attacks. Getting back on the ledge, knew he was going for Sair. Look at the patience from Mounir in that corner. And once again, that side sig going unpunished. Once again, that side sig. I mean, I don't know what to say. I called it. Vivi going crazy here. Going for a down sig to read the movement inward. BalloonBoy doesn't give it to him. Goes for some risky offstage plays and pays for it. Mounir has been doing a very good job of punishing overextensions with signatures in the previous set. Not so much in this one, but maybe showing signs of the player we know from just 14 minutes ago. Oh, BalloonBoy with an early ground pound there. Goes for a second one. Escapes with his life. Sidelight Sair. How many Sidelight Sairs are we going to see today? I don't know. Mounir going for a big read. BalloonBoy falling down below. Very intelligent recovery there. Down sig, yeah, that one's getting punished. I mean, what do you... Like, that's... We're in 2025. How many times is that going to work? I guess it worked once, and it kind of won you game 2. Or game 1, excuse me. Not so much game 2, but it seems like the rest of his game is good enough. Oh, going for a big read on the dodge in there. I feel like Mounir has not shown a lot of fear in the corner. A dodge in read is quite ambitious, but you know what? If it works, it works. Downlight into recovery. Solid enough. It's like he's got Blasters on his feet. Can get away with that one. Going for the Blaster, or the Boots, excuse me, as this first weapon in this stock here. Really risky there. I was thinking that feels like a bit of a mistake. The Blasters will deal a lot more damage. Seems like a lot more comfortable. Maybe he just didn't want to be disarmed. I feel like the risk reward there was a little bit in favor of risk. But you know what? He's up there. I'm sitting here. I can't judge. Mounir hoping to be the judge, jury, and executioner in this game number 2 on Aang. Don't know if the spear can do it yet. It's been proven a lot more effective than the Taros hammer and axe were so far, really walling out these Boots. If they trade blow for blow, Spear is going to win 10 out of 10 times. Again, Boots' damage is not that great. It's really in the positioning. Oh my god, BalloonBoy panicked there. Wasn't sure about the spacing, went for the dodge, and that dodge might actually cost him this match. No, didn't hold in. This match really is a matter of them trying to read the opponent going inward with these big committal attacks. The other person not giving it to them. Who's gonna blink first though? BalloonBoy or Mounir? There's that down sig going unpunished. That move is almost impossible to punish if the opponent is using it correctly. Mounir, I think, being smart, not going for it. These signatures are like millimeters away. I went European for this one. BalloonBoy hoping that North America's gameplay, North America's ladder is enough to bringing up to par, but it's not. Mounir. Game 2. Game 3. Mounir switching up again. The switch up on win is a little crazy. I feel like the spear also netted a lot, but he knows more than I mentioned this earlier. Mounir has a billion legends in his back pocket. Yeah, going for Boots himself. And maybe feeling like he's just more familiar with the weapon. He knows it better. And look, it's proven to be true. BalloonBoy just barely over the player cams, able to get a... Oh my god, I was going to say able to get a Sair to get the stock potentially and lead it into his own edgeguard. But the edgeguard has swapped positions so many times, I don't even know who had control. He went for an all or nothing read. with the NSIG and almost paid for his life for it. Mounir, that signature just ever so too slow, which feels unlike him, at least from what I've seen earlier. Oh, that's such good adaptation. Okay, that downlight, if you can give me a second here, that downlight into recovery, it works. It's a true combo. But based on certain positioning, they might just barely have enough space to dodge. Exactly that situation happened in the last game. BalloonBoy dodged out and escaped. This time, Mounir adapted, read his movement, got the recovery. And now it put him in a position to get the KO, and he is running away with this game. These boots are the answer. He went from Teros to Aang, swapping up both his weapons, now swapping up a second time to these boots. I mean, it's almost as if he doesn't have gauntlets based on how he's playing. He's playing a completely boots-only legend. It's like he's playing Chakram, actually. Oh my god, this is insane, the switch up from the previous game. It seemed like BalloonBoy was in control and Mounir had to adapt, and now the situation has flipped on its head. BalloonBoy hoping for some early blasters damage here, some juggles, some reads with these sidelights, getting some good positioning, spacing out. Mounir read the jump, it was just not close enough. BalloonBoy getting lucky, getting a down air, and hoping to make more of it. Ooh, Mounir like a shark, looking for the read off the sidelight. BalloonBoy finding his hits. He's getting them. He's getting them. This is when it's scary. Oh, Mounir just hoping to punish BalloonBoy. Throwing out a hitbox immediately after the first one. Yeah, recovering low to be safe. He knows blasters are good in that situation. Waits for the downlight. Very smart. BalloonBoy has brought it all the way back in record time. Will the Mega Man be able to land the recovery first? No, Mounir, I don't know, his timing on these ground pounds, these dares off stage, it seems simple, but he just gets it, like every time. I'm talking about getting it every time. BalloonBoy getting the comeback, and now it's all even. Mounir picking up boots here. This is the exact matchup that he probably wants. I guess maybe boots into boots, but definitely does not want to pick up gauntlets right now, based on how they were looking earlier. The boots were so clean. Alright, here's the boots into boots. Will BalloonBoy be able to adapt to what was destroying him in this game? Now, here's the thing. Usually, it's not advised to switch legends on win because you just won. But the advantage that you gain is you are probably more prepped on your legend than your opponent is to fight against it, especially if you're in different regions. You're not used to playing Mounir's Tezuka on ranked if you're a BalloonBoy. The thing is, you also have to adapt on the fly. It's a very high-risk maneuver. Mounir getting the recovery there with a big read. Goes for an NSIG that wouldn't get the KO, but good damage, good positioning. And it was pretty riskless based on that situation here. BalloonBoy has to land a few more hits to be safely in kill percent against Mounir. But he himself is at risk of death. Big offstage situation. Sidelight Stare not going to land at that HP, especially if it hits that high. Mounir has the lead right now. Potentially could have gotten a KO. There it is with the recovery. Swapping weapons back and forth enough to trick BalloonBoy and sneak underneath. Alright. Setting up here for an all-time set. Honestly, this is great. BalloonBoy's boots, I think, have to... They've got to do something more than they've been doing, because I feel like the boots into boots matchup, the boots even into the gauntlets matchup was not going in his favor. And so far, at the start of this game, he's doing it. He is doing it. Players of this caliber, all it takes is that one moment to breathe in between games, and it's like they're completely fresh. Look at him go. Like, actually, he's a different player right now. The adaptations that he has made, he's being... I mean, it's hard to say he's just being better, but he's being more precise with his decisions, less doubtful, not executing his attacks from poor positions and just hoping they hit. He's creating the situations to get the hit, and that downlight into recovery. I mean, that's gonna do it. That's gonna take it. Mounir now down to his second stock, but he is up a game. He has a little bit of room to breathe. But BalloonBoy has beaten him 3-1 on this very day. He knows BalloonBoy has the potential to just run away with this set. And shockingly, it's the boots that are doing it, not the blasters. The weapon that BalloonBoy is known the most for. Yeah, that downlight, we all saw it coming. Mounir did especially. Can he find any kind of positioning here? That sidelight into Sarah is not going to do it at that high HP, but blasters are so brutal.
I like saying that a little
Look at that.
because it makes the
Look at that.
like really fun.
He escaped the situation from his combo drop-in because it was just too high HP, and then still had the room to go for the downlight. I mean, that's just also just great decision making. Holy. Oh my god, up the center of the map! I didn't even see it! It was covered by the player cam. BalloonBoy's Mega Man is like kissing him. Alright. I don't even know how you go for that in that situation, but Mounir does not care. He was down like 2 stocks. Whatever. Whatever. Trying to fight back with these boots. But BalloonBoy has been a wall this game. He has not let Mounir play his game at all. Kicking in opposite directions. Almost looking like they're teammates. They're like making each other look better on stream. Oh my god, BalloonBoy spacing this game. He's just outside every time Mounir wants to attack. He switched things up completely. Mounir has to adapt if he wants to take this set. If he wants to take this game. Oh! BalloonBoy with no jumps at the top of the map doesn't care. GC downlight into Sair. We're in for a game 5 set. All right, game number 5. Mounir back on the Wushang, the character that earned him that last hit win in game 2, I believe. Saying the boots were not it, the boots to boots matchup. He's switching up enough that BalloonBoy is going to struggle to keep up. At least that's his hope, and that's what's happening so far. Reading the movement in, the dodge in, BalloonBoy finding that critical Sair. The spacing on the guns does not make that easy to get off the wall if your opponent is up close. This is just back and forth hits. BalloonBoy a little bit lapped in the damage right now. Has to find something. Boots might not be the answer in terms of damage. It was not working out super well against this Wushang in the past. It was the blasters that was netting him the most amount of individual hits. But you know what? Game 5, everything changes. BRAWLHALLA is a different game in game 5. It's all evened up. This first stock. Oh! Everyone, I think, could have thought he was going for the guaranteed Sair in that recovery. I don't think that was true. But he goes for it anyway. Don't know if Mounir expected it, but he did expect to get that knockout right there with that read. And it's all evened up. Mounir opting to stay on the gauntlets. Ooh, BalloonBoy just ever so slightly off. There's that true combo. Alright, even more damage here. These sidelights actually, in this set, have netted him fewer Sairs than I think is even possible. But he knows, it's not true most of the time when he's landing those ones that end up very high. You can get a chase dodge nair, but it's hard to be ready for that. You're angling your fingers completely differently to go for that combo. And it happens very fast. Talking about happening very fast, Mounir is taking this game by storm. If that was the stock, I have a feeling that was the set based on the momentum of these players. They're very momentum based. But BalloonBoy holds on, and because he holds on, he's able to even it up. This is real close now. Mounir going to be looking for any kind of lead into a signature or a recovery, whereas BalloonBoy, much the same, looking for recovery. Oh, Mounir going for that GC sidelight. If that hits, creates the scenario. BalloonBoy dodges down. Ooh, high risk play from both players there. I would say higher risk in Mounir's court. BalloonBoy barely able to escape, and he now has the lead. Game 5. This is when everything matters. This is when all of your practice comes to fruition. Is BalloonBoy going to be cleaner in the tightest moment? It looks like so far he is. Mounir blinks first, goes for the downlight. BalloonBoy still holding on. Somehow he picked up blasters. I don't even know when that happened, but that means he's going to be queuing up boots now. Mounir gets the knockout, picking up gauntlets for sure. No? Going for the spear? No. I gotta trust my instinct. Going for the gauntlets. It seems like that's where he's most comfortable. BalloonBoy uncomfortable off stage. Panic dodges? No. Holds on to it. That's why he's there and we're at home. I've said this how many times today. These players are so good. Goes for the dodge read to get the stock. Does not get it, but does not eat any damage for his efforts. Mounir looking for an opening. One hit is all he needs. Goes for the offstage play. BalloonBoy not going for any kind of wall combo. Does not want to take the risk. Didn't have the jumps for it. Mounir getting that GC end light. BalloonBoy dodged into the sage. Oh, we knew it was coming. Mounir with the sig. Maybe he panicked a little bit. Maybe he got antsy. Like I said, these are very field-based players. Okay, everything's out the window. It's last stock game 5. Last stock red. BalloonBoy. A clutch grounded recovery when both players were looking for the same exact option. Easily the set of the day. If Mounir pressed that recovery a frame earlier, he's the one that wins. I mean, that was amazing. That was so good. So many game 5s today. Getting right into this next set. Not much of a break, actually. Which means BalloonBoy is coming hot off that win, playing against Yuz. Now, again, this is the redemption bracket. Which means this is just to get into the loser side of top 4. You can think about this as, I suppose, 5th place match right here on Most Isley Port. Now, this is actually an interesting set because about an hour, maybe an hour and a half ago, BalloonBoy beat Yuz in this exact matchup. For those of you that are just joining in for this redemption bracket top 5 scenario, Yuz on Fate is not what you're usually used to seeing from him, but keep in mind that Jae-Yun's weapons got hit pretty hard in the patch, and this mouse on screen is also not my mouse again, so sorry about that. Yeah, it's an interesting pick. The Scythe, I think, is the more surprising of the two. Orb does make sense. Similar in many ways to Sword. But yeah, BalloonBoy off to... Oh my god! That was disgusting. BalloonBoy off to a much stronger start here. I feel like my energy levels, my cortisol, my dopamine, my adrenaline, everything just hit a spike after that last set, and I apologize if I'm a little bit more low-key in this one. But yeah, Yuz has been doing pretty great this tournament. In fact, the sets that he lost were still extremely competitive, very, very close, and his Scythe has been looking really clean, different from most Scythes in the game. It's what you expect from Yuz. It's very unique. Only he can replicate it. He finds these nairs out of nowhere, leads them into a read, a couple more hits, and then really goes for the big sidelights, the big nairs, the big combos, when they're guaranteed. Really not going for huge reads or any high risk plays, doing what he does best, having the best neutral game in the history of Brawlhalla. And it seems like that neutral game has been exactly what he needed, because not only did he almost completely make the comeback from a full stock and change behind, but he's actually now in the lead. So yeah, Yuz, one of my favorite players to ever touch the sticks. I think the way he moves is pristine, but we saw some excellent decision making and movement from BalloonBoy in the last set. The question is, can he keep that up for potentially 3 more games or more if he loses this first one to take the set and keep going on? That's the question. That is the question. Yuz with some big damage. Fate is going to deal a ton with each of these hits, but BalloonBoy, excellent movement to catch that high recovery there. And these blasters, I think, are how he's going to get the most explosive damage output. This match is going to be a lot different than the Mounir set. And Yuz barely falling into that second shot of the blaster's end light. A rare mistake coming out there. Sometimes you think he's a robot based on how he moves around the map and how he just doesn't get hit. How he can lock down into one move and just get it. He'll just keep playing until he gets it. BalloonBoy needs to keep playing for these downlights and these recoveries to get this game win. A little bit antsy on the neutral light, hoping Yuz would come down with an attack, but Yuz waited for just a moment. Who's gonna bite first? That is often the question in Brawlhalla. It's BalloonBoy, and he gets it with a downlight into Sarah. That's critical damage. Now he's in kill percent. A combo will kill. A signature will kill. Ooh, that side air. The spacing was ever so slightly off. BalloonBoy's spacing. What was that sentence? BalloonBoy's spacing on the blasters. If you are a blasters player, you should watch how he lands these Sares. It almost makes it feel like there's no dead zone at all. But blasters do have a dead zone, and that's a dead zone that... Oh, beautiful GC downlight. It's hard to get that one to lead into the recovery if you don't land the first shot, but BalloonBoy has been so good at it. Yeah, it's what I'm saying. It comes down to the spacing. It makes it feel like blasters don't have a gigantic hole in the middle of their attacks. That was good. That was good. Game 2, Small Fortress of Lions. This, I think, will probably favor Use. High ceiling means blasters are going to KO a lot later, and we saw that critical KO at the end of the last game with the blasters recovery coming out of BalloonBoy. And Use is really going to want to stay on him like butter on toast when he has these blasters, because if BalloonBoy feels comfortable landing these sidelights, landing these side airs, he's going to go for it, and most of the time he's going to land it. Now the scary thing is this is really the blasters game plan, right? I'm going to burp again, I'm just so sorry. But I turned away this time, so it wasn't as bad. Out of 10, you can rate that one at home. The thing with blasters is their whole game plan is to keep you away, be spaced outside of you. But the move with the highest amount of risk-reward ratio, as in they get the biggest amount of reward, but it takes the longest, is a close stacked option. I think it's a really cool design. It's the downlight, and that's how BalloonBoy gets his knockout. So you have to be careful about that one, but the blasters player has to be careful about throwing it out. This is probably going to be the stock if Use cleans it up. Yes, he does. I mentioned in the previous Use set that his edge guards, if there's any weakness in this player, it's his edge guards. On the orb and the scythe, not really adept at it yet, it appears, and BalloonBoy offstage, we've seen him be very comfortable, so I think if there's a big offstage moment, particularly later in the set when things get tense, it's probably BalloonBoy that has more composure. Use, I imagine, is not going to go for a high-risk play, not going to go for any kind of early edgeguard knockout unless it's near guaranteed. His neutral is just so good that he knows he can rely on it. But you know what? Your neutral can be good, but if your movement gets caught out by a sig, it does not matter. You can't react to that one in time. BalloonBoy gets the side sig, gets the knockout. That Vivi side sig has seen more usage today than like in the history of Brawlhalla tournaments. Vivi is not a popular character. There's a couple of North American players that do pick her, but I think now with the blasters buff, it makes sense that we're seeing more of her. In the underrated Legends video, it's something I talked about a whole lot. And Use, he's got a big lead. He's got a very big lead here. He's just looked solid all game. Nothing really specific to take note of other than the fact that it is just clean. It is just clean. And BalloonBoy is gonna have to find some kind of opening here and find his footing. Maybe it takes the boots, but I feel like the blasters have not really shown up this game like they were in the last one with how he was spacing Use out. It seems like Use, look how close Use is to BalloonBoy. Do you see that? Like it's almost like they're the same character. The way he jumps, he matches his movement, and it's almost like baiting, goading BalloonBoy to do something bad. And if he doesn't, Use is just gonna attack first and get the hits. And look at this gigantic lead. This is brutal. This is a brutal lead against Fate. Now you're in kill percent. Sidelight into Ensig, excuse me, probably knocks out here. Yeah, you see what I'm saying about the offstage? He just leaves. He just leaves. You probably could have gotten a down air there, or at least created a situation where you might get a down air, might get a ground pound, but Use doesn't want to play that game. He knows the rest of his game is good enough that he doesn't need to. And BalloonBoy still in the red, one stock here. Remember, BalloonBoy beat Use. Oh, what a snipe. What a snipe. BalloonBoy beat Use the last time they played, not so long ago, this very day. So this has been a very, very back and forth set, a back and forth series between these two players, and a back and forth history. Whew. I'm actually glad that this set is up next to give me some breathing room in between the last one. My voice is suffering. Holy. How did the last one go? All right, so the last time these two played in that set that BalloonBoy won, it went game 1 to Use, games 2 and 3 to BalloonBoy. Right now we're in the opposite timeline. Things have changed. Use. Yeah, people in chat are telling me. 3-player 2105 is saying Use hasn't used a SIG in 3 sets. He's looking very solid. Very, very solid. He's locked in. There comes a time when you're watching Use play. In the biggest moments, he shows up. Like the Spring Royale that he won in 2023, like he was a very good player. He had won championships before, but oddly enough, he didn't, I don't know, like he didn't win every tournament. But when you look at him play, you would think it should be easy, if that makes sense. I didn't phrase that well at all. The thought hadn't fully formulated in my head as I was speaking. Basically, I'm saying that in the biggest tournaments, he plays his best. And in the smaller ones that you would think is actually easier to win, he does worse. now that we've entered the redemption bracket, we might be seeing a new use. In round robin, in the back of your head, you might think, oh, I'm still in it. Even if I lose, there's redemption. But now, this is all or nothing, and he's playing like it's all or nothing. BalloonBoy looks a little lost. Production swapping Vivi's head over to the Mega Man. If he doesn't take this game, I'm expecting that Mega Man to swap over to something else. This is looking a little rough. He finds this KO earlier than he would have, maybe in the last game. Okay, I take it back. Vivi's the pick. What just happened? I mean, it's the offstage. It's the offstage. That's where Use is most exploitable. What a crazy turnaround from BalloonBoy. Within 15 seconds, it went from the Use show to now BalloonBoy might go up too. I don't even know. I don't even know. It's funny too because you'd expect someone like Use to have a good amount of practice against Boots based on the caliber of play, but maybe we just have there's just less in South America because that felt like a very like early Boots gimp. But you know what? Also, with the way these two are playing, the margin for error is so small that one missed jump and you get orb ground pounded off stage. The margin for error. This is something that I haven't really brought up today. It is so small with these players. So yeah, you might go for a dodge knowing it's risky and just hoping your opponent doesn't go for the full string, because if you're able to get free, then you're able to continue the match. And if you do something else, maybe that's a more obvious read. And oh, BalloonBoy is just hunting for these downlights and these recoveries. Look at him. Look at him go. It's basically what I was saying about Use earlier. He's goading him. He's baiting him. And there it is. Gets it off the heels of a crazy Boots 0 to death string. Yeah, let's take a look at this. So he gets the read off of the standard, not going forward, and then Use with a bit of a panic dodge there. BalloonBoy reads the fast fall. Didn't go forward with the Sair all the way, and that's what BalloonBoy needed. He was able to clean it up, didn't let Use take it away. Alright. Back to Mos Eisley. I didn't say this the first time they played. This map has a humongozoid ceiling. It got brought down a little bit, but it's still pretty tall, which I think is, of course, a little bit worse for weapons that KO upwards. Orb is included in that. Its recovery is often how it gets KOs. Not landing that side sig that time. Yeah, I didn't think it was going to work, but Use off stage. BalloonBoy goes for another ground pound. Doesn't get it, but still, even though he didn't get the KO from it, it's big damage. And it makes Use even more nervous the next time he's off stage. Use wants to find these horizontal scythe hits. Get these sidelights. BalloonBoy knows he's going for it. Oh my god, this is it's like I'm Nostradamus coming to the Brawlhalla scene. The offstage play, it's the little tiny percentage difference between these two players. And BalloonBoy is taking advantage. He read that Use was gonna hop off the wall here, just went down further than you would want to go for a ground pound, but he knew in his soul it was gonna connect. Here's that high ceiling coming into play, punishing Use a little bit. On a separate map, maybe both of those knock out. But here, it's not gonna happen. BalloonBoy. Oh my god, and Vivi's movement, nobody knows what she does. When she uses that N-Sig, her movement changes. The way her hurt box moves, it moves very quickly back and forth, and Use couldn't get the punishment from it. The downside of being so close to your opponent and putting on the pressure is if you're ever so slightly off, it's not gonna connect. Oh, he is falling for these Vivi attacks like crazy this game. BalloonBoy showing some character mastery. Oh my god, this is brutal. Use has not found his footing, found his game plan at all in this game. BalloonBoy saying, game 2, that was a fluke. Up 3 stocks to 1. Use has a mountain to climb. The BCX champ. I was giving him so much credit for being a diamond under pressure, but if he can't do it, this is it for our BCX champ. This is it for the #2 player of all time, potentially even #1, depending on how you look at the stats. BalloonBoy, North America's, actually not even last hope. Marckiemoo's in winner's bracket. Oh, he is running away with it. Look at him go. Use. He can't find anything. He can't find any. Oh my god, it's curtains. No, it's over. I'm calling it. I'm calling it. He went for GC down sick. Oh Oh no. Oh no. Wait a second. Use can activate. I've seen it happen. I've seen it happen before. That's the moment. If Use wins this set, that's the moment. Okay, BalloonBoy's locked in now. He's not giving it to him. He's not going to give it to him. Use holding on for dear life. BalloonBoy knows all it takes is one read to take it. Oh, some unfamiliarity with the scythe maybe. That dare was not going to connect. BalloonBoy defeats Use twice in a day and lives on. That was awesome. That was some incredible changes to his gameplay mid-set. Alright, we have entered, for the first time in a long time, the winner's side of the bracket. We are officially in the top 4 and already off to a crazy start. Almost a KO off the top. We got Marckiemoo and Vem in winner's side. Vem is actually the #1 seed in this tournament, which is surprising. The reason why I say that, oh, look at Marckiemoo chase him. Look at him. He's sniffing him out. He's trying to sniff out these jumps. Oh, and he gets it too. They're just playing in the sky. They have not touched the ground in how long? Vem gonna land, get a sword probably, and then switch it up for a chakram immediately. Knock him off stage, maybe a little bit. Marckiemoo going for some kind of play. And he SDs. Such is the life of watching Marckiemoo. Being a Marckiemoo fan is like the most exciting thing in Brawlhalla because you don't know what's gonna happen. You have no idea what's gonna happen. But if you're a Vem fan, it's a good day because, like I said before I interrupted myself rudely, Vem was the last chance qualifier at this event alongside Sandstorm, meaning he didn't qualify for this tournament. He had to fight his way through a brutal gauntlet just to make it here, and then on final Sunday, he was the best player of the day so far, earning a #1 seed. That is a remarkable story. We'll see if he can keep it up. So far, it's looking great in game 1, but Marckiemoo has not had the best game 1s all tournament. Even if this doesn't go his way, we've seen a reverse 3-0. He's had more game 5s than anyone else. Oh my god, Vem. For those of you that saw earlier when Acno was playing, I was saying that it's very different from Vem. Now you see why. Now you see why. Vem is all about these vertical combos. Acno was a lot about getting these horizontal sidelight setups. Vem on the sword. This is Marckiemoo's big chance. He reaches the dodge up, does not get the read on the fast fall / no jump. Marckiemoo activating a little bit. Starting off with the Mordex. The Mordex has not done him great today. It was the Mirage that earned him the reverse 3-0 against Mounir. It was the Mirage that was really showing up against, oh, who was it? I don't remember. The last set we saw with him. Vem gets it with that dare into recovery. Marckiemoo a little bit lost in game 1. It's Vem who takes the first game of the set. Game number 2, it's what everyone expected. Immediately off the Mordex and into Mirage. This feels like a rite of passage at this point. He just plays game 1 as Mordex. The Fenrir doesn't do it, and he swaps over to Mirage. Vem now on on sword, which is not something we've seen a lot of today. Honestly, a lot of this entire tournament. But look, it's working out. He's winning in the damage department so far. Goes for a downlight, which is a much riskier move now. And onto the chakram. He is the last chakram player standing. There were 3 of them in the top 8. Only 1 of them in the top 4. Think about that. That's actually insane to think about. He's the only one that survived, even though the numbers were vastly in the chakram player's favor. That just shows that compared to everyone else on this weapon, he is on another level. And that another level, is it enough to take the tournament? Well, so far, he's the best slated to do it. Marckiemoo hoping for some movement in read with that ground pound. It's worked so far today, not against Vem though. Vem looking for the recovery to get the knockout. This is not the chakram. Maybe he's looking for that. Yep, gonna split whenever it's safe, but it wasn't safe. Goes for a Sair. I mean, that's crazy. He used his dodge to GC downlight to split it up when he was across the stage. Back-to-back breakdances. There is no fear in this player. I am becoming a Vem fan as I am witnessing what I am watching on the screen. Marckiemoo finding so much mileage out of that ground pound. At top level, that is a very hard move to hit on stage. But Marckiemoo has found it in very key moments so far today. Alright, Vem He's gonna split at the at a moment's notice whenever it's best suited for him to do so. Oh, reading the dodge in. He's read so many of those this weekend. Yeah, that time he was reading some movement, maybe back down to the ground. Vem going for a fuse down air. Knows it's not gonna work. 0 to death. Holy. Vem is just on another level right now. Now keep in mind, this is winner's bracket. It's not like the past few matches. Whoever wins this is in grand finals, and whoever loses is knocked down into the loser's bracket for one more chance. The way that Vem is playing, he's positioned to take this tournament. It's what I said at the very start of the day. He was my pick. But Marckiemoo, if he has anything to say about it, he should say it now. That Mirage, Scythe, and Zig, that thing KOs so early. It's such a jump scare of a move, and Marckiemoo finds it, again, where it mattered most. Now, this spear, it's gotten him so much mileage today, but the way he's been playing has been very, very focused on landing a couple hits. It's the side light, it's the end light, and it's the nair. Now, going for these jumping nairs is a lot riskier when your opponent is just flying through the air like Vem is. That Sair might do it. 2-0 in favor of Vem. Tankilo. He's one game away from grand finals. Game number 3, Marckiemoo on the cross. I don't think this was on anyone's list, but he's pulling it out. The gauntlets of Mordex, he's saying we're good, and the blasters in this patch are good. This is what I need. This is what he's doing. I mean, off to a great start so far. Starting off explosive, which is exactly what he is known for. Vem has been trying to take the title of the most explosive player, but Marckiemoo is saying, no, that's mine. And he's trying to steal it back. Krampus cross on the Christmas map. The Nordic Christmas. Nordic winter. Ooh, Marckiemoo maybe could have gone for recovery there. Opted not to. Knock off stage with the side air. He's trying to stay in this winner's bracket if he wants a chance at winning this Royale. He's won one of them before. Vem has not. Who is more hungry? Is it the player with something to defend or the player with nothing to lose? Vem going for the wall here. Can he get the downer off stage? Marckiemoo dodges back. Now keep in mind, Marckiemoo, downlight recovery. Shades of BalloonBoy. Marckiemoo has beaten Acno 3-1 today, Sandstorm 3-2 today, both Chakram players. He's been the one to stuff it out more than anyone else, but Vem beat him 3-2. So there is some history. There is some history. Marckiemoo, though, looking the best this game than he ever has. Sidelight Sair. How many times have I talked about it today? But Marckiemoo is different. His blasters, we've not really seen this before. Vem, he's not on the Chakram either. He's feeling a little bit lost. Needs the weapon pickup. This sword does not look as practiced. And again, sword is not that great this patch compared to how it has been for years and years. Marckiemoo with this insane lead that looked impossible just a couple minutes ago. He is on fire. All the momentum is on his side. Can Vem turn it around? We've seen Vem win games in this situation before. He gets a Gimp, and suddenly it's even. That's all it really takes. He needs to find this stock first, though. He gets the dodge read. Not enough. Didn't get the full damage hit. I thought that was it. Cross strength. Oh my god. I'm telling you, Vem is playing a risky game with these recoveries. The thing is, he's just so good that it doesn't matter a lot of the time. He's good enough to cover his own weaknesses. Marckiemoo finally taken out. Just insane offstage play there. Marckiemoo making him have to hit 2, 3, 4 more hits to get the actual knockout, and that pressure is crazy. If you've ever watched tennis, it's like Alcaraz. It's like you think you're gonna hit it past him, he gets it back with one more shot, and then suddenly you're on the back foot, and you don't even know how it happened. It should have been your win, but look at this. Vem is starting to run away a little bit with this stock. He's gotten what now, 10 hits unanswered. Marckiemoo, he needs to find something. He's looking for these recoveries, these siders. He needs to build up a little more damage if he wants to downlane into recovery. Vem is getting this game. Oh no. Marckiemoo, he picks up the gauntlets. This is probably way better for him. His ability to scrap in these dangerous scenarios. It only takes one more big hit, one read. Vem's the one that gets it, though. This is dangerous territory we have just entered. Marckiemoo has blasters queued up. He may not be the most comfortable, whereas Vem is reading his movement left and right. Oh my god, look at Vem go. He's reading everything Marckiemoo wants to do. It's insane. Oh my god, he's playing out of this world. Marckiemoo gets it. Clutched. In the final moments, if you're a Marckiemoo, that game was scary. Not just because it was so close, but because you had such a big lead, and it took everything still to win after it. Okay, back to the same map, same legends, no swap this time, 2-1 in favor of them. Winner moves on to Grands, loser goes down to the losers finals. I mean, I don't even know how to start off this set, how to start off this game, excuse me, because these players started off this set so insanely explosive to where you don't even know what's gonna happen. You might have a player that's up 3-1 stocks, and then suddenly it gets into the last hit scenarios. Them, the one with the early damage lead this time. It seems like he found the answer to Marckiemoo's blasters. It took him just one game to adapt, and he's done it. Marckiemoo hoping to maybe get some kind of recovery, but no, Vem at the very end of the side sig clips him. You can tell Marckiemoo, who's typically unafraid of anything, not wanting to contest Vem's recoveries in the sky, not even going for the punishes, because Vem's drift movement is just too far to do it. The blasters might have the answer with reverse recoveries, but if you can't find your hits to get the damage, it's not going to KO like in the last game. Oh, Vem is running away with it. Look at his positioning, how he's just outside the range, then dash jumps in with a dare. Marckiemoo finds a dash jump dare of his own. Goes for a second one, not gonna get it. Vem, that dare into Sarah off stage, how many times has that gotten him a hit? How many times has it led to even more? Marckiemoo saying, I'm stopping that count. Not again. Downlight recovery, taking it. Marckiemoo in the orange here. He's still in it. His winner's bracket life depends on these next two stocks. And light there. That's some good damage. Doesn't get the read from it. That's okay. Sarah tries to get some kind of read inward, but Vem is just going to be comfortable staying above him. Most players there would try to get back on stage. It's what Marckiemoo was reading. Oh, a big ground pound Marckiemoo. That's what I'm saying. It took one moment. He got him off stage. He hit him 2 more times. Locked him down. Locked and loaded. Marckiemoo is still in this set. Vem trying to find some kind of opening. Looking for a downlight. Marckiemoo gives it to him. Vem locked him down with his movement. It's all evened up. Marckiemoo. He needs another stock like that last sequence if he wants a chance here. The gauntlets, we haven't really seen much this game. Oh my god, he just keeps going. If he landed that weapon toss, it probably would have been it. Vem's dodge would have been caught, even though he didn't get the knockout from that situation. We've seen Marky get it before. Look at the damage deficit that Vem is now having to fight back against. He goes to the recovery knowing it's worked so many times before. Marky was ready this time. He just stood his ground. He waited on the ground. He read Vem's drift. Sidelights there. Vem is 1 hit away. This should be it! Marckiemoo, Ron John Surf Shop Prodigy. Game 5. Game 5. Alright, we have entered the final game. This is the first time I think this map has been played on stream as well. These 2 platforms floating in the air. I would say way better for Vem, but if you're Marckiemoo, you can use them as well to get an early recovery KO, and maybe that's what he's thinking, leaving this map open. Vem is saying, no way, I am using these platforms. I am going into the sky. You are going to regret this. Just like I said, he just reset his jumps right there. Alright, Marckiemoo, he made everyone believe in anything being possible at the end of the last game. You literally could not have played it more perfect. Vem is saying, no. Don't get ahead of yourself. This is my game. This is my tournament. And it really has been so far. Vem has gone, I mean, on an insane tear, winning the last chance qualifier, being the best player in the round robin, and now potentially the best player in the final top 4 bracket. Marckiemoo has been lapped in damage and then some. Needs to find something, some kind of ground. Vem is just swinging, and Marckiemoo cannot find any kind of punish. He can't find his footing. Look at Vem just track him down. He's literally on him like bread on toast. That doesn't even make sense. Like butter on toast. No, he's bread on toast. He is him. He is him. Vem. What in the world has he done? Vem has activated. Marky was in a bad position in the last game, and he came back. This position is... He didn't even die. He threw the weapon. He threw the weapon up, and it protected him in his Sky Gimp. Marckiemoo, by all intents and purposes, should have gotten that Sky Gimp. He should have gotten the reverse. Vem... No, he's on another level. He's just on another level. I don't even understand. Marckiemoo with a weapon toss snipe. That's going to be the stock. An incredible edge guard, actually. That should be talked about in the history books, but it won't if he can't find a way to get some momentum back this game. Every single hit that Vem gets here is going to hurt so badly. That one hurts even more. Vem is just making this an impossible mountain to climb. Marckiemoo goes for a read and actually missed out on damage because of it. Maybe he thought the recovery would have connected. One more hit from Vem is gonna do it. That is it. Game 5. Vem activated. That was crazy. The way he was just on Marckiemoo's character model and just and tracking him down and naring and sending out 2 hitboxes back to back. No, that was insane. That was insane. That was a good set. Alright, this actually started off way faster than I expected. This is BalloonBoy against Lorez. So that was the winner side of our top 4. This is the loser side of our top 4. So we just saw Marckiemoo fall. The winner of this will fight Marckiemoo. The loser, well, the loser goes home. The stakes are high. BalloonBoy on this Vivi, Lorez on this Dusk. We saw this matchup earlier today. BalloonBoy took it commandingly, if I'm not mistaken. I can pull up the bracket and get more information there, but first things first, we gotta process the information that just happened on our screen. BalloonBoy deleting Lorez. Yes, Lorez lost 3-0 to BalloonBoy earlier today. Lorez on this Dusk. This is a Dusk Vivi matchup. Not something that you see in top 4 very often, but you know what? I predicted it. Not really, but I'm happy to see it. BalloonBoy has been on an oh, great turnaround. Okay, he got a little antsy. He got a little antsy. We can admit he got a little antsy. And BalloonBoy has been he's been kind of destroying. He wrapped up Mounir, he wrapped up Use, and he's looking to wrap up Lorez here as well to make it into top 3. Make it a North American versus South American Grand Finals if he can beat Marckiemoo as well. Lorez is saying, no. My spear is going to be the difference maker. And you know what? For many years, many matchups, many tournaments, it has been. So we're going to see. This is very much, a high pressure match. PR3, PR4. Only one player today can be number 1. BalloonBoy with an early end light there, reading Lorez's movement in. He looks way more comfortable this set than he did against Use and than he did against Mounir. Oh my god, that was disgusting. How many burps is that? Sorry. Yeah, I don't know. I think it might just be stylistic differences. Oh, huge combo there. That's just enabled by the new patch. Lorez fighting back. He is quite damaged. Dusk 4 defense. Not a lot there, and Vivi is on 7. BalloonBoy right now is running 7 strength, 7 speed. So this Dusk is going to be knocked out quick, but that also means he's on 4 defense. So 2 lower defense characters, which is part of why these stocks are getting deleted so quickly. The other part of it is these players are just mounting on the damage. Things have slowed down dramatically in this last stock, however, as they're just hoping to find any kind of hit, any kind of advantage. With the amount of damage that BalloonBoy is dealing to Lorez right now, you would think that he's just destroying him, but if you look at the stocks, it's actually quite even. Lorez has found the hits where it matters. BalloonBoy is nickel and diming him a little bit. Just one hit after one hit after one hit on these battle boots, and they're not the most damage, but you do it enough times and Lorez is in kill percent. One more N-Sig is going to do it. Amazing anti-air that move is. I'm anticipating a down sig sometime soon. Doesn't even need it. If Lorez throws out an attack like that, BalloonBoy goes up 1-0.
Definitely did seem like he was piecing some things together there, and I mean, look at the swap. Right?
Did you see that? Okay, Lorez locked in Priya, and BalloonBoy just looked at it like, oh no. No, it's okay. It's lock in, BalloonBoy. Lock in. Okay, well, what do we have here? Huh. I have not seen the Lorez Priya, but it seems like Lorez is soul searching a little bit, given that he has now lost 4 games in a row to BalloonBoy. BalloonBoy just had an interview play on stream. It was recorded at the beginning of the day, so it wasn't him just now, but he was talking about how he's not looking forward to fighting Chakram. You know, maybe Lorez was watching the stream. It's actually not looking bad. Here's the thing with character swaps. Oftentimes at the start, it either looks really bad or really good, and then the lock-in is where it matters. BalloonBoy gonna find some early damage here. Great conversion off of that Nair. Enabled, of course, by the sidelight there. He caught the dodge, and it granted him like a 4-hit string into even more. And it was looking really bad. It's now evened up. Is this edge guard going to be it, though? No, the GC sidelight. BalloonBoy very intelligent there. That still not it. Lores was under the map, but yeah, these recoveries. Based on the way BalloonBoy is floating in the air, the Chakram is going to eat him up right now, especially these Chakram recoveries that just have a vortex of a hitbox. So he has to change something. He really does fast if he wants a chance at this trophy, which of course, based on the way he's been on Demon Time this tournament, he does. Missed his jump there. Potential stock. Gets it anyway. 8, only one more hit for it. Alright. He's on the boots now. The blasters were not working out. Okay. Going for like a top man, just fully charged there. You know what? It was a 50-50 chance if Lords even punished it. So I understand. I understand. Alright, they're trading hits now. Now, both of these weapons, Boots and Chakram, are designed to be quick string attacks, at least in the split version that Lores is playing and that everyone has been playing today. It's funny, I made a big deal talking about how Vem was the only Chakram left, but who could have predicted that Lores would bring one out too? Well, I guess maybe a lot of people, if you've been watching the tournament. And it's like, well, a lot of people have been trying out Priya, and it's been working out pretty well. BalloonBoy looks frustrated. He looks a little lost. He doesn't look like the typical player that we see. Perhaps a little bit of seeing this character on character select got him frustrated, and he has not locked in. But when you're at that top level, even that momentary lapse in concentration is enough for your opponent to take advantage. With that said, he locked in for that one moment, and he got the stock. So I do think BalloonBoy is slated to be in a much better spot than Lores here. The Vivi that's been tearing people up versus the one like random swap Priya. I feel like based on the odds, if I was a betting man, I'm gonna say BalloonBoy spacing out horizontally here against someone that has not probably experienced this level of blasters spacing on Chakram. I give it to the blasters player almost every single time, and it took the lock-in. It's what I was saying. He got shocked at the start, had to lock in, and then he did it. And then he did it. Alright, yeah. The Priya, the shock factor, it was not gonna do it. That was definitely a fluke. And he's back to his spear, which he is known for. He's pretty much the best spear in the world, I think, uncontested. I don't know if there would be an argument for anyone else other than people locking it in and going God mode for a bit. Lores' spear has just been dominant for so long, so it makes sense he'd go back to that after losing out with Priya. It kind of felt like a hopeless pick. He's like, I'm just gonna do it because nothing I've done is working. This player has now won 5 games against me. BalloonBoy seems to be the perfect Lores counter, but Lores is saying, you know what? It's me. I'm the problem. He's going full T-Swift, okay? He's saying it's not the character, it's not Dusk. I just gotta be better. If I'm better, I can do it. And BalloonBoy is probably feeling good about that, honestly. It seemed like he was more upset about fighting Chakram than anything else. Even if he loses against this Dusk, I'm sure he's happier. So, something about these two players is so fascinating to me, because stylistically, it just seems like BalloonBoy is countering Lores. And so, what do you do if you're Lores in that situation? Because Lores, I don't know how to phrase it. He's such a good player, and when he plays against BalloonBoy, it doesn't really show. And so what do you do? How do you change your style enough to win? Well, it seems like in this game number 3, he's been doing it. He is up quite a good amount. If he lands a good attack, that should be enough to have a Sig knockout. And he goes for it. He goes for the dodge in read, the dodge diagonal up in read. Neither are what BalloonBoy opts for. And he's able to take the stock from it. Yeah, Lores needs to find some kind of footing here. This orb has not been it thus far. You would think orb into blasters is a comfortable matchup, but BalloonBoy has proven otherwise against Use and now against Lores, 2 of South America's best. Is he going to find anything with these battle boosts? Maybe a down sig? No, just goes for an end light. Dare off stage. Lores, can he make it back? No, he goes for a high recovery. BalloonBoy with a miss. A rare miss, but then he fades back to the stage. That was so well played by BalloonBoy. After his flub, he was able to make it back, but Lores has taken full advantage of it. And I've been praising every single set that Lores plays. His offstage spear. Now you see it. Oh, he is going crazy right now in this game 3. He said, this is my last chance. This is my tournament game. If I don't do it now, I'm going home at 4th. Which, to be fair, not a bad placement by any means. Not only are you up against the very best 8 players in the entire world in a gauntlet back-to-back games, but also the last chance qualifier. BalloonBoy sniping out the early recovery. Oh, this is not looking good for Lores. You wanted to extend that lead as far as you possibly could, especially against a low defense character like Vivi right now. Oh, but Lores is just trading hits back and forth. This is good. This is good if you're Lores. The damage deficit is going to help you out so much here. Maybe it was going for a reverse dare there, but missed and did a downlight instead. Lores needs to find his downlight. There he is. Hunting off stage like a shark. He waits for the dodge. BalloonBoy needs some kind of opening. Lores going for some hits. He's going to look for a dodge read potentially. Maybe even a raw sig if he can. Tosses away the spear. Oh my god, the weapon toss there? That was just, that was... Okay, that was a crazy weapon spawn. What was that weapon spawn? Lores stays alive. 3-2-1 brawl. I feel like Lores tossing away that game 2 for a chance at Priya might actually cost him, given that the next game on Dusk was what he needed. But you know what? Maybe it was a composure check. Maybe he's like, I just needed confidence in my character. And that little bit of difference was enough to bring him over the edge at the very end. BalloonBoy with a great start here. If he lands that side sig, it's probably the stock. So no harm, no foul in going for it. But Lores off stage. Lores off stage. Very scary. BalloonBoy makes it back. Yeah, Lores is in a very interesting spot right now. You lost 5 games in a row to this player. You finally take 1. Was it a small difference? Was it a confidence difference? Or was it an entire gameplay shift? That's a big question, because if it was the gameplay shift, then your ability to replicate is probably quite high. If it wasn't, if it was a minutia, then I don't know. BalloonBoy might just run away with it, and it looks like that's what's happening right now. Lores probably wants to lock in the spear as soon as possible. There it is. Side sig, huge. Reading the movement inward. That looks like Dusk unfamiliarity on BalloonBoy's part. I felt like that side sig was coming from an ethereal place. We all knew it was happening. Every Dusk player, they knew. They were mashing that side sig, looking for the landing. BalloonBoy falls victim to it. He falls prey. And Lores is now just looking to avoid any kind of horizontal hit. Look at his movement right now. Oh, he is on fire, taking 0 risk. Looking for an engagement. Giving up stage control. Willing to give up control. Just to get a hit. BalloonBoy is looking. He is hunting. Look at Lores spacing right now. Oh my god, it is immaculate. Maybe this is the difference. Stay close, but stay far. He's close, as in he's next to him. He's also right outside the range, but he's far, because BalloonBoy has to dash to get to him. That's something that you can potentially read. BalloonBoy, though, punishing him for this in-and-out play style. With that Vivi downsig, that downsig it's got a mind of its own. It's got a tier list of its own. Laura's saying tier lists don't matter. I'm locking in Dusk, and I'm making it to top 4 of max mode. BalloonBoy hoping that that stays at top 4, not top 3. He's holding on for dear life here. Lores hoping to take this stock before things start slipping away from him like they have in the previous set. This is the closest it has ever been. Lores, not only has he taken a game, but now he's in a position to possibly take another one. So much so that I'm losing my ability to even comprehend what is happening on screen. BalloonBoy with an early downlight to read with the 3rd shot. That is a rare hit on a player of Lores' caliber, but he falls for it. The pressure right now that Lores must be feeling. BalloonBoy is looking for an opening. Gets it with the dare. Has not thrown that out much this previous game. Maybe that's a little bit of an adaptation, knowing that Lores' horizontal vertical spacing has been so good. Goes for a downlight, knowing the reward would be great. Gets a read. Lores does. Off stage again. A rare miss from Lores on the Blaster's recovery. I feel like 99 out of 99 times Lores hits that, but no. This was the 100th. BalloonBoy, a little bit of a slip up there. Lores, he's given another chance at life. He looked for that Ensig a couple times. The stream freeze. I thought Lores might be dead there. How is Dusk alive? Spot dodge. Lores survives with a spot dodge. Goes for the Sair. BalloonBoy looking for recovery. Lores wraps around him. We're going to game 5. Oh my god. I thought that was going to be a recovery. I thought Lores was going to get under him with a recovery and it wasn't going to knock out. I was scared. Lores knows better. Wraps all the way around. I mean, the guts to go for that play in this situation. Look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this. Recovery here. The obvious play is just to dash jump recovery, to jump recovery yourself. But high ceiling on Demon Island. It might not have knocked out. Lores goes for the reverse Sair. Crazy. I actually cannot believe how well Lores played that game. Okay, we are going to Small Fortress of Lions for game number 5. I was mentioning in the middle of these games, the Priya pick was so fascinating. It's like, it was almost mind games. It was like, if this works, it works, and if it doesn't, then I really need to lock in. And he really locked in. His spacing was immaculate, and oh my god, he is running away with this first stock. BalloonBoy, silent Ensig if that KO'd. Oh my god, if that KO'd, it was a set. It was over. It was over. BalloonBoy, you need to find a hit right now. He does. He gets an opening. He gets some reads. The falling Sair gets the movement towards the right side of the screen. Lores has been so comfortable in the corner. Catches the jump. Lores is now on the back foot. BalloonBoy's back in this game. You can just tell his composure is back. Even if he dies here. Lores! I actually can't believe it. Lores, who had the stock in his clutches, gets reversed BalloonBoy with one of the greatest down airs. Definitely the best of the day. In game 5, turns it around. Oh, Lores is starting to struggle. Oh, what is that Sair? Okay, he gets lucky. He gets lucky. BalloonBoy with a little bit of a sell there. Not pushing the lead. Lores is still in it. Oh my god, after that first stock. Now anything can happen. Literally, like, anything can happen. That was his stock. That silent to Ensig, if it was like a % later and it KO'd, we're in a different universe right now. We're in a parallel world. Lores is saying, I yearn for the mines. Get me back to that world. BalloonBoy with a big lead now. Oh, he has taken this momentum and run with it. The 7 speed is not just for show. Lores needs to make it back. Ooh, BalloonBoy maybe could have gotten the ground pound there. Did not want to risk it in case Lores went for a dodge option that was separate from the obvious one, which is back to the wall. Instant interrupt. Lores tosses away his spear. His trusty spear. Going with the orb. Finds an end light with a dash jump inward movement. BalloonBoy has found so many instant jump Sairs this game that he didn't in the last one. Oh, he's looking. Oh, Lores is flustered. He is so flustered. Look at BalloonBoy go. He's just attacking. He's just attacking. He's just going. He's just going. Lores. Oh, and the dodge in read too. BalloonBoy. He woke up. He's got to change his name. BB BalloonBoy. That's CC Balloon Man. What is happening? He within the span of one stock. It took one down air for him to become a new player. Oh my god, Lores. What are you gonna do? He needs to find the KO right now. He needs to find it right now. And he does. And he does. And he does. Just kidding, it's Priya! That's not Priya, I meant Vivi! Okay, never mind. Okay, we all saw that Ensig coming. I was trying to build anticipation. I thought he was gonna live, and then I messed up the character, and I feel bad about it. So you know what? That's my bad. You know what? That's my bad. Last stock game 5. Lores in the orange. BalloonBoy finds a couple Sairs. He's in kill percent. Okay, it's starting to start. BalloonBoy. He knows. He knows if he finds a big nair here, Lores is in kill percent, and that's it. And that's it. All he needs is a downlight. Lores knows the same thing. Look at them jump around. The game is lagging. The stream is lagging. It can't keep up. It can't. Oh my god. No. That's it. How many N6 has Lores gone for that set that didn't go his way? Not a single one landed. BalloonBoy clutch. He's been a loser's bracket demon today. North America's last hope. Here we go. The winner of this moves on to grand finals, which means there's a guaranteed NA versus South America grands. Marckiemoo is saying, I want to get there quick. like Every set today, game 1 is Mordex. If it works out, he's sticking with it. If it doesn't, it's probably Mirage. And maybe it's even Cross. I don't know at this point. For some reason, the Game 1 Mordex has just not worked this entire tournament. Marckiemoo has played more best of 5s than anyone else. BalloonBoy hot off of a best of 5. Something I mentioned in the intermission that is very interesting. I think a lot of people don't really consider during these tournaments is the pure exhaustion that comes about on these days. You are playing at top focus, trying to be as honed in as possible, burning as many calories as Roger Federer on a tennis court. There's like a real study on Magnus Carlsen and his calorie count throughout a chess day when he's just sitting there. Don't think this is at that level, but you know what I'm saying. Talking about being on another level, look at Marckiemoo right now. Your focus wanes ever so slightly, you lose. So you gotta be locked in the whole time, and BalloonBoy, hot off of a best of 5, might be feeling a little bit of the after effects. Marckiemoo has had some time to breathe, as well as just sitting in the winner's side earlier. Did not have to go through the redemption bracket, and a royale back-to-back matches into a redemption, into the top 4, into the top 3. That is just insane. BalloonBoy has been, I'm sure, has earned many fans today. Marckiemoo, BalloonBoy. This was the finals of the last major North American tournament. Marckiemoo falls off stage, hoping to get a neutral air, but BalloonBoy evades any kind of that. Excuse me! Spacing. Down to 2 stocks each. I'm gonna, please, I'm just gonna drink some water. I've been talking so much, my voice is so gone. Oh, and BalloonBoy's stock is so gone too. The backside of the breakdance. At some point, you gotta wonder, like, was that intentional? I actually think it was. How many times have you been hit by the backside of that and it's an accident? A lot, but if it's Marckiemoo, I actually just believe. The timing was so precise. Ooh! BalloonBoy slipping through, so slippery with those battle boots. That could have been the stock right there. Marckiemoo was going for a gimp, reads the dodge in, BalloonBoy does, and he evens it up. That went from instant gimp to death to now it's almost evened up. Now here's an interesting scenario. This is another situation where BalloonBoy is playing the strength stance. He's 7 attack, 7 speed, which put... It's a baby down sig. It's a baby down sig. It's like this move. I said in my video, even the best players in the entire world like can't punish it because of how it works. You saw it right there. You literally saw it right there. We're in the top 3 right now, and it's happening again. Okay, Marckiemoo, smart, interrupts it early. You know, it's a little risky because if BalloonBoy decides to pull the trigger at any other time, then it might not hit. But Marckiemoo had the read, and as good as this was going for the Moo, it's actually looking a lot better for the boy right now. Man versus animal. Who's gonna take it? Isn't BalloonBoy? Sorry, I'm getting distracted. This is a high tense scenario. Isn't BalloonBoy like a hoax thing? Anyway, Marckiemoo looking to find an opening. If he gets these hits, if he gets these sidelights, he can convert it. We've seen it before. Just random raw side sig. I guess it's not random. He had to read on the movement. BalloonBoy just pulling the trigger today. He's just willing to do it. Game 2. Marckiemoo is sticking with the Mordex. This is a rare 2 in a row. I guess that match was so close that he's thinking, okay, I'm gonna stick with it. Also, he's very familiar with BalloonBoy in this exact matchup. Maybe not this exact one with the Vivi, but this matchup where you know, they've played each other many times. I'm sure they've practiced together a lot as well. Played each other in ranked, certainly, and in doing so, every character that these two have to offer has been fought by the other. So BalloonBoy off to a much stronger start here. His boots today have been quite surprising. You wouldn't expect a Blasters pro to be able to be so proficient in these short-range, quick attacks. But you know what? BalloonBoy is not just a Blasters pro. He has done many amazing things on the Zariel as well, and he's adding Vivi to hopefully his trophy case if you're in his camp. Another side sig in neutral. BalloonBoy up a stock here. Marckiemoo hoping to find any kind of opening. The Mordex has really not been doing it for him today. I don't know what is going on. It feels like when he swaps to Mirage, even his Scythe is like a different player. But he's hoping. He's hoping. Because he's locking it in for 2 games in a row and he's been down 0-2 before. So I don't know. Maybe he actually did. No, you know what? Here's what happened. Against Mounir, he did go down 0-2. He did go down 0-2 with the Mordex, and then he locked in Mirage and won 3 in a row, if I'm not mistaken. So there's always a chance. There's always a chance. Here's the thing with Marckiemoo, you never know what to expect. You don't know what Marckiemoo you're gonna get on any given day. And he might just get a Gimp out of nowhere. No, BalloonBoy, such good movement there. The Scythe recovery dropping is really unfortunate for Marckiemoo, but you know what? They both make it back to neutral. BalloonBoy, Vivi anti-air crazy, tracks the high movement. Yeah, BalloonBoy is looking on. I don't know. He's huffing something, and I hope it's not helium. He's going crazy. He's actually going crazy. This is like the 5th set in a row that he's playing. Even off stream, before he started the redemption bracket, he was against use. Oh my god, no, Marckiemoo can't find anything. He can't find anything. BalloonBoy is running away with this. I'm feeling the character swap. I'm feeling the character swap. I mean, if you're Marckiemoo, you gotta change something dramatically. Your reads are not landing, and you're losing in neutral. BalloonBoy is unstoppable right now. He's playing so well. Holy. Alright, I mean, this is what it looked like against Mounir. This is almost exactly what it looked like against Mounir. It was like hopeless. Alright, game 3. This is the Mirage. It's what we expected. This is almost a mirror of the match against Mounir, but here's the difference. BalloonBoy is the one who took Mounir out. So, will this be enough? Marckiemoo, that was a nail-biter set when they played earlier today. We'll see if he's able to do it. Marckiemoo. Like what I was saying, on the Scythe, it's like he's a different player on Mirage versus Mordex. Getting some early connections here. BalloonBoy fighting back though. The strength of Vivi on these boots is making up the difference in the little damage that this weapon deals. I keep mentioning it, but it is very important. Now here's the thing, Mirage also higher strength, so she's able to get an... Oh! I don't know what just happened there. The Sair was guaranteed and I think might have gotten the knockout. They were far enough to the left side of the screen. He went for ground pound instead, maybe thinking that it was just more guaranteed to knockout. But that felt very risky for something that was kind of a lock, and now he's really far behind. Marckiemoo should have had the first stock of this set. Oh, sorry, excuse me, of this game. But now he's really far behind. Goes for the down sig, and if that doesn't hit, now I'm scared for Marckiemoo, but it does. Maybe he can find some momentum here. The spear. Okay, the spear has been just I don't even know. It's like magnetic onto the opponent today. There's the start. Ooh, the side sig there could have been big. That move has a deceptive amount of speed and force and angle. Honestly, it's a crazy move. BalloonBoy just, however, defeated perhaps. How do you pronounce that word? Perhaps the best spear in the world in Lores. Is Marckiemoo able to switch it up enough? His spear, of course, is going to be so different from what BalloonBoy just fought. He has to adapt on the fly. Marckiemoo making it back to the map. Unafraid in the corner. Another side sig, but you know what? Spear is much better equipped to land it. Doesn't get the read. BalloonBoy gets the stock. Marckiemoo. Last stock, potentially, of the tournament. This is a previous Royale champion. And BalloonBoy is saying, we're going to keep the previous at previous. You are not winning this one. Marckiemoo not able to clean up the edge guard. Okay, tracks the movement with the Sair. That was great. The way he jumped up there. I mean, that's just classic. You got to study that one. That is clean. Not easy to hit. He makes it look easy. BRAWLHALLA has so many movement options where something like that seems like it should be simple, and it's not, but Marckiemoo gets it. 2 big Sair into end lights. Look at BalloonBoy's HP. That is huge. Mirage is a big difference maker. It just feels like he's in more control this game than anything else. Look at this spear. It's literally magnetic. You see what I'm saying? Yep, down sig there. We all saw that one coming. BalloonBoy especially dodged out to escape it. Marckiemoo maybe thinking, okay, BalloonBoy is antsy to get back to the ground. If I go for that again, yep, he went for it again. BalloonBoy off stage here. Marckiemoo, what are you gonna do? Down zig! Gonna take it. 2 stocks of this game. Critical. Game 3. Oh, he's not gonna do it again, is he? Oh no. Back to Demon Island. Return to Demon Island. It's like Battle Pass Season 1. Marckiemoo. This spear was crazy. His spear was so good. Yeah, he's going for a lot of these grounded stairs. We saw how big the Saren to end light combos were. BalloonBoy. I mean, if you're trading hits like you're doing right now, you are not going to win this set. The damage difference is just too brutal in favor of Marckiemoo's Mirage. But you know what? They're not even trading hits. Marckiemoo is landing 3 or 4 for every one that BalloonBoy is. Yeah, he swaps over. He's saying the boots were not it. Goes for these blasters. A lot of this horizontal spacing that was getting so much mileage for him in the previous set. And that last stock gave him nothing. We'll see if... Oh my god, what a dare! Finding that against a player of BalloonBoy's caliber. Marckiemoo just goes for it. He just rips it. Barely any scythe. Yeah, he says, I don't want to play that at all. Marckiemoo. I'm telling you, his Mirage is like a different player. Yeah, not falling for that projectile. Not even going for the punish. You can't punish it there. A rare miss. Still alive. BalloonBoy, that should be the kill. No, not quite. I'm totally mistaken. Marckiemoo evading the weapon toss. BalloonBoy cleans it up. That was great. That was so good. Both from Marckiemoo evading the weapon. Sorry, yeah. Marckiemoo avoiding the weapon. BalloonBoy cleaning it up. That was very well played from both players. Marckiemoo now on the scythe. We'll see if he can do it. This really has not done much for him in this set. Weird. They're playing some offstage game that I have not heard of before. They're playing BRAWLHALLA Grand Slam in the mobile app store. Based on how they're playing offstage, what was that? I don't know, but it's BalloonBoy that's coming out on top in this scrap scenario. Ooh, that's a caught dodge. That should be it. Yeah, he's not going for the ground pound. It would have KO'd. It would have KO'd for sure. This is Vivi on 4 defense. This is Mirage we're talking about. That ground pound in the last game. He is lucky that he won that one. Well, maybe not lucky because he's the one that made it happen. But I'm sure he's relieved. But you know what? If you're in this situation, you are one of these players. It's not even in your mind. It left your mind the moment it was over. Look at them. They are locked into this. 2 North American killers. BalloonBoy hoping to make that metaphor a reality and get this stock before Marckiemoo runs away with it. There it is. Grounded recovery. The very thing that netted him the set against Mounir. That, again, is not an easy thing to do, but they make it look seamless. Marckiemoo on the spear now. The number of hits he has found, the number of reads of engagements. It's like he attacks perfectly right when BalloonBoy wants to dodge in neutral. Marckiemoo down again. Potentially his last stock of the tournament. Look, they're just playing chicken. They're playing chicken. He's not doing it again. He's not. No. He's not doing it again. Right? We gotta chill. We gotta chill. We gotta chill. Oh no. Like, if he starts on Mirage, does he have, like, is he playing, like, with nothing to lose? Like, I don't know. I feel like... it's literally final form. He's Frieza. He's Frieza. Oh my god. Oh, and now his scythe is activating. Oh, in game 5, his scythe is activating. That side sig lands, it's over. It's 0 to death. Oh my god. I guess not fully 0, but in terms of the combo, yes. See, the edge guard is still going. BalloonBoy is dead. No, he's not. Marckiemoo rushes. Oh, he gives him a chance at life. He gives him another chance. Is BalloonBoy gonna take it? Is it Lores all over again? Lot different situation in that game 5 though, as BalloonBoy got the stock from his second chance. This time, he just got back to the map. You know what? I may have to amend that statement. Marckiemoo spear, best in the world. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Ron John Surf Shop. Yes, sir. Oh my god, Marckiemoo. You know what? Even though he dropped that, it's like nothing has happened. It's like the game just still goes on. Life goes on. Oh, look at them. Oh my god, just tracking his movement. He knew he wanted to go to center stage. Blasters, they have the range, but they need the range. They need the distance. He went back, you know what? I gotta go back to center stage. Marckiemoo like, you're not going. You're not going anywhere. I'm popping that balloon. Oh my god. Marckiemoo, he's literally a different player. This is what I was saying. How many times do we gotta see this happen? BalloonBoy, what are you gonna do? How are you going to answer to what is happening to you right now? Marckiemoo seems unstoppable. Do you slow the pace down? I mean, that's what it seems like he's doing. And this might be good. It took him... Oh, that signature. You know what? It's gotten you a lot. I understand. Look at the spacing from Marckiemoo. BalloonBoy just ever so slightly off. The game is slipping away from him. That's what he needed it. He needed it so bad. Okay. A couple blasters combos, and it's pretty much even. I better not burp now. If I burp now, Marckiemoo wins. Okay, well, we locked it in. BalloonBoy, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna defy the gods? I don't know. It doesn't look like it with a downlight like that. He barely escapes. The top of that scythe end light hit, which means the recovery wasn't gonna connect. BalloonBoy doesn't fast fall, and he's able to escape with his life. He gets a couple engagements. Marckiemoo tosses away the scythe. He knows it isn't it this set. Lock in the spear. Yeah, BalloonBoy's like, you're not getting one. You're not getting one. Marckiemoo is hoping. He's praying for a weapon spawn right now. Any kind of engagement. BalloonBoy, does he protect the weapon? He does not. He goes for an attack instead. Marckiemoo gets the weapon, but BalloonBoy got an engagement from it. Is he going to make the most of it? He gets one extra hit. Marckiemoo engages. Ooh, that's the first time he's gone for that sidelight into NSIG read. Maybe all tournament long. And at the perfect moment. It's been all down sig. It's been all down sig all day. Oh, sidelight, downlight, look at the damage. Marckiemoo is running away with it. He was gonna stare off the wall. He was gonna stare off the wall and combo him. He was gonna combo him off the wall. He is feeling it. BalloonBoy maybe feeling the pressure of this monster that he's up against. Ron John, what have you summoned? Marckiemoo. Oh, if he landed that weapon toss, it was probably a down air into an edge guard. BalloonBoy with a chance. What a ground pound, just barely clipping. He went for the GCKO. It was too late. It was too late. How is Marckiemoo still alive? Marckiemoo, how are you alive? How are you alive? What pact have you made with Sandstorm's ghost to do this to us right now? I mean, we know that it's just Sandstorm in a trench coat. We know this, but still, it's unbelievable. BalloonBoy, Marckiemoo, both potentially on their last stock of the tournament. Marckiemoo, all it's gonna take is one read. That worked before. BalloonBoy. He knew. They both knew. Both players paused for a moment, knowing that offstage play could have been it. It could have been a game. In the final moments, it's the scythe. It's the scythe. He went all the way across the screen. He went all the way back. He went all the way to the right. He went to the left. He went to the right. And it's the scythe in the final moment. The thing that costed him game 1 and 2. The thing that he's tossed away the moment he could find it. And 3, 4, and 5. That's what secured him the win. He went so fast, BalloonBoy thought he'd get back on stage. But no. Another reverse 3-0. People were saying it was hopeless. But that means you just didn't watch Marckiemoo. That means you just haven't seen his sets. Oh my god! Out of 10, how was that? Ow. Here we go. Grand finals. A legend that I do not think anybody expected. Don't worry, the screen will change. There we go. Marckiemoo on the Knicks. We saw the power of his spear. Them today has only lost to 2 players, Acno and Lorez. Lorez on the spear. You would think that he's gonna lock in Mirage. But if you attempt to understand the genius that goes behind Sandstorm, and yes, I say Sandstorm because we have established that Marckiemoo is just 3 Sandstorms in a trench coat. Of course, my goat would never lose. You are sorely mistaken. Nobody can understand. And you know what? It's working. Now here is a very interesting phenomenon in fighting games. We are playing a double elimination bracket. Vem right now is in winner's side. He has not lost today. Marckiemoo got taken out by this very player earlier in winner's final, so Marckiemoo has to win 2 sets, whereas Vem only has to win 1. But Marckiemoo is coming off hot, a game 5 victory on BalloonBoy. Usually, the player that's coming from the loser side of the bracket starts off on fire, and this is exactly what is happening. Vem might take a little bit of time to warm up, or maybe he just gets shut out entirely. He's saying, no. This is my tournament to win. Excuse me. I am overwhelmed by what is happening on my screen right now. Now, the Blasters is a very interesting pick into Vem's Chakrams, because we saw a couple moments of brilliance in their winners finals match. Vem was kind of fading to the side when using these recoveries in neutral, and exactly when I bring it up, it comes to fruition. Marckiemoo was thinking he could start to punish these with Blaster's recovery, but he was not able to effectively in that winner's finals match. But maybe all he needed was to lock in for just a moment longer, and then he could find him. This is what's happening on our screen right now in Game 1 of Grand Finals. This is the Winter Royale hosted at Maximo, the first LAN of 2025. One of these two players will be the first LAN champion. Them. Oh, he's looking unhealthy. He's looking unhealthy. He's the only one of these players that have actually won a tournament already this weekend. He won the last chance qualifier to even have a chance to enter this. He had to win an entire tournament just to be here. And he's in grand finals on winner's side. Marckiemoo, game 1 of 6. Down. Holy. Game number 2. Alright, we're seeing Western Air Temple on our screens. This is the map that Vem seemed like he preferred earlier in bracket. Of course, you can reset your jumps with the chakram on those platforms, not just by landing on them, but even just by daring, and that enables you to extend your combos like crazy. Marckiemoo, his scythe really has not found much today, except in the biggest moments, and I suppose that's when it matters most. Marckiemoo looking for an edge guard, catches Vem's recovery. That should... No, he's not going to get the ground pound. Yeah, Vem stalled with the ground pound, the dare just long enough. Marckiemoo. I mean, this is really a storied tournament so far. These players were the top 2 in the round robin. They had to fight against the 8 best players in the world. What a reversal from them. That was a risky recovery. Yeah, that dare into recovery, you really have to steer that inward. Marckiemoo was not able to get the momentum. Vem with a double recovery on the top of the map. These two were the top 2 after the round robin. They fought in the gauntlet and they won. And Vem, look at him go. How do you stop him when he's playing like this? Nobody's been able to do it so far. Marckiemoo's the one that stopped BalloonBoy's crazy losers run. Can he stop Vem's crazy winners bracket run too? Who knows? Who knows? Only these two players will really be able to give us the answer. Marckiemoo, the #1 North American seed. To get a chance to enter into the Winter Royale, he had to win the biggest online championship, the North American 1v1 tournament. Vem did not qualify. He had to win the in-person LAN, and Marckiemoo falling to his death. That is tragic. That is not what you want to see in grand finals. His offstage high-risk plays, high risk for a reason. Are they not? Oh, reading a jump there from Vem. Vem not giving it to him. Look at him go. Like, just look at him go. The way he plays chakram, I've said this all tournament long. Ooh, falling into that Ensig. It's like he gave him a taste of his own medicine, the way that Priya just suctions you in. Marckiemoo's Ensig very much did the same there. He just plays different than anyone else. Raw down sig. If you've ever played Nyx, you know that one is a wind-up, hey, batter, and then you gotta swing. It takes a while for it to come out. But that means Marckiemoo just had the read. He just had the read. He knew the moment Vem was coming up. And then, I mean, how are you supposed to expect that? If someone reads your soul, what are you gonna do? Well, maybe you're gonna fight back yourself. Marckiemoo going for an Ensig there, a double. He's going for the reads. Hoping to get a big reversal. They're fighting on the side of the screen. They're playing Dragon Ball. Sparkin Zero got a weird patch. And Vem is saying, I'm the first one in this patch to know what I'm even doing. Marckiemoo hoping to get back. He gets a side air, a couple side airs. He's really been going for these Ensigs. Oh my god, Marckiemoo, what are you going to do against this player? These signatures are not it. You gotta change something for game number 3. The fact that Marckiemoo won the first game, this makes me terrified. Because it seems like he plays his best. He unlocks a whole nother gear once he is down. You know what I'm saying? Here we go. Miami Dome, Marckiemoo blending into the map. He is the ghost. He is the Reaper. He's really searching for these Ensigs. Hoping to get Vem in an uncomfortable position. I really want to see if he does land it, what he's able to do with it. So much has gone into this offstage GIMP play. This plan. And if it hasn't worked out so far and it finally hits, and then you don't make the most out of it, that's when you start to worry. Marckiemoo just hovering to the top of the screen, hoping to escape Vem, just hunting him. Now, okay, this is something to look out for. This is what we saw in the winners bracket. Vem, when he's locked in, he will be on you. He is your character. He's playing with your controller. But he's doing it with falling nairs, he's doing it with falling recoveries, he's doing it with falling dares. His ability to space outside of your range by being inside of your range, like, I don't even know how to explain it. It is magic. And he is making magic happen. Oh my god. Marckiemoo, if he can't find the answer with these blasters, then I don't even know what's gonna happen. Are we seeing the Ada pick? Like, I don't even know. The cross, it got a game in winners finals, but I guess the Knicks did here as well. Vem is locked in. He is locked and loaded. Look at him go using chase dodge after chase dodge. Even though the Chakrams aren't doing that much individual damage to the Chakram, excuse me. You get enough hits. Marckiemoo's in the orange. Knicks not a low defense character either. Let's see if he has the answer. The fact that he won game 1 means we might not even see the Mirage, and that makes me scared. The Mirage was different. But maybe against Vem it wasn't. Maybe against Vem it wasn't. Again, like I said though, Vem did lose earlier today in the round robin, one of its only 2 losses, whereas everyone else except for Marckiemoo had 3 or more. Sandstorm with 6, of course, to be nice to everybody, make sure they all had a good time. At the event, Marckiemoo lands the N-Sig, does he get the KO from it? Yes, he does. You know what? It was all worth it. It was all worth it. Suddenly, Vem is now terrified. That N-Sig comes out again, he gets knocked off stage again. Maybe a panic comes out. Marckiemoo, so clutch there. That's really what he needed. That is a momentum shifter. That is a difference maker. It is the hand from hell. Oh, and he's giving Vem hell right now. Look at this. He's just reading his movement inward. He's not letting him grab a weapon. Oh my god. Vem finally, we're gonna see he's gonna immediately split this Chakram the moment he has a chance. Marckiemoo says, I'm not giving you a chance. Vem barely makes it back. Down sig right away. Swaps over to the sword. No, he's keeping it fused. This is something. Oh, no, never mind. Never mind. I was going to say, we haven't seen this from Vem all day, keeping it fused. Getting that recovery, not enough. Marckiemoo evading that dodge was so clutch, but you know what? He goes for another hit, trying to read the drift. The drift is too good from Vem. I'm scared. I've seen it before. I've seen it before. I've seen these reversals. He has the platforms to do it. He's going up high. Marckiemoo dodges out. Oh, Marckiemoo, what a Sair. That was so clutch. Is he going to make a high-risk play? We've seen it before. No, he reads the movement inward. Marckiemoo. Oh my god, he's so locked into Vem's movement off stage. The down sig in the previous game, the dash jump backwards, dash jump, Sair. And this one, Marckiemoo, 2-1 in the first set of Grand Finals. Oh my god, I'm stressed out. I'm stressed out just watching it. What is this? Game number 4? This is game number 4. Oh, I feel like I've been here for an eternity. My knees are cracking. My bones are aching. Though I'm positioned, postured like I'm a Gunshin, like a gremlin. Watching this set right now. 3 platforms for Vem is very, very scary. But if he can't get those extensions off of it, it means the recovery is going to KO much later on this small terminus map. But right now, it's not even the vertical hits. It's everything. You gotta avoid horizontally. You gotta avoid vertically everything. Marckiemoo, we really got to look out for how he attacks Vem after Vem goes for these recoveries, because that drift, it's really hard to punish. We saw 2 times in a row he does not go for the punish directly on the drift, and the reason being, Vem is just too good at covering himself afterwards. Marckiemoo, down air gets red, a little bit antsy to get back on stage. Vem taking the first stock of this game. Yeah, gonna be going for the Chakram, but Marckiemoo interrupts. A little bit too risky to try and weapon guard even further. Loses his weapon for his efforts. Picks up the Chakram anyway. Splits them immediately, even being sent off stage. Look at the priority on that recovery. Marckiemoo interrupted. He needs to find a stock quick, or Vem is going to start running away with this game. Marckiemoo playing so reactive. This is not when he's at his best, when the Chakram is playing their game and he's trying to react to it. It's much more when he forces them into a bad position. But how good do you have to be to even do that when Vem is running like this? There's that recovery. I think this is part of why he's playing blasters, is to get underneath the Chakram and make that a scary situation. Because most Chakram players, Vem especially, like to be in that vertical. Ooh, a very high risk N-Sig. These are scaring me. They're definitely scaring me. Vem trying to read movement inward, but Marckiemoo is saying, no, I just gotta find my position. Look at the damage build up so far. These blasters have been doing incredible work. The Knicks doubters, me included to a degree, starting to eat our words. Mirage might not be the answer when you're able to get attacks like this. Look at him just evading as best as he can, not even counter-attacking. He wants to find his positions. He makes it back on stage. Vem with the sword. Is he going to go for a downlight on the edge guard? We've seen it many times before. No, he's waiting for the movement on stage. Gets the recovery. Marckiemoo had to have been at a bazillion damage. And now it's a very similar situation to this first stock. Marckiemoo down to 1. Vem holding on to 2, hoping to extend this lead even further. It's the reversal. It's what I'm talking about. Oh, it's what I'm talking about. When Vem throws out these high flying maneuvers. I was going to say high risk, but on the Chakram, it doesn't even appear to be high risk. High flying maneuvers, getting underneath them and reversing with that recovery. Shades of BCX 2017 Grand Finals. Marckiemoo showing that blasters many years later. Still a threat. Especially in this patch. We've seen a lot of blasters today. Marckiemoo, not the player we expected to show them off. Vem, not the player we expected to see in Grand Finals either, though. Nothing is going to expectations today. Marckiemoo, can he find an opening? No, it's Vem who does it first. He gets the dodge read. Is he going to get more from it? Marckiemoo doesn't dodge. Vem reads the no dodge. Dodges late. Saves it for later. Oh, he bites. It's not it yet. Small terminus ceiling. One more of those, though. That's going to be it. Oh my god, Vem. He saw that. He escaped high. That was genius. He was genius. Okay, Marckiemoo, he got hit high so many times. Held onto his dodge. Was so patient. Then was like, okay, you know what? Next time I do it, he's gonna want to go to the ground. Goes to the ground. Vem reads it with a GC side sig, doesn't quite get it, but he's still in position to follow up. I mean, that was, whew. It is just so great to see Sandstorm win this one. We got ourselves a game 5. Would not have it any other way. Marckiemoo takes this game. He has to win another best of 5 set. Vem takes this game. He adds a trophy to his case. The very first LAN victory of his career. Major LAN victory, I should say, because he did win the LAN, the last chance qualifier here at max mode. But of course, that was a last chance qualifier where everyone else that qualified for the event could not compete in it. Marckiemoo, he's saying no. We gotta play another set. You gotta beat me 3 times if you want to win this thing. Vem. Early start. They're going back and forth, trading blows. Marckiemoo, is the adaptation on the blasters enough? Vem, for the first big win of his career, is he gonna fold under the big pressure moments? Only time will tell. Vem, going for these down air into side airs off stage. Marckiemoo, the first player really to avoid it, interrupts the N-Sig early. Oh, tries to combo off the weapon throw. For those of you that watched the set earlier, Marckiemoo lost a game that by all intents and purposes he should have won because of a weapon toss interrupt into his unarmed. This time he adapted to it. Marckiemoo maybe going for some recoveries there. No, Vem is aware. He doesn't let him do it. He goes for a down air instead. Recovery, nope, doesn't have the momentum, doesn't even need it. Marckiemoo takes the first stock of game number 5. Holy Vem. Okay, that's early damage. Vem gets his Chakram. Looking for a recovery. There it is. Knows it's safe. Lands back on the ground. The setup into it. Yep. This is what I was saying. He's tracking him like a shark. You see that snake in the back there eating itself, Ouroboros? That's like Vem on Marckiemoo right now. He's just on him. Yeah, look at that tracking with that Nair. I don't even know how Marckiemoo is avoiding it. He's in another plane right now. He's in another dimension, but so is Vem. I thought that might be it. I mean, I've seen it before. I've seen it happen before. Somehow with no jumps and no dodges, Vem can still go higher. I don't know how he does it. Oh, he is running away with this game. Marckiemoo, you need an answer ASAP or you are out. And it's another trophy in South America's case. Are you the best? Every time, this is what I was saying. Every time, it's what I was saying. It's the N-Sig. He has to get a KO from it based on how much he's been sending it out, and he does. He follows up. Twice now. Twice in this set. It's a turnaround from that N-Sig. Almost the exact same stock scenario, and now Marckiemoo activates, and now it's Moo mode. Oh, he is going full cow. What is happening? The Vem doesn't get to play. He's not even playing. Okay. I've seen enough. Like, what is happening? I'm starting to believe that maybe Marckiemoo is actually Marckiemoo, and it's not Sandstorm in a trench coat. Like, I'm starting to think that might actually be the case. Marckiemoo resets the bracket 3-2. We're in for a grand finals reset. Ladies and gentlemen, strap in. I gotta pee. I don't have time. Oh no, I don't have time to pee. Oh my god, I have to pee so bad. Marckiemoo. Vem, they launched the game so fast that production literally didn't even have time to reset the scores. I mean, both of these players are killers. You look at their player cams, they are so locked in, it's insane. Vem pulling out more sword right now than we've seen previously. Let's see if he can make it happen. He got one of the stocks on Terminus with a recovery on that corner. The sword might be big here, but no, he tosses it away in favor of picking up these chakram. He thinks that this is all he needs. And you know what? It's been working so far. Game 5, that last game slipped away. Perhaps it was the pressure of the moment getting to him, knowing that all it took was one stock and he'd be the champ. I guess 2 stocks at the end there. One more game and he'd be the champ. Marckiemoo. Ooh, risky off stage. He's shocked in the bottom right. Feels like his dodge was stolen from him. Didn't have a chase dodge where he wanted to. That kind of flub is gonna cost you in grand finals. We'll see if he has the composure to get it back. Marckiemoo, he's been playing so good, but Vem is right up there with him. And if you blink, it might be over. Going for that N-Sig again. One more N-Sig that hits Vem, and I gotta imagine he starts playing a little bit differently. But maybe you don't need to. If you're carrying Marckiemoo to the sky like this, he's really hoping for these tri-plat maps to take him there. To get some sky gimps. But doesn't eat it, I guess, if you're playing this well. I don't think that's going to knock out. No, that's what I'm talking about. Small Terminus. This higher than average ceiling. Vem has lapped Marckiemoo in damage pretty much. That's going to get it. That's going to get it. It's the reversal underneath with the Blaster's recovery. That's what I've been talking about all set. We'll see if Marckiemoo has the movement, has the ability to evade these chakram hits. He gets the aggressive hits immediately, reading with it. Oh, he's pulling out some crazy stuff. He's pulling out some crazy stuff in grand finals. I mean, reading the movement in with a ground pound, it's not something we haven't seen before, but the gall to go for it right there. He had a couple of reads that he decided to go for Dare instead of Sair and dropped it a little early, but it didn't matter. Now it's all evened up in a matter of moments. Marckiemoo dipping below. Ooh, hoping to catch Vem. Rushing back to stage. Yep, splitting the chakram immediately. Vem is. We can just see that happening in our mind's eye. Vem maybe sees victory. It was so close. He got 2/3 of the way there. Just needed one more win and couldn't get it. Marckiemoo. He stopped him. Can he stop him again? That weapon toss is a start. Okay, is he going to edgeguard him as he goes on stage? No, he is not. He's keeping his center stage control. We're seeing some scythe we haven't seen much before. Oh my god, I keep saying that, but it's true. I mean, he's just tossing it away each time. This is like a battle of one weapon against one weapon. Oh no, Vem is saying, no, I got unarmed. I got 3 weapons in my kit. Marckiemoo tossing it away again. Ooh, GC wake up very close, not able to punish. Alright, last stock again. With how explosive Marckiemoo has been, not just all weekend, but throughout his entire career, you gotta be worried if you're Vem that he's just gonna activate again, read every single one of your movements, but no, Vem is on it. He is dash jumping like crazy. He is going into the sky, reading some movement, reads a movement down back. But no, Marckiemoo doesn't give it to him. Here's an opening. Both have these vertical down airs. Vem looking for anything. Marckiemoo dodges up. He evades it. Oh, look at him escape. He is just running. Marckiemoo is legging it to escape Vem. He is just in the corner at all times. Blasters have the range to be able to do it right now. Marckiemoo, he is escaping. He is running. Vem is... Okay, that's it. Vem, right now, Vem is like, he's like a hawk. He's literally like a hawk. And Marckiemoo felt like he was a little pigeon running away. Oh my god, this set. I just gotta go pee. Game number 2. Alright, Vem doing what he needs to do. Saying, you know what? I'm not gonna let the momentum slip away from me. Oh my god. Actually, he's saying, no, the momentum is in my court. Marckiemoo, he got lucky. I'm the winner here. I deserve to win this one. Oh my god, that is how you want to start. Now, oftentimes, if someone comes up from loser's bracket and takes the first set, it takes a little bit for the person in winners to adapt, and then the losers just take it. They just run away 3-0. Vem has already put a stop to that. He's going for the fuse. Yep, the dare was coming. We knew the dare was coming the moment we saw that fuse version. Marckiemoo perhaps was not ready. He's been escaping the split one all day. But that fuse has so much force. It has such a big hitbox. Vem showing that even though this weapon is new, he's the one that knows it best. Better than anyone in the world. Better than the people that designed it. Somehow he dodged that with perfect timing too. Oh, Vem is on fire. Marky perhaps out of steam. A long day. You would think Vem is the one that is more exhausted. He's had to play a whole additional tournament compared to everyone else. A whole bracket. But he is looking like he is the healthiest of anyone. Vem Tankilo taking Marckiemoo to the sky if he can. Going for a down sig read back on stage. Marckiemoo deciding to stay in the sky. I thought a recovery was coming. No, Marckiemoo slow on the trigger. Very rare. Maybe the exhaustion is coming into play. Vem perfectly spacing that, I believe, exhausted recovery, which has a little bit of a burst of movement that makes it awkward if you're trying to land it extremely precisely. I could be mistaken there and just missed something on the screen. Either way, precision is what we've been seeing from his movement today. Marckiemoo getting the weapon toss to potentially clean this up. Yeah. Does not give them the chase dodge. Down to his last stock of game number 2. If you're Marckiemoo, you do not want to go down 0-2. I know you've been there before. You've played more best of 5s than anyone else today, but you don't want to have to play another one. There's the end sig again. Does not get the KO from it, but you know what? He hasn't been throwing it out like every single time in neutral, and Vem hasn't been falling for it. I think we can accept that whatever I was talking about before, no longer the case. Vem, he's really pushing this lead. He is really extending this thing. He's going for a read down below, bringing Marckiemoo up high. Goes to the platform with a downlight. I mean, that is just so good. That is so smart. Marckiemoo, he finds his hits here. He's going for the double dare off stage. That worked last time, but no, not here. Vem, more patient. He's going for these down airs. He's really looking to set up into this recovery. He knows one more is all it's going to take after that. Oh, GC side sig reading the movement back to the center stage. Vem, 1 game away. Marky's eye is twitching. He's got to figure something out. He shakes his head. He doesn't know. He looks a little lost, maybe on the legend selection. He's got to select something and go with it in full confidence. It's Diana. We saw Cross in the winner's final set. We saw Mirage, we saw Nyx, we saw a ton of legends that were not this. Marckiemoo pulling out the first Diana, his first Diana of the day. Now, of all times. Look, there's some crossover with Nyx. You got the blasters, okay? You have the ability to reverse with the bow. You hit them high into the sky, you can nair them. You can get above them, you can sair. You also have some edge guard setups with your signatures. But this is just such a big difference. You gotta wonder, is he gonna be able to do it in time, or is Vem just too good to stop right now? Vem is on the precipice of making Brawlhalla history, being one of the players on the short list of LAN champions. That's how you start. That is how you start. Vem with a KO off the top. Exactly how he even ended up here in the first place, with iconic KOs off the top now against Sandstorm in the LCQ. Oh, he's doing the same thing. Marckiemoo has to lock in. He has to figure out something fast, or this entire tournament is going to slip away from him. Vem, no way is he working on a 3-stock to start this out. Vem, the first LAN victory of his career is on the line. Marckiemoo has been here before. He's done it before. He is a Royale champion. Vem, is he going to make history? Marckiemoo is trying to put a stop to it, but is it too little too late? Marckiemoo, I believe, is actually the previous Royale champion. This is the old guard versus the new guard, and it feels so weird to call Marckiemoo the old guard, but with Vem doing things we've never seen before, that's exactly what it is. Marckiemoo has to find an answer. Vem is healthy on his 2 stocks. Marckiemoo is down to his final one. He's in the orange. It's looking hopeless. We've seen reverse 3-0 after reverse 3-0 from Marckiemoo before. Can he do it again? Vem, he might just be too good. He might just be too good. He can't get that down tick. He can't find his movement. He can't find his hits. Marckiemoo, are you dead? Vem is saying, yes, you are. One more hit. No, that's it. Vem, the max mode champion, coming up all the way from the last chance qualifier. He is the player that had to win the most number of matches today. He won every single match in his bracket in LCQ. He won the most number of matches in the round robin against the top 8 players. He won winners finals against Marckiemoo. He won grand finals against Marckiemoo. Them proved he today is the best player in the game. That is crazy. No way LCQ is the Royale champ. The stamina to do that? That is insane. What a good tournament. Oh my god, I'm literally on my feet. I'm standing up right now. I'm hunched over to even get to my microphone. Any of these other players could have picked Chakram. Nobody else won with it. They had just as much time as he did. Well deserved. Well deserved. That's amazing.
Yeah, you gotta savor that moment. Like